Simon & Schuster presents Blitz by John Nichol. Read by Matt Bates. A note to the listener. For visuals of maps referenced throughout this book, please refer to the accompanying PDF in your download library. Prologue. North Shields, Tyne and Wear, October 2024. Although the local weather forecast assures me it is going to be a mild autumn day, I am unconvinced. Looking out over the River Tyne, water and sky a uniform ashen grey, I feel a cool breeze on my cheeks. A strangely comforting reminder of a childhood spent near the northeastern coast, and with the haughty shrieks of seagulls overhead, confirmation I am home. This is only the second time I've been back to North Shields since the death of my mother in 2021. Circumstances back then denied us a proper funeral. The restrictions imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic meant gatherings of more than a handful of people were illegal. We had wanted a gathering of friends and family with whom to celebrate a life well lived. What we got was a rushed, distanced, masked affair which couldn't do her justice. I am here now to catch up with my older sister, but also, I suppose, to say a final goodbye to Mum. She lived her entire life in this small town 8 miles east of Newcastle. I pause my early morning stroll on a bench where I nod an occasional greeting to solitary joggers and dog walkers. Most of us are here for the same reason: to breathe, to think. A mile or so across the water, the tips of 2 long concrete piers meet like giant pincers, guarding the entrance to the river from the North Sea. The northern pier provided the route for countless Nichol family walks back in the 1960s and 70s, not all of them voluntary. The 7-metre-high Collingwood Monument stands further up the hill. Admiral Lord Collingwood, one of Nelson's most trusted comrades, and a local lad, was the first to break the French line at the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805. When I was a scout, we'd rig ropes around his legs and abseil down the giant plinth, an activity I suspect would be discouraged these days. A few yards away is a big, rusted steel statue of a hardy-looking fisherman reclining on a large harbour cleat, gazing out to sea. A sign announces that it was paid for by public subscription, a memorial to those lost at sea. With his boots, turtleneck sweater and flat cap, he looks a lot like my mum's dad, my grandfather, a fisherman himself. He even has the familiar ciggy dangling from his mouth, ash ready to drop. The lifeboat station is perched on the road below. One of my late father's best friends, known to us all as Uncle Len, was a merchant seaman during the Second World War and an RNLI volunteer for years afterwards. We'd sometimes stop in there for tea and tales, or the rare treat of a trip out to sea. I remember seeing a photograph of the original building after it had been levelled by a German bomb in April 1941. Only the bottom half of the structure remained, the top sliced off like a boiled egg, with broken bricks carpeting the immediate area. The lifeboat, flipped by the force of the explosion, lay belly up like a slaughtered whale. No one was killed, but several, including 5 children, died when a bomb hit a nearby hospital, innocent victims of a single night during the months-long ordeal that came to be known later as the Blitz. The bench providing my momentary respite is decorated with 5 small plaques. One is engraved, Clifford Joseph Ellis, B.E.M. A lifeboatman, perhaps? Awarded for meritorious civil or military service, I know that the British Empire Medal grants use of St. Paul's Cathedral in London for baptisms, weddings and funerals, and I wonder if he ever took advantage of the privilege. I'm fleetingly unsettled as I remember the famous black and white wartime image of its iconic dome, untouched amid a sea of flame. the surrounding streets devastated, but Wren's masterpiece an enduring symbol of defiance in the midst of the bombing. The wind still fresh on my face, I try to imagine what life here would have been like back then. And I wonder why the war was rarely mentioned during my childhood. The stories we heard as children conjured up a friendly, bustling area, brimming with dock workers, coal mines, and fishing trawlers. People knew each other's names, faces, and foibles. Between the wars, there had been a slump in shipbuilding, with the inevitable layoffs, but demand picked up in the mid to late 1930s as the country's peace was threatened once again. The coming of a Second World War, only 21 years after the carnage of the First, must have been heart-stopping for a generation who had lost countless brothers, fathers, and friends, and were now facing the prospect of losing their own sons, too. But I have no memory of my parents painting that picture for us. It's not something they ever really talked about. Growing up, I was more than aware of the existence of the war, which had ended only 18 years before I was born. Famous films such as The Battle of Britain, The Great Escape, and The Dam Busters were a staple of post-Sunday lunch family viewing. I remember rationing being mentioned as a reason we should clear our plates, and that an orange at Christmas was a rare treat to be savoured, a standing joke with my own, now adult daughter, who still gets one in her Christmas stocking, along with my regular lecture about it being the only treat my parents received. I suddenly remember another of my father's merchant seaman friends regaling us with his account of being sunk by a U-boat within sight of the glittering New York coast, and bobbing around in the flaming, oil-covered waters, admiring the city's bright lights while waiting to be rescued. But for some reason, despite my own military career in the RAF, my parents, who married 10 years after the war, never revisited their experiences of the bombing. I recall some mention of my father, 17 in 1939, joining the Navy early in the war. There was certainly a photo of him in uniform on a chest of drawers, and that he was apparently invalided out after contracting tuberculosis, spending a considerable time convalescing. I have no idea where or for how long. My mother, just 12 when the war began, grew up only a few hundred yards from where I'm sitting. She must have been at the heart of any Blitz, heard the bombers overhead as the glistening Tyne guided the raiders towards the dockyards and on to Newcastle itself. Maybe she heard the explosion that tore through the old lifeboat station. Maybe she saw the smoking aftermath. Rising to my feet, I feel frustrated that I don't know the answers. I wander the short distance to her childhood home on Coronation Street. We used to chuckle about it sharing a name with the iconic television program. Today, it is barely recognizable. Gone are the tiny, run-down, though scrupulously clean terraced council houses with no indoor toilets. Now replaced with red brick modernity, much of the area is still social housing, though the occasional passing Mercedes and nearby new builds suggest wealthy incomers. I have seen photos of my mother standing outside number 37. In one, she is with her sister and a couple of younger family members. In her 20s by then, her face is out of focus, but her warm smile is clear enough. A crucifix around her neck, shoulders pushed back as if on parade. A second shows her alongside her mother, grim-faced as though sceptical at the idea of having her picture taken at all. Their house is long gone, but its replacement looks cosy enough. A toy guardsman, complete with red tunic and blue drum, stands sentry outside. I pause for a moment, as a window to Mum's childhood flickers open, restoring faint memories of the very few times she did talk about the war, the early child evacuations from North Shields, and how her own mother refused to send her kids away, declaring, "If we're going to die, we're all going to die together, at home." There were passing recollections of her school friends sitting behind a desk one day, then missing the next, and of a terrible incident in which entire families perished. A question posted on my family chat group reveals that many years ago, she visited her granddaughter's primary school to talk to the children about the war, though sadly my nieces can't remember anything she said. So that's about it. I'm reminded of conversations I have had with countless Second World War RAF veterans who readily acknowledge they avoided talking about their war with loved ones. They had made it through the years of fear, death, and the horror and just wanted to get on with their lives. Maybe it was down to that renowned British stiff upper lip, or perhaps a more fundamental need to forget, to focus on rebuilding. Moreover, the entire nation had suffered during the war, so there was no point harking back. It was over, and time to move on. I suddenly remember a Lincolnshire family I interviewed for a previous book who lost a brother flying with Bomber Command over Germany. His name was rarely mentioned in the house after his death, not because they wanted to forget, but because the pain of remembering was too great. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. If I'm honest, I was every bit as reluctant to discuss my own experiences during the 1991 Gulf War with my mother and father. They had a terrible time when, as an RAF navigator, my Tornado aircraft was shot down over Iraq and I was held as a prisoner of war. Paraded on TV, my name and face splashed across the headlines, they were besieged by journalists, becoming temporary prisoners themselves in their own home. When I was released, months later they came out to Germany to meet me. The RAF provided an aircraft from the Royal Flight. It was the first time either had flown, or even left the country. Their stories of drinking tea from the Queen's china were subsequently recounted with great pride on more than one occasion. We returned to North Shields to be greeted by hundreds of Union Jack-waving children from the school opposite their house. But I still didn't talk to them about what I'd been through. The fear, the suffering, the torture. The only step I managed to take was giving my dad, who died in 2010, an advance copy of Tornado Down, the book I wrote with my fellow prisoner John Peters, telling the story of our often brutal ordeal. I have no idea if he ever read it. I never asked, and it was never discussed. To my surprise, standing here on Coronation Street, I sense my desire to understand what my late mother experienced during her war becoming stronger. I want to know more. The question is, how? The former RAF navigator in me reverts to type, and I experience an irrepressible need to look at maps. Strolling north, I am soon in Northumberland Square, the town centre. A handsome park, surrounded by Georgian-style houses, it's one of the area's finer landmarks, and home to the North Shields Library. As a schoolboy in the 1970s, it was my regular resting point while waiting for a bus home, and the place where my lifelong interest in books began. With a bit of assistance from local researchers, I discover images of a detailed chart recording the bombs that struck the area during the war. I expect to see no more than a handful, but there are scores. A staggering array of scarlet dots, marking where and when each landed. In the river, along the beaches, on residential streets. My pulse thumping, I scan the map for places I know. There's a line of 4 dots across the lifeboat station. Bomb numbers 87 to 90 on the 10th of April 1941. There is another at the end of Oswin Terrace, the street where I lived as a child. Bomb number 94 from the 16th of April. I realize with a jolt that this is why a handful of houses I used to pass most days looked different. I find a local newspaper report from October 1944 detailing that more than 300 high-explosive bombs had been dropped on the town, along with 18,000 incendiary devices. More than 160 properties had been totally demolished, and hundreds more damaged. The article tells me that in North Shields and Tynemouth alone, 225 people had been killed. Bombed, burned, buried. The wider region, it turns out, suffered horribly too. I find a website that catalogues an astonishing variety of local wartime incidents. Every air raid, every downed plane, every sunken vessel, every civilian death. I quickly lose count of the number of people killed, made homeless, or admitted to hospital. There are matter-of-fact descriptions of German pilots being electrocuted when they parachuted onto tram lines, of firemen dying when bombs aboard downed aircraft suddenly detonated. Figures seem to vary, but one source records that almost 400 people were killed on and around Tyneside in the 17-month period from July 1940 to December 1941. I try to dredge up my limited knowledge of that time, supplementing it with whatever comes to hand from the nearby shelves. Blitzkrieg, or lightning war, was the term used to describe the shock tactics Germany deployed against Poland in 1939. So, in 1940, Blitz was quickly adopted to denote the German Air Force's policy of bombing Britain into submission, a campaign of destruction endured by millions of people over a period of months. The mere concept must have felt like an outrage. A highly trained air force from a rival country setting out to destroy as much of Britain's wartime economy as it could, with little regard for human life. I read that, at first, the bombing was limited to occasional acts of disruption, in keeping with the early months of the phony war, the 9-month period after September 1939, when there was minimal action on the home front. Following Hitler's successful invasion of the Low Countries and France in May 1940, Berlin finally focused attention across the English Channel on the last obstacle to victory. The campaign, now called the Battle of Britain, lasted from the 10th of July to the 31st of October 1940, and pitched German attackers against the RAF and its air defence facilities in an effort to gain air superiority ahead of a seaborne invasion. When that failed, enemy bombers began hitting so-called economic targets. Historians would later term this period, lasting officially from the 7th of September 1940 to the 11th of May 1941, the Night Blitz, as almost all of the attacks took place in darkness. It is this specific period that would become more widely referred to simply as the Blitz. But if you had tried to explain to people during the war, under attack before or after those specific dates, that they were experiencing something less severe, I have no doubt you would have been given short shrift. Hitler's preparations to invade the Soviet Union in June 1941 certainly resulted in a diversion of air power to the new assault force, and a softening of the attacks on Britain. But bombing continued across the country in one form or another, with further concentrated assaults on cities, hit-and-run attacks on coastal towns, and the harassment of shipping until the spring of 1945. From April to June 1942, the country endured the so-called Baedeker raids, when targets were reportedly selected from Baedeker's Great Britain Handbook for Travellers, wreaking havoc on many still picturesque cities such as Canterbury, Exeter and Norwich. A 2-night raid on Bath in late April 1942 deployed almost every available German bomber in Western Europe and took the lives of more than 400 people. The curiously named Baby Blitz in the first half of 1944 may have seemed less sweeping than the Night Blitz, but it too destroyed indiscriminately as far afield as Gloucestershire, Wiltshire and Bedfordshire. A single attack on London that February killed over 200 and started more than 600 fires. There were even deaths, 148 of them, at the hands of long-range artillery fired at coastal towns from across the water in northern France. Then, as if all of that wasn't trial enough, Hitler's infamous revenge weapons entered the fray. The V-1 flying bomb, or doodlebug, made its macabre debut on the 13th of June 1944, shortly after the Allied D-Day landings in France. That same week, around 120 V-1s were recorded targeting London on a single night. With a range of 130 miles and a maximum speed of 420 miles per hour, the V-1 quickly acquired notoriety among those waiting beneath for its engine to cut out, the cue for imminent impact. Over the course of the war, the flying bombs killed more than 6,000 people. Further deaths, more than 2,700 of them, came at the hands of the V-2 rocket, which, unlike its sibling, arrived almost silently via the stratosphere and struck without warning. More than 1,000 V-2 rockets rained down between the 8th of September 1944 and the 28th of March 1945, reaching as far north as Stansfield near Bury St Edmunds, and were responsible for 3 of the very worst mass casualty events of the entire war. All of them in East London, 160 in a shopping centre, 134 in a block of flats, and 110 in the city's famous Smithfield Market. Hitler's hope was that the threat of these new generation weapons, combined with a successful counteroffensive through the Ardennes forest and the emergence of jet aircraft, might yet achieve a favourable peace settlement with the Allies. The V-1 and V-2 attacks were only halted for good when Allied troops, grinding their way eastwards towards Germany, overran the French and Dutch launch sites. The very last revenge weapons took flight in late March 1945. So although what today most refer to as the Blitz, or historically more accurately, the Night Blitz, was concentrated around the few months either side of Christmas 1940, a blitz of aerial attacks, bombings, and deaths continued to within a few weeks of the end of the war. Therefore, for the purposes of this audiobook, I will use the term Night Blitz to mean the officially designated short period around late 1940, and Blitz to encompass the entirety of the Germans' aerial bombardment of Britain. I assemble a small pile of literature and start scribbling down some of the headline numbers. I'm surprised at how hard they are to read. The Blitz was very much more than the well-known attacks on the likes of London and Liverpool early in the war. More than 60,000 civilians killed throughout the UK between 1939 and 1945, including women, children and babies, and almost 90,000 seriously injured. Hundreds reportedly killed by a single bomb at a school in East London. More than 300 firefighters dead in London alone. Glasgow and the surrounding area suffered the worst destruction and civilian loss of life in Scotland over just a couple of nights in March 1941, when more than 1,000 people died. By the time it was all over, Scotland had been attacked more than 500 times from the air, with an estimated 2,500 people killed and a further 8,000 injured. Across the UK, 250,000 homes were destroyed during the war, with a further 2 million badly damaged. There are other upsetting numbers too. Some 750,000 pet cats and dogs put down in a single week early in the war in anticipation of the expected air raids. As well as strangely intriguing ones, I discovered that there was a 40% increase in youth crime between 1939 and 1941, and an epidemic of train crashes as a result of the blackouts. Perhaps more understandably, there was a marked increase in sexually transmitted disease during the war, propelled, I imagine, by people returning to baser instincts when faced with annihilation. The cost, particularly at the human level, was unprecedented. Almost every community throughout the nation, every person, was affected in some way. Through injury, bereavement, trauma, or homelessness. Often it was simply down to luck. The fortunate were spared again and again. The tragically unfortunate witnessed their parents, spouses, children killed or maimed before their eyes. I am particularly haunted by the account of a tragedy that unfolded right here in North Shields. The first contemporary newspaper reports I find are strangely incomplete, as if they can't quite bring themselves to describe what happened. There are passing descriptions of several families killed in a bombing, but not much more. I realize with a jolt that there is that fleeting memory of my mother talking about an incident like this. With a bit of detective work, I find references to a bomb hitting an air raid shelter at Wilkinson's lemonade factory on George Street, a few hundred yards from the library. It's not a location I remember hearing about, and certainly nowhere I ever went as a child. Thankfully, North Shields historian Peter Bolger has done his best to assemble a treasure trove of related material. The details are haunting. Wilkinson's had indeed been a local drinks factory, but during the war its basement had been requisitioned for use as a bomb shelter, somewhere people could go for safety and comfort when the sirens began to wail. One night in May 1941, a German aircraft dropped 4 bombs on North Shields. According to my bomb plot map, number 137 landed harmlessly near the banks of the Tyne. Number 136 hit a residential street but did not explode. Number 135 struck a house, killing its 2 occupants. The remaining bomb, number 134, hit Wilkinson's, causing most of the 3-story building to collapse into the basement below, sending debris and heavy machinery crashing onto the 192 people sheltering inside. Black and white footage of the aftermath of the attack reveals somber policemen gazing in strangled awe as chains of rescuers clear rubble from the mess of brick and timber. Was this the terrible incident my mother had hinted at? Curiosity takes hold. I am soon out of the door, marching to the point on the map indicating Wilkinson's nearby location, but there is no obvious evidence of what happened here more than 80 years ago. Just a 1-story youth centre and pair of newer houses. The area seems strangely quiet, eerie or peaceful. I notice a circular blue plaque on the youth centre wall. I know about a different blue plaque and the statue nearby commemorating Stan Laurel, one half of the early 20th century comedy duo Laurel and Hardy and North Shields' most famous son. It was endlessly pointed out by friends and family alike. But I've never seen this one. Wilkinson's Lemonade Factory Tragedy. Here, at midnight, on May the 3rd, 4th, 1941, a direct hit from an enemy aircraft destroyed the air raid shelter in the factory basement. 107 people were killed, including 43 children. Whole families perished. It was the largest loss of life single bomb incident during the provincial Blitz. A second bomb killed the 2 residents of number 3 George Street. In memoriam. Another plaque a few yards away commemorates the bravery of an Ellen Lee, ARP warden at the air raid shelter on this site beneath Wilkinson's lemonade factory. What did she do that terrible night, I wonder? Perhaps more importantly, why didn't I know about a tragedy that happened in the heart of my own community? I have flown aircraft in combat myself and written the stories of countless wartime veterans. But I am embarrassed to admit that I know very little about the Blitz. Why has this series of assaults on the home front passed me by? If the German objective was to crush the British people as a nation, doesn't that mean their resilience was a crucial element of the eventual Allied victory? And if so, doesn't that make them, people like my mum, veterans too? I am determined to find out more. With millions of letters and diaries, and countless books available, the Blitz, from Portsmouth to Glasgow, and Belfast to Hull, and for the vast duration of the war, must be one of the most recorded events in human history. Both an asset and a hindrance, they provide an almost infinite mosaic of experiences. At the same time, I will need to navigate my own preconceived ideas of what the Blitz really involved. The generally portrayed version of tearful children evacuated by train, teams of firefighters manning hoses, plucky East Enders searching through rubble, helmeted air raid wardens on patrol, St. Paul's Cathedral amid flames. Is that the whole picture? What did the country, North Shields and the Northeast especially, really go through? Sadly, my mother is no longer alive to tell me her Blitz story. But walking away from the site of Wilkinson's lemonade factory, where over 100 of her neighbours perished, my mind is made up. I have a new story to explore. And I know exactly where to start. Chapter 1. Black Saturday. London, Summer 2024. My journey to learn more continues, as it must, in London. I am beginning to better understand how so many of our towns and cities suffered appallingly through those times, North Shields among them. But it is London to which most people's thoughts first turn when remembering that wartime Blitz. Pilgrim-like, I am drawn to that most legendary of Blitz survivors, St. Paul's Cathedral. Its vast dome, famously photographed during the bombing, still standing amid the encircling devastation, is emblematic of the war. A beacon of London and the defiance of its people to be defended at all costs. Standing at the cathedral's main entrance, I am in awe of Sir Christopher Wren's English Baroque architectural might. The iconic dome, surrounded by the spires of Wren's other churches, has dominated the capital's skyline for over 3 centuries. During the early years of the war, it must have felt like an expression of the stubborn determination of Britain itself. Today, its majesty still proclaims strength and permanence. St. Paul's is the centrepiece, but there are other remembrances too. A few yards to the south of the cathedral, I find a squat, grey, circular lump of limestone set into the ground by the wall. Discreet in the shadow of its massive neighbour. Installed in 1999, the People of London Memorial bears 2 short quotes. The first, inscribed in a spiral on the top, reads, "In war, resolution. In defeat, defiance. In victory, magnanimity. In peace, goodwill." A second gilded line around the stone's edge says simply, "Remember before God, the people of London, 1939 to 1945. I have been to St. Paul's a number of times over the years, but had no idea this memorial to the countless victims of the Blitz was even here. Part of me is disappointed. Is this it? Is this handful of words all that the Blitz deserves? Beyond a set of iron railings along a busy road, London life goes on oblivious. I am certain that very few of those rushing past the memorial and its riddle-like inscriptions even know it exists. They tell people virtually nothing about the war itself, or why the people of London deserve to be remembered in this way. But as the bells of St. Paul's sound 10 o'clock, I begin to feel what the sculptor himself may have felt. Sometimes less is more. The humility is not an oversight. It may be the truest possible homage we as a nation could have paid to what the inhabitants of this city endured. This tough, unshowy pillar of limestone is a metaphor for the Blitz spirit itself. I take a few moments to examine the vast walls of the cathedral. I know it was struck by bombs more than once, and remember reading that the damage is still clearly visible. Passing slowly to the east, there are signs of weathering, superficial cracks and stains on the off-white masonry, but nothing more. Then, suddenly, I notice what can only be the legacy of shrapnel blasts. Golf and tennis ball-sized pockmarks, surprisingly regular in shape, scattered up and down the wall. One helps me find another, which leads to more. A patchwork of 85-year-old battle scars. I cross the road south of the cathedral in search of another memorial, to find bronze, slightly misshapen figures of 3 firemen mounted on a large hexagonal plinth. 2 are manning a hose, battling a phantom fire at the east end of the cathedral itself, exactly where I had found the blast damage. The 3rd seems to be directing the efforts of others somewhere to the rear. Wearing sturdy protective boots, with fire axes tied at their waists, their expressions are hard to decipher. Each man must have had his own family, hopes and fears. Yet, when called upon, the firemen were willing to lay their lives on the line to defend the capital. Again and again. An inscription reads, Blitz. The heroes with grimy faces. Winston Churchill. In honor and memory of those firefighters who gave their lives in the defense of the nation, 1939 to 45. The names of those who died are listed on each side of the plinth. Over 1,000 firefighters killed before, during, and since the war. The night blitz on London alone claimed more than 300. As a husband and father of a daughter, I find myself particularly moved by a panel that depicts 2 women in uniform, one in a helmet, writing on a clipboard, the other a motorcycle dispatch rider complete with goggles and elbow-length gloves, and honours 23 women of the Auxiliary Fire Service. Their first names, including Pearl, Elsie, Hilda, Ruby, Violet, Queenie, so characteristic of the time, are strangely evocative. Walking away, I feel more finely attuned to the violence and destruction that unfolded here. Incongruously modern houses on much older streets seem to bear quiet witness to the flames and the fury. This is a city that has almost forgotten what it went through. But not quite. I return to the questions that have been captivating me. What must it have felt like to be here as the bombs fell? Night after night. What had my parents experienced hundreds of miles further north? Had they been scared? Why was that experience rarely mentioned? My thoughts shift to Saturday the 7th of September 1940, the day the German Luftwaffe launched its first mass assault on London's docks, Black Saturday, as it later became known. As I pause, glancing back to the majesty of St. Paul's, I am struck by how similar things must have looked and felt in the hours before that terrible attack. The traffic would have sounded a little different, more sudden backfires and perhaps the occasional rattle from a passing horse and cart. No bright contrails from the airliners passing thousands of feet overhead. No entranced phone users miraculously slaloming lampposts without lifting their gaze from their screens. But, fundamentally, still the bustling metropolis it was 85 years ago. At that stage, although the war had been going on for just over a year, many people's lives remained relatively unaffected. The outcome of the bitter airborne duel between the Royal Air Force and the Luftwaffe hung in the balance. Fighter Command had lost 260 aircraft and 109 precious aircrew in the previous fortnight alone. But the majority of Londoners could, generally, live normal lives. They became used to the regular warning sirens, often false alarms, the sandbags and the blackouts. Prior to the war, the government had run a series of large-scale exercises in an effort to understand the potential impact of a strategic bombing campaign against the capital. They predicted the possibility of a general breakdown of public order and large numbers of civilian deaths. In the event, 12 months on, little of either had materialized. Initial nervousness had given way to a curious sense of anticlimax. With the sun strong overhead and the thermometer comfortably in the 90s that September, London would have felt at its picture postcard best. I imagine laughing picnickers in parks, lovers coyly touching hands as they meander along shaded paths. It would have been a chance to set aside the responsibilities and petty trials of the working week and ignore the war. It was the kind of day we all remember years later for the right reasons. The kind of day it feels good to be alive. Cap Gris-Nez, Northern France, 7th of September, 1940. Less than 100 miles from where I am standing at Cap Gris-Nez on the northern French coast, Hermann Goering, Reichsmarschall and Commander-in-Chief of the German Air Force, the much-feared Luftwaffe, would have been in a state of anxious excitement. In my mind's eye, I can see him peering through his binoculars at the white cliffs of Dover, like a gourmet contemplating his next banquet, a gaggle of his staff officers in close, sycophantic attendance. Two things were almost certainly on Goering's agitated mind. First, his declining stock in the eyes of the Führer. He had, after all, told Hitler to leave the destruction of the encircled British expeditionary force in northern France to him and his airmen, a commitment they had failed to honour. Despite being surrounded by advancing German forces, and apparently at the mercy of the Luftwaffe, more than 300,000 British and French troops who had fallen back to the port of Dunkirk were able to escape across the Channel in late May and early June. Envious, perhaps, of the glorious victories of Germany's panzer generals, Goering had tried to compensate with the boast that, ahead of a proposed amphibious invasion, he could neutralize enemy air defenses in 4 days and erase the Royal Air Force from the skies. Yet, here too, things were not going quite according to the Reichsmarschall's plan. Yes, the RAF had taken a terrible hammering during the Battle of Britain, but after weeks of action, Germany's victory was not assured, and the conditions not yet right to launch Operation Sea Lion, the planned invasion, in an effort to end the war. Thousands of feet above him, an aerial armada was gathering, one that Goering hoped would ruthlessly address his and Germany's failures. More than 950 aircraft, 1/3 bombers, 2/3 accompanying fighters, constituted one of the most powerful forces ever assembled for an attack on a single target. Codename Löge. London. That circumstances had reached a point where the Nazi leadership had decided to directly target the British capital was itself significant. The Battle of Britain had involved day and night attacks on RAF bases, command systems and industrial sites, but to avoid retaliation, London had been conspicuously spared. Indeed, Hitler had issued very firm instructions to Goering that only he could order such raids. However, on the 24th of August, a group of Heinkels attempting to hit targets to the southwest of London had become lost and dropped their bombs on the city, killing 9. Churchill had been quick to respond, sending 80 bombers to Berlin the very next day. The damage was light, but the symbolism powerful both for the German people and for the Nazi regime. A Rubicon had been crossed. A furious Hitler denounced the incursion publicly a few days later, threatening that when they declare they will attack our towns on a large scale, then we will erase theirs. With the unspoken accord between London and Berlin apparently gone, planning began for a direct attack on the heart of the British nation. Their objective? To force the remaining RAF fighters, diminished and exhausted by weeks of battle, to sacrifice themselves in defence of their capital and drive Churchill to the negotiating table. Returning from the coast in his private train, a publicity-conscious Goering took the opportunity to claim early credit. Stopping at a station on his route home, he strode up to a surprised radio journalist broadcasting live and addressed those listening. As a result of the provocative British attacks on Berlin on recent nights, the Führer has decided to order a mighty blow to be struck in revenge against the capital of the British Empire. I personally have assumed the leadership of the attack, and today I have heard above me the roaring of the victorious German squadrons which now, for the first time, are driving towards the heart of the enemy in full daylight, accompanied by countless fighter squadrons. This is an historic hour. High overhead, the young airmen of the German Luftwaffe prepared to make good on Goering's boast. Fighter pilot Peter Winker had grown up in Berlin, obsessed by aircraft books and longing to fly, an opportunity he realized after joining the Hitler Youth. The hope of his superiors was that the scale of the new attack would bludgeon the stubborn British to their knees, and not a minute too soon. As the Battle of Britain had progressed through August, Winker had begun to feel the strain and found himself doubting those who assumed that Germany would prevail. Many friends and comrades had been lost in the fight. He recalled in particular a cocky fellow pilot, full of pepper and raring to go, who was shot down on his very first mission. Winker already believed that the battle was not being won, and no invasion of England was possible. Despite the bluster of their leaders, the men of the Luftwaffe knew the skies over southern England to be an unforgiving theatre of war, a place where hurricanes and Spitfires could end their lives in an instant, the green fields and undulating hills below them littered with the burned-out wrecks of German aircraft. Even the English Channel, to them the Canal, was a source of profound unease. Many a crew had disappeared into its chill grey waters. Aircraft by aircraft, each member of the formation found its place, part of a huge three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle, allowing the gunners optimal fields of fire to defend themselves and each other. As so often in war, the sense of safety in numbers would have felt very comforting. Those aircrew with access to a window could have glanced out in any direction, up, down, to the side, and felt reassured. Numbers meant strength, and strength meant victory. Once the elements of the formation were assembled, the whole mass began to progress northwestwards from Cap Gris-Nez, each pilot with his own strict instructions and schedule. By 4 p.m. on that picturesque Saturday afternoon, almost 1,000 German warplanes were beginning to cross the English Channel, in a vast sweep 20 miles wide, filling 800 square miles of sky. At Bentley Priory, on the outskirts of London, home of RAF Fighter Command, the first signals came as a sickening shock. Radar stations in the southeast had registered the aircraft gathering in large numbers over the Pas-de-Calais, then watched in dismay as they turned north. The staff at Bentley Priory, many of them members of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force, tried to keep pace with the reports, using long wooden rakes to update the huge map table in front of them. The sheer number of radar contacts quickly overwhelmed those on duty. They had never had to deal with so many simultaneous warnings, but they moved as quickly as they could to process them so the nearest fighter squadrons could be alerted. At 4:14 p.m., the aerial armada reached the coast of Britain. The dark ripples of the channel far below the German crews became the white crests of waves breaking on the beaches, then the gently undulating hills of Kent, a patchwork of fields, roads, and villages. Families enjoying a lazy weekend were dazzled by the sight of the huge swarm, unique in its scale and ruthless in its purpose. One American journalist, enjoying tea in the garden of a country house in western Kent, heard the drone grow into a deep, full roar, like the faraway thunder of a giant waterfall. Entranced by the sight, she and her companions lay down in the grass, watching the batch of tiny white specks, like clouds of insects, moving northwest in the direction of the capital. Scores of RAF fighters were alerted and began to scramble. The sight that greeted them was as terrifying as it was extraordinary. One pilot felt that the whole German Air Force was just flying along 2,000 or 3,000 feet below me. The air was crawling with these planes with black crosses on them. I'd never seen so many planes in my life. Onlookers below watched the developing aerial duels with a combination of fascination and horror. Teenager Ivy Alexander and a friend had decided to take advantage of the sunshine and head out from the East End on a cycling trip in Epping Forest. We could see hundreds of planes crossing to London. Many air battles were going on and there was plenty of gunfire. We saw 5 planes brought down and saw several airmen bail out. Shrapnel was falling everywhere, so we sheltered under trees for protection. At around 4:30 p.m., those in the eastern outskirts of London began to catch their first glimpses of the approaching enemy force. One man, employed as a porter at a branch of Sainsbury's in Chingford, had been tasked with being a roof watcher. All of a sudden, on the skyline, coming up the Thames, there were black specks, like swarms of flies, weaving their way through puffs of smoke. My reaction was one of astonishment and what's going to happen now? A young woman shopping in Peckham in south-east London heard a distant sound. People were having fun, not thinking about the war, then something ominous happened. There was an unusual noise. We came out, leaving our purchases on the counter. The shop assistants came out to look at the sky. Where was that noise coming from? It seemed like hundreds upon hundreds of black birds. In Lewisham, a couple of miles further east, guests at a wedding reception watched in wonder, among them 16-year-old Derek Allen. Recalling that day decades later, Allen described his feelings at the time. We didn't think much about it because we'd had all these false alarms and practices. You could see dogfights in the sky, and us boys, a few of us around my age, we stood in the garden absolutely enthralled. Such was their sense of complacency that, shortly afterwards, the wedding party assembled in the garden for formal group photos. In one image from that day, around 60 guests are beaming at the camera. Women in their best hats, men with hair combed neatly to one side. Derek Allen is perching in the top right-hand corner of the picture with a broad smile on his face. His elegant, bespectacled grandfather, white rose in his lapel, stands proudly in the next row. As the formations worked their way towards the target, the atmosphere in the cramped, noisy German cockpits remained tense. The first wave of bombers arrived from the east at around 4:35 p.m., with another wave due from the south 40 minutes later. A third would follow 5 minutes after that. In the sunshine, with relatively limited distractions and threat, the German bombardiers could now begin to focus on their targets: London's docks and other sites in the east of the city. Responsible for handling 1/3 of Britain's overseas trade, this was, at least in German eyes, a legitimate military quarry. They included prizes such as Beckton Gas Works, the biggest in Europe, and the 600-acre armament site at Woolwich Arsenal. Other famous names, now suddenly targets, included the Surrey Commercial Docks, West India Docks, Millwall Docks, and Royal Victoria and Albert Docks. Between them, they represented much of the wealth and economic strength of Britain. Running roughly west from the North Sea to the heart of the city, the River Thames, part of the reason Londinium had been originally founded, now provided the perfect navigation aid for the attackers. As the first young Luftwaffe crews neared their destination, tensions rose another notch. Over the East London docks, German bombardiers were at last able to do their jobs. One by one, each aircraft's belly clicked open, allowing their bombs to flop out before gravity took hold and, twitching gently, they accelerated towards their targets. The German crews watched in wonder as their lethal cargo disappeared beneath them. the river and its warehouse banks conspicuous in the late summer light. A gunner aboard one of the Nichol bombers later described approaching the docks, seeing some flak and barrage balloons below, but not a single fighter, which surprised us greatly. The very first bombs hit the Ford Motor Works at Dagenham, around 10 miles east of the city centre. Next to suffer was Beckton Gasworks, 3 miles west and on the fringes of London proper. These were followed by the Royal Docks and factories of North Woolwich and Silvertown, on the north bank of the river. For those below, what had initially been a dazzling aerial parade now became something very different. Jack Graham Wright, an architectural student from Plumstead in southeast London, was having tea with his family. We all became conscious of a growing crescendo of noise, and then a series of enormous thuds growing nearer. These were making the ground heave so that we could feel through our bodies the shocks coming up from under the boards of the floor, which jerked and moved strangely. I leaned on the door jamb to steady myself, when the biggest crunch of all came with the hugest noise. Wright felt the floor churn and heard doors and windows crashing around him as the room filled with dust. If the experience was bad enough for those indoors, it was terrifying for people on the streets. Len Jones, an 18-year-old from Poplar in the East End, was among those caught out in the open. It was very exciting because the first formations were coming over without any bombs dropping. They were very, very majestic, and I had no thought that they were actual bombers. Then the bombs began to fall. The suction and the compression from the high-explosive bombs just pushed and pulled you, and the whole of the atmosphere was turbulating so hard that, after an explosion of a nearby bomb, you could actually feel your eyeballs being almost sucked out. And the suction was so vast, it ripped my shirt away and ripped my trousers. I couldn't get my breath. The smoke was like acid, and everything around me was black and yellow. And the bombers kept on and on. The whole road was moving, rising and falling. As the bombs struck home, buildings which had stood for decades, some for centuries, were maimed or vanished in an instant. And where stone and brick disintegrated, flesh stood no chance of survival. One ambulance man, working inside his depot, dived for cover beneath his vehicle. The next thing I knew, the whole place came down on top of us. We were completely buried. One bomb had penetrated the back of the building. I could just see the daylight through the dust. I realized I couldn't walk properly. Something had happened to my leg. My helmet had been blown off. I seemed to be the only one to get out. Gone was the idyllic Saturday afternoon. Hitler had declared war on the British people, and for those caught up in the indiscriminate brutality, it was an assault on every human sense, as one victim of later bombs would recall. The explosion made an indescribable noise, something like a colossal growl, and was accompanied by a veritable tornado of air blast. I felt an excruciating pain in my ears, and all sounds were replaced by a very loud singing noise. I succeeded in forcing myself down into a crouching position with my knees on the ground, my feet against the curb behind me, and my hands covering my face. Then I received another hit on the forehead and felt weaker. The blast seemed to come in successive waves, accompanied by the vibrations from the ground. I felt as if it were trying to spin me and tear me away from the curb. Just as I felt that I could not hold out much longer, I realized that the blast pressure was decreasing, and a shower of dust, dirt, and rubble swept across me. Pieces penetrated my face, some skin was blown off, and something pierced my left thumbnail and my knuckles were cut, causing me involuntarily to let go my hold on the curb. Twice I tried to rise, but seemed held down. Eventually I staggered to my feet. I wondered where the water was coming from, which I felt dripping down my face, and soon discovered that it was blood from my head wounds. People tried to make their way to places they believed might be safe. Basements, corridors, whatever they could find. One 14-year-old girl remembered her mother sprinting out to grab her off the street before pushing her and her 2 little brothers down into the family shelter. The girl's desperate prayers no doubt echoed those of thousands of others. Please, Jesus, don't let the screaming whistlings come too close. In and around the Docklands, the high-explosive ordnance was an immediate and lethal danger to those caught in the open. Then came the hundreds of magnesium incendiaries. The impact of a conventional bomb, terrible though it was over in an instant. German incendiaries were conceived to ignite the vast amount of timber and other flammables in the area, causing damage and chaos for hours, even days. With fires starting to flare up in dozens of locations, the call went out to London's firefighters. Peter Blackmore, a successful playwright who had joined the Auxiliary Fire Service, AFS, noted how, in the watchroom, the girls were agog with excitement. In fact, everyone seemed pleased that something had happened at last. Many staff and firefighters were amateurs, with only minimal training. Blackmore and his team set off eastwards towards the docks, quickly joining what became an endless queue of appliances, all steadily moving and being detailed to their exact positions. Bombs were falling fast and heavy. Amid the developing chaos, motorcycle dispatch riders from the AFS began racing to and fro, trying to establish and then communicate what was happening. Fire engines clanged through the streets only to find, when they arrived at their destination, that there was no one in charge to tell them what to do. Even where firefighters were given clear directions and plans, the circumstances made their work enormously challenging. Water was available for their pumps from the docks themselves, but the endless blasts made it difficult and dangerous to reach it. Peter Blackmore and hundreds of fellow firefighters now began to face something much worse, and on a far greater scale than they had been prepared for. Above the destruction they had wrought, the German aircrew finally began to feel the sting of fighter command. Luftwaffe bomber pilot Horst Juventus had been surprised by the clear run he had enjoyed at the beginning of the raid. But having dropped his bombs over the docks and turned away, had not gone far when the RAF caught up with us and all hell broke loose again. There were aircraft scooting about in all directions, some falling in flames and parachutes opening. Luftwaffe pilot Peter Winker soon found himself fighting for his life. As he and his comrades banked towards France, someone shouted, "Fighters!" over the radio as a wave of Hurricanes and Spitfires attacked. We had only one thought: to die for the coast and reach home before our tanks ran dry. I saw a number of combats in progress, mostly bombers in trouble, but we could do nothing to help. I also saw 2 RAF machines going down in flames and 1 Messerschmitt. The Me-110s had, of course, long shot their bolt. I recall seeing one formation of these planes over the channel which had been decimated, the survivors trying to escape the hurricanes. With the Luftwaffe gone, the relief was palpable. As British radar stations watched the remaining airborne contacts cross back to France, they were finally able to pass on the signal for which their traumatized targets had been longing. When the all clear sounded at 6:10 p.m., around an hour after the first bombs had landed, those who had been cowering in shelters and basements emerged timidly into the early evening light, many of them plastered in debris or suffering lacerations from blown-in windows. One eyewitness recalled climbing out to find that the daylight had turned strangely yellow, and millions of black bits, like miniature tadpoles, were raining down from the sky, settling on everything. The whole stretch of sky to the south of our garden glowed like a vast sea of fire. Smoke billowed up many hundreds of feet, while sparks flew in every direction. Ivy Alexander, had waited until things seemed to have quietened down before cycling home from Epping Forest. As we approached London, we could see huge black smoke clouds and thought we were in for a storm. We later discovered it was smoke from the many fires started by bombs. We could not get near home at all as we were turned back by policemen. Eventually, we made a detour and went along by a canal at the back of the factories. Most of these were on fire, and we were both drenched from the firemen's hoses. For some families, the horror was becoming clearer. At the start of the raid, 16-year-old Derek Allen had been posing for a family photo at his cousin's wedding in Lewisham. As the sirens had sounded, his father had driven Derek's grandparents back to their nearby home. Reliving the experience many years later, a pained look on his face, Derek described arriving at his grandparents' house to find his father in shock. I said, "What's wrong?" And my father said, "My two best friends have been killed." I immediately thought of two army people because he'd just been discharged from the army with wounds. But it wasn't. It was his parents, my grandmother and grandfather. Their house had taken a direct hit. In those days, it was always said that big boys don't cry. I made an excuse, went into the toilet, locked myself in, and really sobbed. The departure of the Luftwaffe gave the capital only limited respite. The task of defending London against its next adversary was growing every minute. The inferno at Surrey Docks quickly developed into the largest the country had ever seen, with firefighters watching in horror as the huge timber stacks they had doused with water sizzled for a moment and then burst back into flame. Telegraph poles spontaneously ignited. Grain spilling from warehouses began melting into treacle, bogging down the teams as they tried to go about their work. The emergency crews began what would become an appalling hours-long sensory ordeal. Sub-Officer Cyril Deman found himself and his men almost overwhelmed by the choking fumes of burning rubber and tar. The blistering heat and the blinding sparks were merely unpleasant incidentals. Great dense columns of smoke rose hundreds of feet into the air, mushrooming out to obscure the light of the evening sun. Long tongues of brilliant orange and yellow flame erupted from the heavily stocked warehouses and factories, probing into the black cloud as firemen drove powerful jets into the surrounding inferno without effect. Years later, Richard Holsgrove, then an excitable 17-year-old junior fireman, was still haunted by his arrival at Surrey Docks near Rotherhithe to find 200 acres worth of timber burning out of control. Everything was burning, flames going up, he remembered. Inside, I don't think I was frightened, more excited as a young boy. I was hoping the fire would be put out quick so I could get home and tell my mum. He was told to hold tight to a fire hose which, with up to 60 pounds of pressure coursing through it, would become a lethal hazard if released. Suddenly, Holsgrove's senior officer pointed to a third-story window above. He said, "There's someone up there. There's someone up that building." I couldn't see anybody at the time, but the next thing, a chair or something came through the glass, and this chap was shouting out, "Help!" The senior officer asked if Holsgrove, then still a novice, would be willing to climb up and attempt to rescue. With extraordinary bravery, young Richard agreed and began ascending the outside of the building using a specially designed hook ladder. Reaching and then reassuring the terrified man, Holsgrove knew that the most challenging part of his mission was still ahead of him. I got behind him and helped, because he was all shaking, and we climbed down the ladder to the next windowsill. I said, "Now put your legs over the windowsill. I'll hold you. Don't worry." Holsgrove hooked and unhooked the ladder on each sill until the two of them reached the ground. The rescued man collapsed on the ground, trembling and shaking all over, but that was a life saved that I felt incredibly proud of. The conflagration forced the firefighters to adopt new skills. One 11-year-old boy and his siblings tried to steer a path between the blaze at the Surrey docks and the River Thames. As we ran through the square, the church wall, which ran something like 200 yards, seemed to be moving with the heat. Firemen that were trying to help our escape were actually firing their hoses against the wall of the church to create a tunnel of water for us to run through to escape the smoke and the flames. The exhausted German crews began landing back in northern France. They had been into the lion's mouth, battled hurricanes and Spitfires, and lived. As one German navigator recalled, "We reached our base in a state of nerves and sweat, and thankful to get down alive. There was a great deal of crowing on our side over the great fires in London, and the propaganda services were going full blast." That sense of jubilation quickly turned to anxiety when they were told to have an early meal and prepare to fly again to London before dark. Pilot Horst Juventus was not alone in feeling apprehensive at the thought of going back. "We were not really trained in night flying. I was very much a novice." After what must have felt like an alarmingly quick turnaround, 250 bombers gathered in the skies over France once again and set course for London. As the appalled and disbelieving staff at radar stations in southern England picked up signs of the returning formations, the sirens in London sounded once again. The time was 8:10 p.m. 50 minutes later, the Luftwaffe were back. Looking down, Horst Juventus felt a strange sense of awe. We were like moths, drawn to the flames as we crawled up the river, seeing other bombers before and behind us, not in formation but a long train. It was impossible to miss the target because the docks were still blazing. I thought of the brave firemen down below and how frightened they must be, trying to put out those great fires with bombs falling around them. We dropped our bombs and turned away carefully, watching out for other bombers. I felt we were taking part in an historic event. It was impossible not to be impressed by all this, even though we were in danger. Those on the ground, who had assumed the worst had passed, had to rouse themselves and seek safety once more. 12-year-old Tom Betts, living in Bethnal Green in the East End, had been told by his father, away serving with the RAF, to do everything he could as the eldest boy to look after Mum. On the day of the attack, he and his friends had been out taking orders from neighbours for sacks of coking coal. The profit they made, threepence a sack, allowed them to pay for small luxuries like pie and eels, and the occasional Saturday cinema ticket. Mesmerised by the sight of the first attack, they had risked a trip to the roof of their 6-floor block of flats for a glimpse of the planes flying so low that they felt they could almost reach out and touch the black crosses on their wings. In the square below, oblivious to the nearby destruction, children continued to play. Finally comprehending the danger, Tom and his family had hidden in the ground-floor corridor. After that raid, they had quickly embraced normality, even heading out to do the weekend shopping. Returning home after an hour or so, Tom had been able to buy one of his favourite Superman comics. They found the taps in their building were not working because all the water had been used to fight fires. On his way to a nearby standpipe to fill a bucket, Tom met a neighbour who had heard on the radio that another wave of bombers was on its way. He ran home to persuade his mother that this time they should seek safety in the nearby Columbia Road air raid shelter, about the size of 1.5 football pitches, with room for hundreds of people. As it began to fill, Tom noticed the temperature rise steadily. Filtering out the hubbub inside, the guests of a relocated wedding reception were laughing and singing. Tom heard the occasional distant rumble, indicating that bombs were still falling, and in some cases getting closer. Despite lying on a corrugated iron sheet, he fell asleep to the chatter of his mother and aunt. revisiting that night decades later, the pain on his face still clear as day. An adult Tom described how he had felt then about joining others at Columbia Road. "I was pleased about it because I felt this was a safe haven. We wouldn't have any trouble down there." Among those also seeking sanctuary was 17-year-old Ellen Newport, along with her fiancé George Ackred, her father and 4 younger siblings. The entire family had stood for a wedding photograph taken a few weeks earlier. A contented Ellen and her 2 sisters posed as bridesmaids, while her 2 much younger brothers stood at the front of the group, gazing curiously at the camera, with 3-year-old Derek, the younger of the 2, holding the hand of the khaki-uniformed bridegroom. A friend of Ellen's mother found them all a comfortable spot in the shelter near the ventilation shaft, where the air at least would be cleaner and cooler. With hundreds of bombers returning, Londoners once again began to endure the near unendurable. And once again, the poorer residential areas close to the docks took much of the force of the attack. Teenager Len Jones, whose shirt had been ripped off earlier by a blast, had this time found his way to a public street shelter. Despite the solidity of the brick and concrete structure, the explosion seemed to lift everything up like a ship in a rough sea. At the same time, the suction and the blasts coming in and out of the steel door bashed us around against the walls. The worst part was the poor little kids. They were so scared. They were screaming and crying, clutching at their parents. The heat was colossal. The steel door was so hot you couldn't touch it. And everybody was being sick and people were carrying out their normal human needs. The smell was terrible. Blazes ignited by this new attack now merged with those still burning from earlier. At Surrey Docks alone, hundreds of fire pumps were in action. At the nearby East India Docks, an AFS fireman was fixated by the vast sheets of flame and a terrific roar. It was so bright. The fire was so huge that we could do little more than make a feeble attempt to put it out. The whole of one warehouse was a raging inferno, against which were silhouetted groups of pygmy firemen directing their futile jets at the wall of flame. One officer, commanding a flotilla of 6 fireboats, experienced what had become an almost apocalyptic scene. We kept close formation until we reached Woolwich, and then saw an extraordinary spectacle. There was nothing but fire ahead, apparently stretching right across the river and burning on both its banks. We seemed to be entering a tunnel of fire, no break in it anywhere. All the usual landmarks were obliterated by walls of flame. Burning barges drifted past. For Cyril de Man, the crump of explosions became just a background to the general din, but always one was aware of the whine of the fire pumps, the dry mouth and tortured eyes, the scorching heat and the tangle of twisting, snaking hose. Many who felt they were engaged in a hopeless task battled on, encouraged by the example of neighbouring crews slogging away at the wall of flame, crouching head down to protect faces against the heat. The windows of entire warehouses were lit by yellow and orange, as if they were the backdrop for some macabre painting or puppet show. Cranes stood silhouetted against the fire like forlorn sentries. Roofs had collapsed into buildings the length of football fields, vast flames rising up from within, illuminating their skeletons as if ancient Roman monuments. The firefighters' faces were black with soot, their uniforms singed, their lungs raw from the dust. Many were suffering from cuts and burns. Dwarfed by the infernos, but bravely manning their writhing hoses, they sought out flames they might at least have a chance of quenching. As the raiders continued their bombing runs overhead, red-hot shrapnel bounced off buildings and walls and landed at their feet. Occasionally, parachute mines, resembling small boilers, would float down from the darkness and explode in a blinding flash of pink light, which seemed to persist for seconds before, what appeared to be a whole street of houses would go flying in the air in a great gust of smoke and dust, scattering bricks and slates, furniture and bodies. The fires themselves were like many-headed hydras. Huge embers from one blaze, some a foot long, would be lifted by the scorching updraft before settling and igniting elsewhere. Everything burned. Grain, sugar, tea, paint. A stream of rats was seen fleeing the warehouses. Numerous once moored vessels were ablaze and adrift. Dockside cranes sagged and then collapsed in the heat. The inferno began to reach some of the nearby ammunition supplies, triggering secondary explosions. A Royal Navy destroyer berthed nearby was desperately shooting its anti-aircraft guns into the darkness in an effort to exact retribution upon the attackers. Some experiences took on an almost dreamlike quality, as one fireman at the docks remembered. It was so bright, there was no need for headlights. Occasionally we would glance up and then we would see a strange sight. A flock of pigeons kept circling round overhead almost all night. They seemed lost, as if they couldn't understand the unnatural dawn. The pigeons seemed white in the glare. Birds of peace, making a strange contrast with the scene below. Taking refuge in the nearby Columbia Road air raid shelter, young Tom Betts was woken by a shattering explosion. All I can recollect was feeling very giddy and sick. I opened my eyes. It was very dark. I could hear screams and whistles. Startled, I suddenly remembered where I was and began to feel around for my mother and brother, as it was impossible to see. The area was full of dust and pitch black. Still lying on the ground, I focused on the dim glow coming from the bulb in the distance. As my eyes focused, I saw silhouettes of people pouring out of the exit doors. I began to crawl towards the source of the light over a sheet of metal covered by a blanket on which a woman sat. She screamed at me to get off as she did not want her blanket covered in blood. What blood was she talking about? I felt my head. I had assumed that the sticky liquid I could feel was perspiration. It wasn't. I was the source of the blood. Tom staggered from where he had been sleeping to the shelter's first aid room. He forced his way in, joining 20 or so others, including one of his friends. A nurse bandaged his bloodied head as he waited for an ambulance. Ellen Newport and George Ackred had briefly returned home just moments before the bomb hit. Arriving back at Columbia Road, they were confronted by a scene of horrific devastation. George rushed into the shelter in search of Ellen's family, while she waited outside on a bench. She looked on in horror as a lady emerged from the smouldering wreckage carrying her partly decapitated baby. George had to fight his way into the carnage. One of the worst things was digging and digging through all of this debris, thinking we'll ever find them. Me and Ellen's dad, we got the two boys out, and they'd been killed outright. We looked around for Rennie and Joycey, Ellen's teenage sisters. Found Rennie, and we got some people to carry her out. She was in a terrible condition. All her stomach had been blown away. And we were looking for Joycey but couldn't find her. I was crying, her dad was crying. I've never heard a man crying like that. I was trying to comfort him but didn't know what to say. Recalling that night decades later, a dignified but pained Ellen Newport described how, when her father had to tell his wife that 4 of her 5 children had been killed in the blast, she had just screamed and screamed and screamed and screamed. A bandaged Tom Betts, meanwhile, was led outside to a waiting ambulance and given a blanket. The light from nearby fires gave the impression that it was daylight. A first short journey took him to a small hospital a couple of streets away, where he was re-bandaged before being put in another ambulance with 4 stretchers and a woman first aider. A second journey to find a hospital that could accept them was horrendous. The ambulance often found its path blocked by rubble and the remains of shattered houses. The driver tried several alternatives, all of which were overwhelmed. At one point, the first aider had to tell the driver that the man on the stretcher above Tom had died. When she reached out to check on the now terrified Tom, he cried out, "I'm not dead." Tom and the other survivors were eventually accepted by a hospital half a mile to the northwest. With bombs still falling in the vicinity, and particularly concerned to have been separated from his mother and brother about whom he had no news, he was shown somewhere to rest. Later, a nun came into his room with jelly and a cup of tea, followed by a nurse who changed his dressings again. Hours later, his uncle managed to trace him and give him the news that his father would return from his RAF base in the northwest of England as soon as he could. It was 10 days before Tom learned from his father that his brother was safe and unharmed, but that his beloved mother, hit by the blast as they lay together, was dead. Initially unable to talk, she had unwittingly given her maiden name to hospital staff and died of her injuries before Tom's dad had been able to find her. With his head injury refusing to heal properly, Tom would remain in hospital for treatment until the following May. As the one who had insisted they go to the shelter, he would carry his guilt about the death of his mother for years afterwards. It was a real feeling of pain and anguish. It stabbed me. I'd taken Mum down to that wretched shelter and she had been killed. It's awful, but in some ways I feel I killed my own mother. Tom Betts, his mother, and Ellen Newport's 4 brothers and sisters were just 5 of the 45 people killed in the Columbia Road disaster. It was the worst single loss of life of the night. London, summer 2024. Today, there is little evidence of the tragedy. When I visit the area on a bright, late summer morning, I'm first struck by how much it must have changed. An almost exclusively working-class district back then, with many people employed in the docks, there are now distinct signs of gentrification. One boutique on Columbia Road itself seems only to sell wine, vinyl LPs, and hi-fis. I ask a man in his 30s sweeping the steps outside his flat if he knows of a memorial to those killed during any night Blitz bombing in the area, but he confesses that he has no idea. The receptionist in the nearby primary school does not know either, but suggests I head along the road to nearby Ravenscroft Park. It feels strange that such a significant event should have been allowed to slip out of common memory. At the time, it would have been all anyone could have talked about. The original Columbia Road Market, an impressive Gothic-style building, was demolished in the 1960s. Perhaps it is not surprising that out of sight has meant out of mind too. And perhaps it is unfair of me to judge anyone for their ignorance. Why should they know? Why should they care? The bombing happened a lifetime ago, just one of countless tragedies to have hit this city. 100 meters to the east of the site of the old market, in a somewhat neglected rose garden, I finally find what I am looking for. A small, square stone memorial to those killed in the bombing. Among the names listed in black type are Dorothy Betts, age 39, Irene Newport, 15, Joyce Newport, 13, Samuel Newport, 5, and Derek Newport, 3. What is perhaps most shocking is the range of ages. The oldest victim, Elizabeth Harris, was 80. The youngest, Patrick Emerson, was just 2. Was it baby Patrick's decapitated body, I asked myself, that Ellen Newport witnessed being carried out by his mother? A memorial was unveiled on the 75th anniversary of the attack, the 7th of September 2015. Tom Betts, who had found the strength to move on from the tragedy, became a schoolteacher, husband and proud father, and was there to witness the ceremony. A news article marking the day shows him beaming, with his arm around one of his daughters. Some of the dozen or so online comments below the piece are as poignant as they are brief. One recalls how Ellen or Nell, almost certainly Ellen Nepot, used to say that before the attack all was life and laughter, and afterwards just silence. Another describes how one of the victims was his 18-year-old aunt, Marie Harris, and that she died shielding my sister. A comment from 2016 tells us that it was the author's own parents' wedding reception which relocated to the shelter that night, that some of her family were killed, and that, in the years that followed, her parents never ever received an anniversary card. The same author attended the 2015 unveiling of the memorial with her 98-year-old cousin, a survivor, and reports that it was a lovely day, attended by many people. The very final comment from 2021 describes how the author's mother and two sisters survived the attack, despite suffering shrapnel wounds. It ends with the following touching announcement: "Tom Betts, you are my cousin." Trying to digest all this, I find myself wrestling with a host of differing emotions. I rage at the unfairness of it all, the way that these people's lives were extinguished so cruelly. I am saddened and frustrated, too, that they seem to have been forgotten, that the people going about their lives right here on this street, right now, are ignorant of what happened. But there is something in the concise, understated commentary below the news article which is profoundly moving. Those few comments, a couple of hundred words buried on a local news website, are proof that people have not forgotten. They know, and they care. The flame of memory may be dim, but it flickers still. London, 8th of September, 1940. The Luftwaffe formations made their final departure from London's environs at around 4:30 a.m. With the attackers gone, the sound for which the whole city had been so desperately longing was finally heard. A single, continuous note lasting 2 minutes. The skies were once again all clear. Dawn broke at around 6 a.m. The thousands of exhausted firefighters, many of whom had travelled from as far afield as Bristol and Birmingham, stood sodden in their filthy uniforms, ravenously hungry and almost asleep on their feet. Some had walked non-stop all night, risking their lives over and over again. The damage the city had suffered was as bad as anything seen since the Great Fire of 1666, and multiple blazes still burned. There was broken glass, rubble, tiles, the remnants of cars and burned-out buildings everywhere. Evil-smelling smoke lingered over streets and lanes. Roads were cratered and blocked. Countless water and gas mains were damaged. Electricity cables had been torn to shreds. Worn-out fireman Cyril Deman tried his best to make sense of it. The streets presented a frightful spectacle. Great gaps were torn in the houses, and heavy clouds of mortar dust smothered everything in sight. Still, grotesque figures, sprawling in the roadway, splayed against a wall or tossed in a corner like rag dolls, were camouflaged, merging with surrounding rubble. The homeless presented a pitiable and sometimes horrifying sight. All were smothered in dust, some uncannily white with plaster from ceilings. Men and women with dishevelled hair, stiff with dust and standing up like a clown's. Some ranted and raved. Others sat in shocked silence. Those emerging, dazed and shattered, tried to grasp what had happened to them in their city. 2 raids over some 9 hours had delivered hundreds of tons of high explosive and incendiary bombs onto the docks and the East End of London. In all, 436 people, many of them children, had been killed. A further 1,600 were seriously injured, not just by bombs and flame, but crumbling walls, collapsing ceilings, flying bricks, and shattered glass. In a radio broadcast 3 days later, Prime Minister Winston Churchill addressed the nation. These cruel, wanton, indiscriminate bombings of London are, of course, a part of Hitler's invasion plans. He hopes, by killing large numbers of civilians and women and children, that he will terrorize and cow the people of this mighty imperial city. Little does he know the spirit of the British nation, or the tough fibre of the Londoners. Churchill and the millions listening would only discover later that what became known as Black Saturday was just the beginning. The Luftwaffe would keep coming back. The concerted bombing campaign, which began in London on the 7th of September 1940, would continue for 56 of the next 57 nights, eventually taking in all corners of the UK. What Churchill called the nation's spirit, what would later be dubbed a dogged, stoical, and often selfless Blitz spirit, would be tested like never before. But how had it all started? Where had the concept of the aerial bombardment of civilians been conceived? Chapter 2. The Baby Killers. Norfolk, winter 1915. The morning of the 19th of January 1915 was bitingly cold on Germany's North Sea coast, when 3 huge M-class Zeppelin airships slipped their tethers at their bases near Hamburg, fired up their propellers, and rose sluggishly into the sky. The First World War was only 5 months old, but the mud-swamped trenches, where so many young men would die, were already redefining the landscape of Northern Europe. Kaiser Wilhelm's arms manufacturers, like their enemies, were searching for every possible military advantage. These new weapons of war were embarking on a previously unimaginable mission: to cross the sea which divided Britain from mainland Europe and shower the island nation with incendiaries and high explosives. Their route would take them north towards Denmark, then west over the North Sea. Constructed from fabric wrapped around a solid aluminium frame and held aloft by lighter-than-air hydrogen, the 160-metre-long, marrow-shaped Zeppelins could cruise at some 9,000 feet and 50 miles per hour, with a range of around 1,300 miles. One of the trio had instructions to attack the Thames estuary, the others the port of Hull. The first airship was soon forced to turn back with mechanical problems, and the remaining duo took more than 9 hours to reach the English coast. Unbeknown to the 15-man crew, standing somewhat precariously in a small underbelly gondola, a strong headwind had pushed them drastically off course, and rather than approaching the Humber, they were well over 100 miles to its south. They crossed the Norfolk shingle in the darkness sometime around 8 p.m. Those on the first Zeppelin, commanded by the extravagantly named Kapitan Leutnant Count Magnus von Platten-Hallemund, believed they were somewhere close to Scarborough, so turned northwestwards. Captain Lieutenant Johann Fritz, in charge of the second, realized they were now over East Anglia, and straightening his map as effectively as his frozen fingers would allow, he gave orders to head southeast, towards Great Yarmouth. The assault was on. Von Platten-Hallemund's airship whispered its way to the seaside resort of Cromer. It made 2 or 3 circles over the gasworks, a local newspaper later reported, as though undecided what to do, and then continued west over the neighbouring town of Sheringham. Here, at 8:30 p.m., it released its first 50-kilogram bomb upon the picturesque, red-roofed, flintstone-covered streets. The result was underwhelming. Landing in a back alley, it failed to explode and was later discovered by a local resident who popped it into a bucket for safekeeping. Undaunted, the Zeppelin crew tried again shortly afterwards. This time, their 50-kilogram weapon did explode, on open ground, causing no significant damage. The next attempt crashed through the roof of a house on the seafront, tearing a large hole in the bedroom floor and landing harmlessly beside a father and daughter at a table downstairs. Having circled Sheringham with little to show for his efforts, von Platten-Hallemund ordered his crew to take the Zeppelin back out to sea. Johann Fritz's craft continued its ponderous advance towards the port of Great Yarmouth. Approaching from the north, it too began to drop high explosives and incendiaries. Several landed ineffectually on the outskirts, but one hit a small house, exploding and killing 72-year-old Martha Taylor and 53-year-old shoemaker Samuel Smith. The first ever fatalities as a result of air warfare over Britain. Further explosions burst a water main behind the fish wharf and killed a dog on the nearby racecourse. Fritz's manoeuvre, over by 9 p.m., lasted little more than 10 minutes. Their work done, they turned northwards over the chill waters of the North Sea, hugging the coastline for around 30 miles before beginning their lengthy journey home. Von Platten-Hallemund was now zigzagging southwards from Hunstanton towards the glimmering street lamps of King's Lynn. "My daughter was on her way home from the theatre," one woman recalled later. At first, the girl thought she heard a steam-powered tractor somewhere in the distance. Then, all of a sudden, there was a light coming down from the sky. She said the whole of the street was lit up, and a bomb fell. Then another. The shock of the second one threw her to the ground. Some who heard the explosions thought their children had fallen out of bed, or that a horse was coughing. Others, that someone was slamming a door. The first bomb dropped, relatively innocuously, near a railway bridge. The second into a deserted garden. A third fell onto a poorer part of the town. "When I heard the airship, my wife and I thought at first it was a motor," said resident John Goat. "It kept kicking up an awful row. We were all in bed. My wife advised me to get up. We were in the front bedroom, and the children, 14-year-old Percy and 4-year-old Ethel, were in the back room, where there was a light burning. On hearing a bomb explode, I said to her, 'Rush and blow the lamp out.' She went and did so at once, and I was just getting into my trousers when another bomb fell, this time on our house. The roof and walls collapsed, and the entire family was buried alive. I could hear my wife and children screaming for help, but couldn't move. I lay shouting for help for half an hour before anybody came. Then it took 2 hours before we were all got out. I begged them to liberate my wife and children first. There were policemen, soldiers, and other men helping, and I had to get a hacksaw to saw the iron bedstead through. Then they got me on the ambulance. My 2 children, with their bed tilted up, were just about on their heads. Percy's body was found in a bewildering mass of broken brick and timber, as a journalist later put it. Mrs. Goat was nursing a broken leg, and young Ethel was practically unhurt. Just yards away, 26-year-old Alice Gasley had also perished. She'd been visiting friends next door, which was now a splintered wreck. After the explosion, her hostess saw Alice run, but knew nothing more of her. She was later found by a search party, already dead and cold. Her father, also out looking for her, took her in his arms and carried her away. By terrible coincidence, Alice had been widowed less than 3 months earlier, when her husband was killed on the Western Front. Very few actually saw the Zeppelin as it hovered in the inky black over the town, reported the local newspaper, but no one who has not experienced it can picture the sensation felt by the people as they wondered where the next bomb would fall. The aircraft remained about a quarter of an hour, discharged its murderous mission, and then whizzed off again. The raid, which some historians have dubbed the start of the first Blitz, had been unprecedented. An enemy power had sent a military force through the skies against Britain and killed innocents below. A statement by the German government, published later that week in at least one British newspaper, tried to justify the killings. Our airships, in order to attack the fortified place of Great Yarmouth, were obliged to fly over other places, from which it is stated they were fired at. These attacks were answered by throwing bombs. The air war is acknowledged to be a means of modern warfare, as long as it is carried out within the rules of international law. This has been done. The German nation has been forced by England to fight for her existence and cannot be forced to forego legitimate self-defence. The awkwardly phrased and not entirely accurate explanation of the assault offered little succour for the families preparing to bury their dead. The amount of damage was small, no more than has happened often in a gas explosion. The loss of life slight, noted a reporter writing in the next edition of the War Illustrated magazine. But the loathsome, blood-mad fiends who could do this foul work and rejoice stirred every Briton's heart to sterner resolve, to crush that degraded nation whose war methods are more savage than those of the lowest races known to anthropology. The article had run under the headline, "The Coming of the Aerial Baby Killers." The nickname soon stuck. That first lethal aerial attack had been a long time in the making. In November 1783, Frenchman Jean-François de Rosier survived a 5-mile voyage in a hot air balloon designed by the Montgolfier brothers, the pioneers of early manned flight. Their crude design, constructed from taffeta, involved stoking an onboard fire to heat air to achieve takeoff. Just 2 years later, his compatriot Jean-Pierre Blanchard managed to cross the Channel in a hydrogen-filled balloon. Aerial warfare was first attempted in 1849, when the Austrian army found its artillery hampered by the lagoons around Venice and prepared 5 explosive-laden balloons. In a favourable wind, the balloons will be launched and directed as near to Venice as possible, reported the Magnet newspaper. They're being brought in a vertical position over the town. The fire will be given by electromagnetism. It is unclear just how successful the attempt was, and the Venetians themselves were said to have been unperturbed. The next big milestone came in September 1852, when Henri Giffard achieved powered flight for the first time, setting off from the Hippodrome in Paris and travelling 17 miles in a steam engine and propeller-powered airship, said to look like a gigantic fish. It was the internal combustion engine, however, which heralded a new era. Airship designs soon followed as the method of propulsion shifted from steam to gasoline, and by 1900, Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin was able to build his first prototype. Here was a weapon of war which many believed could swing the strategic balance of power. It wasn't the only one. In December 1903, bicycle makers Wilbur and Orville Wright flew 40 yards across the sands at Kill Devil Hills, Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, in their heavier-than-air skeletal flyer, constructed of wood, string, and muslin. Within 6 years, Louis Blériot had crossed the Channel, 24 miles in just over 35 minutes. In the years leading up to the First World War, France, Spain, and the United States had all developed an interest in aerial warfare. Italian Lieutenant Giulio Gavotti became the first to drop a bomb from the sky on forces in Libya loyal to the Ottoman Empire. "Today, I have decided to try to throw bombs from the aeroplane," he wrote to his father before the flight on the 1st of November 1911. It is the first time that we will try this, and if I succeed, I will be really pleased to be the first person to do it." He would later recall, "As soon as the weather is clear, I head to the camp to take my plane out. Near the seat, I have fixed a little leather case with padding inside. I have laid the bombs in it very carefully. These are small, round bombs, weighing about 1.5 kilos each. I put 3 in the case and another one in the front pocket of my jacket. After a while, I notice the dark shape of the oasis below. With one hand, I hold the steering wheel. With the other, I take out one of the bombs and put it on my lap. I am ready. The oasis is about 1 kilometre away. I can see the Arab tents very well. I take the bomb with my right hand, pull off the security tag, and throw the bomb out, avoiding the wing. I can see it falling through the sky for a couple of seconds, and then it disappears. And after a little while, I can see a small, dark cloud in the middle of the encampment. I have hit the target. I then send 2 other bombs with less success. I still have one left, which I decide to launch later on an oasis close to Tripoli. I come back pleased with the result. I go straight to report to General Caneva. Everybody is satisfied." When the First World War broke out in August 1914, the German military was quick to try to establish an advantage in and from the air. On the 25th of August, their Zeppelins attacked Antwerp as part of a military siege on the crucial port. A correspondent from the London Daily Chronicle described living through the most tragic night of the war. For the first time in history, a great civilized community has been bombarded from the sky in the darkness of the night. Count Zeppelin, whom the Kaiser called the greatest genius of the century, has performed the greatest exploit of his life. He may well be proud of his achievement. He has mangled and slaughtered non-belligerents, men, women, and children. He has thrown bombs on hospitals where the Belgians were tending German wounded. He has staggered humanity. In a single house, I found 4 dead. One room was a chamber of horrors, the remains of the mangled bodies being scattered in every direction. In the house opposite, a husband and wife, whose only son had just died in battle, were killed. A whole family wiped out. Just days later, on the 30th of August 1914, a German aircraft dropped several small bombs on Paris, the first on a capital city. Observers watched with interest as a strange aeroplane, shaped like a giant bird, released 4 bombs by hand from a height of around 1,800 meters. There was only minor damage to a railway station and to a street close to the River Seine, but 1 woman was reported killed. The pilot also dropped a pouch containing a bundle of propaganda leaflets. "The German army is at the gates of Paris," they read. "There is nothing for you to do but surrender." Britain wasn't immune. 3 days before Christmas 1914, a German seaplane dropped 2 small bombs in the sea off the coast of Dover. Another came on the morning of Christmas Eve 1914. "The aeroplane was flying very high, coming from the direction of Deal," reported the Evening Mail. "It was almost completely hidden in the white, fleecy clouds, which were travelling along fairly briskly under the influence of a sharp southeasterly wind. The bomb it dropped, probably intended for Dover Castle, fell harmlessly a few hundred yards away in a cabbage patch. The garden in which the bomb fell was that of Mr. T.A. Turson, an auctioneer and valuer. A hole was made about 10 feet wide and 4 feet deep, and small pieces of cabbages were scattered some distance on all sides. The force of the explosion shattered many windows in the neighbourhood. It was the first ever air attack on English soil. In the months that followed, Germany began to develop Der Feuerplan, the Fire Plan, a ruthless initiative to bomb the British government into negotiating an end to the war. On the 31st of May, 1914, some 4 months after that first unconvincing attack on Norfolk, another Zeppelin crossed the coast near Margate and arrived over London at around 11 p.m. For Lady Cynthia Asquith, it provided a moment of wild excitement as she watched people rush into the street to gawp skywards. Some men there said they saw the Zeppelin. Alas, I didn't. But our guns were popping away and shells bursting in the air. I felt pleasurably, but not the faintest tremor, and I longed and longed for more to happen. Circling the east side of London, the enemy airship began to drop dozens of explosives and incendiaries. A pair of firebombs fell on the home of middle-aged couple Henry and Caroline Good. I saw flames coming from the direction of my parents' house, recalled their son later. I found it ablaze, but I was told they were out. I went into the garden of the empty house next door, then to my grandparents' house, taking it for granted that my parents were safe. He was tragically misinformed. A doctor called to the scene when the blaze died down found Henry and Caroline's naked bodies huddled together in their bedroom, Henry with his arm still around his wife's waist. At the inquest into their death 2 days later, the coroner called the attack a terrible new departure in murder, and an entirely new and barbarous practice to use such weapons on defenseless citizens in their bedrooms. Because airships were able to travel at such a great height, it was difficult to see them, and they were thus able to work their wicked will. The more men who could be got to enlist, he concluded, the better it would be for the country. This first air raid on London had claimed the lives of 7 people and wounded another 35. This was the prelude to a new and disturbing era of warfare, and in the following weeks, British pilots would shoot down a number of the baby killers. Some people, like playwright George Bernard Shaw, rejoiced in one of the Zeps falling like a burning newspaper, with its human contents roasting for some minutes. I went to bed and was comfortably asleep in 10 minutes. One is so pleased at having seen the show that the destruction of a dozen people or so in hideous terror and torment does not count. Others were not so sure. It was an awful sight, wrote pacifist Sybil Morrison after seeing one of the enemy airships coming down in flames. We knew that there were about 60 people in it, and that they were being roasted to death. I was appalled to see the kind, good-hearted British people dancing about in the streets at the sight of people being burned alive, clapping and singing and cheering. The air raids that followed never approached the scale seen in the Blitz, yet they were a harbinger of the destruction to come years later. Over a 12-month period, beginning late spring 1917, squadrons of Gotha biplanes and larger Riesenflugzeug, or giant aircraft, attempted to hit Britain on a near fortnightly basis. An attack in June 1917 killed 162 people, making it by far the most lethal raid of the entire war. 14 aircraft got as far as London, dropping more than 70 bombs within a mile of Liverpool Street Station, and leaving a trail of blood and death, which included 18 children when a bomb hit their school in Poplar. North Shields barely noticed this first blitz. More than 1,700 men from Tynemouth Borough died during the First World War, 78 on the first day of the Battle of the Somme. Yet it would remain untouched by the air war. The closest the town would come would be whispered tales from Hartlepool, 30 miles down the coast, where a German naval bombardment claimed the lives of over 100 people in December 1914, and which was visited 3 times by German aircraft. A by then rare Zeppelin attack on the night of the 13th of March 1918, one of the last of the war, reportedly killed 8 people, including 4 children. The bodies of a 64-year-old man and a 13-month-old girl were recovered from the debris of a wrecked house. The child had been thrown from its cot near the window to the far side of the room. An elderly woman was said to have fallen dead in her husband's arms following the explosion of the same bomb. The last air attack of the First World War targeted London on the 19th of May 1918, and the final baby killer Zeppelin raid came on the 5th of August 1918, one of only 4 that year. The long nightmare of the war was over that November. The German air assault on Britain had been the first sustained strategic bombing campaign in history, with almost 5,000 casualties. In the final analysis, however, the fire plan had not succeeded. It had forced the British government to spend money and resources on its defensive effort, and at times disrupted industrial production, but the morale of the populace remained intact. There had been 52 Zeppelin raids in all, killing around 1,700. As many as 1,100 German crew died in the 30 or so airships eventually shot down. The Royal Flying Corps, in defence of their homeland, lost just 6 pilots. In different circumstances, the 1914-18 air war against Britain, particularly its apparent targeting of civilians, might have been a one-off. An historical anomaly, judged and rejected by the world as unacceptable and unrepeatable. Politicians and diplomats were determined it would never happen again. A commission of lawyers developing a set of air warfare rules went so far as to declare that aerial bombardment for the purpose of terrorizing the civilian population or of injuring non-combatants is prohibited. Italian General Giulio Due, author of 1921's Command of the Air, was one of a number who saw things differently. The complete destruction of the objective has moral and material effects. We need only envision what would go on among the civilian population of congested cities once the enemy announced that he would bomb such centres relentlessly, making no distinction between military and non-military objectives. Air raids, in Due's view, had a potentially pivotal role to play in modern warfare. Before the end of the decade, he would write a fictional narrative of a future conflict between France and Germany in which German aircraft would annihilate French cities, forcing the French government to sue for peace. Due was not alone. Writing in 1923, British General J. F. Fuller argued that, in future, nations would go to war not only as soldiers, but as moral and material suppliers of soldiers. To attack an enemy's civilian workers, he claimed, would then be as justifiable as to attack its soldiers. American Brigadier General William Nichol argued that, in order to gain a lasting victory in war, the hostile nation's power to make war must be destroyed. The factories, the means of communication, the food producers, even the farms, the fuel and oil supplies, and the places where people live and carry on their daily lives. Britain, not surprisingly, was keen to learn the lessons of what had happened in its skies between 1914 and 1918. The government established a secret committee to discuss what future air raids might look like and to plan their response. Its minutes and memoranda would eventually fill 32 volumes, covering topics as varied as injuries, bombing tests, evacuation, decontamination, and air raid shelters. British politicians were often pessimistic and occasionally hysterical in their analysis. Lord Thomson, a former Secretary of State for Air, said in 1927 that he expected, in any future conflict, both victors and vanquished would be left with ruined cities, widespread distress among the masses of the people, hospitals filled with the maimed and the mutilated of all ages and both sexes, and asylums crowded with unfortunate human beings whom terror had made insane. In November 1932, Former Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin warned the House of Commons that in the next war you will find that any town which is within reach of an aerodrome can be bombed within the first 5 minutes of war from the air. The question will be, whose morale will be shattered quickest by that preliminary bombing? I think it is well also for the man in the street to realize there is no power on earth that can protect him from bombing, whatever people may tell him. The bomber will always get through. The only defense is in offense, which means you have got to kill more women and children quicker than the enemy if you want to save yourselves. The availability of photographs and newsreel made the grisly threat from aerial warfare seem even more tangible. On the 26th of April 1937, acting at the request of Spanish nationalists, German and Italian air forces attacked an ancient Basque town in northern Spain. Guernica was completely destroyed yesterday afternoon by insurgent air raiders, wrote the Times correspondent. The bombardment of this open town, far behind the lines, occupied precisely 3 hours and a quarter, during which a powerful fleet of aeroplanes, consisting of 3 German types, Junkers and Heinkel bombers and Heinkel fighters, did not cease unloading on the town bombs weighing from 1,000 pounds downwards. The whole of Guernica was soon in flames. In the form of its execution and the scale of the destruction wrought, the raid on Guernica is unparalleled in military history. Guernica was not a military objective. A factory producing war material lay outside the town and was untouched. So were 2 barracks some distance from the town. The object of the bombardment was seemingly the demoralization of the civil population and the destruction of the cradle of the Basque race. The whole town of 7,000 inhabitants, plus 3,000 refugees, was slowly and systematically pounded to pieces. First pictures from the Basque Republic of the holy city of Guernica, scene of the most terrible air raid our history yet can boast, announced a Pathé news film. Hundreds were killed here, men, women and children. 4,000 bombs were dropped out of a blue sky into a hell that raged unchecked for 5 murderous hours. Seeing unwittingly just a few years into the future, the narrator continued, "This was a city, and these were homes like yours." Guernica felt like a prophecy fulfilled. The dread experienced by so many about aerial warfare was no longer fantasy. This is not one of those atrocities which it is possible to shrug off with some smooth phrase about the fortunes of war, argued an editorial in the London Daily News. There was no strategic necessity to chase the defenceless civil population out into the fields and mow them down with machine guns, or to roast alive the wounded in hospitals. Guernica is merely a foretaste of what will happen to other cities, larger and nearer home, unless the rule of law and decency can be exerted over the brutalities of militarism. Winston Churchill himself had warned the House of Commons of the looming threat as early as 1934. Germany is rearming on land. She is rearming also to some extent at sea, but what concerns us most of all is the rearmament of Germany in the air. However calmly surveyed, the danger of an attack from the air must appear most formidable. No one can doubt that a week or 10 days intensive bombing attack upon London would be a very serious matter indeed. One could hardly expect that less than 30,000 or 40,000 people would be killed or maimed. We must expect that, under the pressure of continuous air attack upon London, at least 3 million or 4 million people would be driven out into the open country around the metropolis. The danger which might confront us, however moderately put, would expose us not only to hideous suffering, but even to mortal peril, by which I mean peril of actual conquest and subjugation. With European powers now inching towards another world war, that threat was becoming shockingly real. In September 1938, it fell to Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain to attempt to negotiate a long-term settlement with Adolf Hitler. A resurgent Germany was determined to annex the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia, a German-speaking region which the Chancellor demanded be absorbed into the fatherland. Returning by aeroplane from Munich after a high-level meeting with Hitler, Neville Chamberlain had reportedly found himself imagining a German bomber following a similar path to his own over London. How on earth, he wondered, could he, as Prime Minister, guarantee the safety of the thousands living hopelessly exposed in the streets below? When Chamberlain signed the now notorious Peace for Our Time Munich Agreement, a huge sense of relief had washed over the country. A British Paramount news film titled What We Escaped took great pleasure in showing cinema audiences what might have happened if Britain had gone to war. A somber voiceover accompanied footage of bombs falling in Spain, of parents dashing through the streets carrying swaddled infants, of crowds rushing into underground shelters. "I know what modern air bombardment means," it warned. "I have seen whole streets stretched out by one high-explosive bomb. I have seen civilian victims stretched in 50s after an air raid. We must have protection against horrors like that. We need, above everything else, mental preparation." Within a year, the whole country would begin to understand precisely what he meant. Chapter 3. The Boer War. North Shields, September 2024. As my late mother never really talked about her war, my search for a picture of life in the Northeast leads me, via some local historians, to Millie Matthews, now only a few months short of her 100th birthday. A sprightly great-grandmother, Millie lived close to my mother during the war, although they did not know each other. Bright, breezy, with a crystal-clear memory and eager to talk about her wartime experiences, she quickly becomes my guide to those years. Over a cup of tea, we chat as she sits in a white armchair in her neat flat in North Shields, her silver hair smartly coiffured, her manicured fingernails a daring shade of scarlet, and tells me she's enjoying her life and looks forward to every new day. It's early evening, and she'd usually be relishing the trials and tribulations of one of her favourite TV soaps. Instead, we sift through a pile of newspaper articles recounting local experiences of the Blitz, which she's dug out to help me understand what went on. She starts by saying that although some people claim to have enjoyed the war, the excitement and the freedom, what she remembers most is the fear and hardship and forever wondering if you're going to be alive to see the sun come up. Millie was 12 in 1939, the same age as my mother, and her merchant seaman father had been away at sea for 18 months. Not unusual at that time. My own maternal grandfather had worked on the fishing trawlers. Although I was young, my mother had to work because, with Dad away, money didn't come in that often. Her Geordie accent softens further. As the eldest, I was partly responsible for bringing up and looking after my two younger siblings, Stanley and Mona. Lots of us teenagers were doing the same thing. It was just a way of life. You'd get them up, get them breakfast, get them dressed, and get them off to school. Then I'd head to school myself. If Mum wasn't there when I got home in the afternoon, I made them tea. That was just my normal day. North Shields, September 1939. Sunday, the 3rd of September 1939, was not a normal day in North Shields. Earlier in the year, following Hitler's defiance of the Munich Agreement, Britain and France had made a commitment to defend Poland, come what may. On the 1st of September, German troops had invaded, and the world waited to see what would happen next. It was 11 a.m., and Millie had been sent to the greengrocer to collect potatoes for Sunday lunch. Across North Shields, families gathered around the wireless. "This is London. You will now hear a statement by the Prime Minister." A slight hiss of static, a short pause, and then the voice of Neville Chamberlain. "I am speaking to you from the Cabinet Room in 10 Downing Street. This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note stating that, unless we heard from them by 11 o'clock, that they were prepared at once to withdraw their troops from Poland, a state of war would exist between us. I have to tell you now that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany. Now that we have resolved to finish it, I know that you will all play your part with calmness and courage. You may be taking your part in the fighting services or as a volunteer in one of the branches of civil defence. If so, you will report for duty in accordance with the instructions you receive. It is of vital importance that you should carry on with your jobs. Now, may God bless you all, and may He defend the right, for it is evil things that we shall be fighting against. Brute force, bad faith, injustice, oppression and persecution. And against them I am certain that the right will prevail." The life-changing broadcast lasted less than 5 minutes, and the reaction across North Shields was instantaneous. Ron Curran, aged 12 like Millie and my mum, and later a chronicler of life in the town, was playing outside when a window opened above and someone shouted, "We're at war! We're at war!" The neighbours turned up their radio and the whole street fell silent. One clearly well-informed 9-year-old Tyneside who did catch the broadcast was not impressed. "I remembered him," Chamberlain, from the newsreels, coming out of his aeroplane after Munich, waving his little bit of paper and promising peace for our time. I thought he looked like a sheep, and now he bleated like a sheep. He sounded really hurt, like Hitler was some shiftless council tenant who had failed to pay his rent. That wasn't the way to talk to Hitler. He should be threatening to kick his teeth in. One of Ron's young friends was in his backyard, a short walk from the lifeboat station at the east end of town, when I heard the radio playing in the house. His mother came running outside into the yard and picked up me and my brother and rushed us into the house for safety, as if the bombs were just about to start dropping there and then. The sudden wail of sirens seemed to echo her fears. "I didn't know what was happening," recalls Millie, when she heard the screeching for the first time. "It was all very scary. I ran straight home. My mum was standing on the front doorstep crying her eyes out. I couldn't understand it all. Stanley and I were really concerned. We asked her, 'What's wrong, Mum?' And she just said, 'The war has started.' She was worrying when we would see Dad again, worrying if we would ever see him again." The young lad who'd been so critical of Chamberlain's broadcast didn't know what to do. We went to the front windows and stared out. Everything was peaceful and sunny. Old Charlie Brown, who hadn't worked for years with his bad chest after being gassed on the Somme, was marching round the square, sticking his chest out. He looked determined, but ridiculous. Mum said he had volunteered to be a warden, and obviously felt he should do something. The world seemed broken in half. The earth, the houses, roses, sunlit trees were still England, but the air was suddenly German. Soon, like on the newsreels from Spain, the air would fill with orderly black crosses of German bombers, with endless strings of tiny bombs falling from their bellies. I couldn't stand still. I went into my bedroom and considered trying to pray, a thing I hadn't done for years. My old teddy bear was sitting in the corner. I hadn't spared him a glance for years, but now he looked at me appealingly. I put him under my bed for safety. 20 minutes later, the all clear sounded, It hadn't been an incoming Nazi air armada, just a nationwide false alarm after a French aircraft had stumbled into British airspace. But the message was unmistakable. War was coming, and coming to everyone, everywhere. The North Shields of those early war years was a place of contradictions. Large pockets of deprivation intermingled with the more comfortable landscape of managers, school teachers, doctors, and professionals. To the casual visitor, somewhere to pass through rather than linger. Lashed by North Sea winds, poverty and unemployment too, it was not a place obviously on the up. There was the story of an Australian tourist stopping in a local shop to ask for a picture postcard of the town on which to write home. The shopkeeper had none to offer. "Why, man," he said, "I can't think of anybody who'd want a postcard of this place." Modernity was still on its way. Many of the town's 50,000 inhabitants had never ridden in a car or used a telephone. Travelling further than a few miles from Shields during day-to-day life was the exception rather than the norm. In the words of local boy Norman Christensen, like Ron Curran, a colourful raconteur of those chaotic days, it was a grimy, noisy, smelly, lively, friendly, industrious town. Its largely working-class inhabitants manned nearby collieries, sailed the merchantmen or fishing fleet that plied in and out of harbour, and toiled in the shipbuilding and repair yards that stretched the length of the river. Life, be it in tiny cottages of the surrounding mining communities or the exposed fields below, could be tough. A few years before the war, 200 proud workers had embarked on the 270-mile Jarrow March to London, carrying a petition asking the government to do what they could to restore industry to the local community. In 1939, it was home to people who'd survived incredible hardships, but were almost universally considerate, generous, and scrupulously honest in their dealings with one another. Christensen's grandfather and uncles would tell him stories of walking to the colliery in groups so as not to be mugged for their packed lunches, their pieces, by hungry ne'er-do-wells, and of working waist-deep in freezing water in mining shafts miles out under the sea. Ron Curran recalled watching men trudge down the street, looking in the gutters for cigarette ends, and when finding them, stuff the remnants of the tobacco into a tin box. You would see them rolling cigarettes with this filth. On Monday, the 4th of September, the entire town continued to digest news of war. The Newcastle Evening Chronicle, a newspaper delivered through my parents' letterbox their entire working lives, carried the headlines, "U-boat torpedoes British liner with 1,400 persons aboard," and on an inside page, "Northeast is calm as war is declared." Another article began, "These are your air raid instructions," before explaining how to tell the difference between the start of an air raid, short intermittent blasts, or a wobbling note changing every few seconds, and the Raiders Passed signal, a period of 2 minutes on the same note. In case of poison gas, readers were told, wardens would use hand rattles. The final directives were to keep off the streets as much as possible, carry your gas mask with you always, and to ensure that you and every member of your household, especially children able to run about, have on them their names and address. There was a cheery interview with a man who claimed to have survived more than 200 raids during the Spanish Civil War. Based on his experience, readers were advised to keep away from windows and doors, and that they were safer below ground than anywhere else. He warned that the sound of anti-aircraft fire will give you the fright of your lives, and that even those in more remote areas could be targeted by raiders if they left their lights on. Those caught out in the street during a raid would be able to recognize a falling bomb by its rushing, screaming sound. The Shield's Daily News, another local staple, noted that the people of North Shields and Tynemouth showed great calm when the first air raid warning sirens were sounded yesterday, only a few minutes after war had been declared. Obeying the instructions of wardens to take cover, many, without panic, concealed themselves in the air raid shelters in various parts of the borough, while others showed proof of their calmness by remaining standing talking outside of their houses until the all-clear was sounded. The northeast was, in fact, already remarkably well prepared. Newcastle had already boosted the number of hospital beds, established a network of first aid posts and parties, and hurried almost 150 more ambulances into service, some converted from small vans. There were 600 warden posts up and running, from where neighbourhood support could be coordinated. The city could also boast more than 40 public air raid shelters, including various trenches, basements, surface shelters, railway arches and tunnels. And the authorities had already distributed 120,000 gas masks. Millie and her family had largely managed to carry on with life as normal. The weather through the summer had been good. The day before the declaration of war, much to the delight of the football-loving Geordies, Newcastle United had thrashed Swansea Town 8-1. And yet, as the war grew closer, even children could feel the tension in the air, remembered Ron Curran. From the conversations in the home, talk overheard from neighbours, and even references by teachers, some of whom were being called up. Hitler's name became predominant until, with us kids, he became the proverbial bogeyman. Now that war had finally been declared, change came incrementally but strangely. One 7-year-old boy set out for his regular walk near the golf course in Whitley Bay, just up the coast from North Shields. He discovered the place in uproar. A deep trench had been dug, and soldiers were taking turns to swing over the void on the ropes while their officers threw lighted firecrackers at their feet to encourage them. There were lots of shouts and bangs and smoke everywhere. Within days, the whole area began to feel militarized, and with parts of the coastline declared out of bounds, he could no longer meet his mum for a bite to eat on the beach during school lunch break. In his wonderful, often hilarious writings, Norman Christensen conjured images of our beloved beaches locked away behind miles of tangled and rapidly rusting barbed wire, while hastily erected pillboxes and gun emplacements sprouted like concrete mushrooms on hillocks and cliff tops. Preparations often tipped into the ridiculous. Signposts were uprooted and removed so that spies wouldn't know where they were going, while a band of white-overalled workmen went round the town, obliterating other signs that might give them a clue where they were. Housewives sat at home and filled little packets of pepper to throw in the eyes of German paratroopers. Home guards jumped all over our back field, wielding broom handles as make-believe rifles. Norman and his friends took to marching through the streets, singing a song that went something like, "Vote, vote, vote for Winston Churchill. Churchill's sure to win the war because he'll make the Germans run, and he'll kick them up the bum, and we'll never see the Germans any more." This show of strength must have filled the enemy with considerable fear and trepidation, because nothing even remotely warlike happened for a considerable time afterwards. Huge silver barrage balloons began to appear along the banks of the Tyne, hydrogen-filled and around 60 feet in length, ungainly fat spaceships, Christensen called them. They were designed to deter enemy pilots from lower-level attacks. Any aircraft bold enough to venture below the balloons, flying at around 5,000 feet, risked colliding with the long steel cables attaching them to the ground. Norman and his mates would stand for ages watching the mixed crew of soldiers and soldierettes get their charge airborne. The partially filled balloon flopped and rolled around like a recently landed whale, all lumps and wrinkles as the generator roared and puffed blue smoke into the crowd and the required mixture of gas and air into the tethered monster. As its interior filled and swelled, it started to take on a life of its own, bobbing and rolling and tugging at the sandbag-weighted lines that fought to keep it grounded until it was fully inflated. This was the bit we liked best. Racks, Women's Royal Army Corps, and soldiers screamed orders at each other, grabbed lines, loosened sandbags, and in the process got dragged all around the spare lot. Through puddles and patches of nettles, into adjoining walls, digging in heels, scrambling to get off the seat of their pants, loosening some ropes and hanging on to others for dear life as the great grey monster seemed to take on a mind of its own. At the height of the night blitz, there would be around 1,400 barrage balloons tethered around strategic sites across the country. Although they caught and dragged down fewer than 30 German aircraft during the war years, no dive bomber or low-flying aircraft was ever recorded attacking a target they protected. According to Norman, they served other purposes too. The silvery grey plastic material was much sought after to make tablecloths, weatherproof pram covers, and even once, it was rumoured, a wedding dress. Gas masks, he recalled, became a particular source of inconvenience and amusement. Soldiers had the proper ones with the goggly eyes and the breathing tube. The masks that we bigger kids had straps that your parents adjusted so tight that you'd have died trying to get it on if there'd ever been a real gas attack. They stank of rubber and stuck to your face like glue, but made terrific farting noises if you lifted one side off your cheek and blew hard. Millions of masks had been issued a year earlier because of the fear of the poisonous gas deployed over the First World War trenches. It seemed inconceivable that it wouldn't be used again. A bloke arrived one day with a big cardboard box containing the special one that we needed for my baby sister Doreen, Christensen recalled. She was supposed to fit inside this black rubber pod that had a perspex window like a small TV screen. She howled as War Ma, our mother, sweated and swore and wrestled to get her in. It finally dawned that there was no way we were ever going to get her into that mask, so the red-faced Doreen was reprieved, and the mask disappeared into the darkest recesses of the cupboard under the stairs where it collected dust. The rest of us were condemned to carry ours like an albatross around our necks, the cardboard-carrying cases becoming increasingly battered and bent as they banged against hip and thigh, and on every wall or railing that we passed. The blackout, too, presented its own challenges. As the days shortened, Christensen and his family found themselves having to develop the navigational skills that would get us around on pitch-black nights when you literally couldn't see your hand in front of your face. By now, every window had been painted black, always draped in the blackout curtains that hung inside your normal decorative ones. Older folk like Grandma had little torches to guide them over curbs and up and down stairs and to help them avoid lampposts that caught many an unwary pedestrian. Across the country, it was hoped the blackout would make it as difficult as possible for enemy pilots to identify their targets. In an effort to mitigate the resultant danger on the ground as the number of people killed on the roads shot up, buildings, cars, trees and lampposts were daubed with white paint, and some people began to wear white coats, scarves and armbands, or carry white umbrellas. Enforcement of the restrictions required men and women willing to wander the streets, instructing their neighbours on best practice, a task which fell to the tens of thousands of volunteers in Air Raid Precautions, ARP. Norman Christensen was not a fan. The dark and the blackout created our very own breed of mini-Hitlers in the form of the local air raid wardens, he wrote later. A bunch of wizened old granddads and retired park keepers who leapt at the chance to escape their wives for a few hours and boss everybody else around. Eagle-eyed and absolutely single-minded, their vocabulary consisted of 4 words: "Put that light out," which they'd scream at any poor soul who inadvertently let even the faintest gleam escape. We used to love to wander the darkened streets, put on our deepest voices, and yell those dreaded words through the letterbox of any poor soul who was too daft or too deaf to pick out our high-pitched voices. The people of North Shields also had to acclimatise to the dubious pleasures of air-raid shelters. The outdoor Anderson shelter, named after Government Minister Sir John Anderson, being the most common. In February 1939, 130,000 had been delivered to Newcastle and the surrounding area. Those earning less than £5 per week received one for free. Others could buy them. By the outbreak of the war, they had been constructed in the gardens of around 1.5 million houses. A further 2.1 million would be installed in the coming years. Although the 14-gauge, 2mm steel was relatively strong, a major weakness was the door, or lack of one, as householders were expected to provide one from their own homes. Family preparations climaxed the day the council truck came and dumped the components for our very own Anderson shelter in our front garden, recalled Norman Christensen. After much measuring with string lines and stakes, Dad set about the task of digging the 4-feet-deep hole in which the shelter would be assembled. He picked and shovelled his way through a long summer afternoon and evening as we helped and encouraged, and the hole grew steadily deeper and deeper. Rushing out the next morning, anxious to get on with the project, we found it to be 3 parts filled with water that must have seeped in from some subterranean stream. He had more luck in the front garden, where we soon had a beautifully dry square hole smack in the centre of what we euphemistically called the front lawn. The 6 corrugated steel curved sections were jockeyed into position and bolted together, the bits for either end set in place, and in what seemed like no time at all, our shelter stood all grey and galvanised in its tailor-made excavation. Depending upon the man of the house and his do-it-yourself ability, these air-raid shelters could be made relatively comfortable and warm, Ron Curran said. Bunks were provided, and the woman of the house made sure that the bedding was always kept dry. Some of the better gardeners had flowers growing all over the shelter, while others made a rock garden of it, until someone told them of the danger of flying objects. They were never particularly enjoyable places to spend the night, and certainly couldn't protect against a direct hit, but they would end up saving thousands of lives. They also provided a not-so-cosy nook for courting couples who didn't have anywhere better to go, noted Christensen, and some of our first wartime casualties were the young lasses who popped in there for a bit of a cuddle and came out with a bit of a problem. For those who didn't have a garden, or preferred to stay indoors, there would later be the Morrison shelter, a solid 1/8-inch thick steel table with wire mesh sides to protect the users from flying debris and a metal floor. Approximately 6 feet 6 inches long, 4 feet wide, the size of a small double bed, and just 2 feet 6 inches high. Like the Anderson shelter, the Morrison was available for free to lower-earning households. In theory, it could accommodate 3 adults, 3 children, and a dog. The idea of having an Anderson shelter was not practical, as we did not fancy spending all night in a cold, damp hole dug in the garden, so it had to be a Morrison table shelter, one young girl said. One was ordered from the local council. Dad took one look at it and decided to erect it then and there. We moved our kitchen table to another room and set about erecting this monster of a table. After a titanic struggle, we managed to get it in place, only to find Dad had fixed the legs upside down. Mum came home later that evening and wasn't very pleased, because it had taken up most of the room. That night it was decided that we should all sleep in it, and Mum fitted it up with a mattress and pillows. But then the trouble started. There were 7 of us, adults and children, and when we crawled inside, we realised how sardines felt, packed tight and unable to turn over. To cap it all, Dad lit a cigarette and nearly choked us all. We coughed and coughed until he got fed up and ordered us all out. We could sit on it, do jigsaws on it, do ironing, but sleep in it? Never. A series of often cold and gloomy new public shelters were constructed, typically from brick and concrete. Existing cellars and basements were sometimes reinforced and opened up during raids. The London Underground, an obvious refuge in a city that would eventually take a severe pounding, was surprisingly not sanctioned for use until later in 1940. The government, fearful that people would develop a deep shelter mentality and refuse to re-emerge, with damaging implications for the wartime economy. One of the more depressing aspects of these early days was the treatment of family pets. After the publicity about the 1937 air raid on Guernica and gloomy speeches about the coming apocalypse, many expected the worst. Following the Munich crisis in 1938, some had even contemplated killing their families if war broke out. "I'd sooner see kids dead than see them bombed like they are in some places," one woman reportedly said. Happily, it didn't come to that, but the country's cats and dogs were not so lucky. Just prior to the outbreak of war, the National Air Raid Precautions Animal Committee published a pamphlet advising pet owners that if alternative homes away from the cities could not be found for their animals, it really is kindest to have them destroyed. "I strongly advise pet owners to have their animals painlessly put to sleep," wrote an anonymous lover of animals in a letter to their local newspaper on the 2nd of September 1939. "To leave them to the fate of homelessness and starvation seems to me too much to contemplate. We should at least know that they were safe when we had them destroyed. If we just leave them to chance, we would never know with what fate they would meet in an emergency, when of course they would not be tended and perhaps be overlooked altogether. That state of things would be the cruelest fate for our beloved pets. Of course, I am only thinking of their true good." Long, quiet queues soon formed outside veterinary practices. Cats in cages, dogs on leashes. Once the potential scale of the killing became clear, some tried to prevent the slaughter. The Honourable Secretary of one branch of the RSPCA told their local newspaper, "These are early days to take such stringent measures, and I cannot but think them unnecessary. Indeed, they savour strongly of panic, and as such are to be discouraged. It is at times such as these that our animals mean the most to us, and our reward for the solace of their companionship should be in the keeping of them in the best of health." But it was too late. In London alone, between 400,000 and 750,000 animals were euthanized within a week of the declaration of war. Heaps of their corpses were soon seen outside vet surgeries, as the incinerators couldn't keep up with the demand. Some owners reportedly chose to do the deed themselves, though it is unclear how. As I immerse myself in these horrific stories, my 3-year-old golden retriever, Ralph, wanders into my office, looking for his afternoon walk. He plonks his hefty paw in my hand to gain my attention and stares mournfully into my eyes. I find myself wondering if I could have disposed of my much-loved pal in such circumstances. Within a fortnight, a South London branch of the RSPCA reported that many people were beginning to regret their hasty action. A good deal of it was unnecessary. People got very panicky and distressed, and I believe a rumour got about that it was compulsory. Amid the sometimes orderly, sometimes chaotic preparations, not much seemed to be happening in the war itself. Millie Matthews' 7-year-old brother Stanley remembered a wider feeling of seriousness and unease, but no real sense of fear of what might come. There were some noticeable changes. His teachers would suddenly disappear from the classroom as they headed off for military training, but on the whole, life ticked along. I was in the Boy Scouts, and those meetings and gatherings continued more or less as normal. The powers that be continued to take precautionary steps. Military personnel were dispatched to France. The autumn budget raised taxes. The rationing of petrol began to thin out traffic on city streets. Households answered the call to dig for victory and began planting vegetables wherever they could. Even the moat around the Tower of London was commandeered. One young girl remembered that her friend's parents also kept hens for victory. We lived near the sea, and to add a bit of interest and variety to the hens' boring diet, we collected shrimps from the rock pools. After a while, my friend's mother persuaded us not to try and improve the hens' diet anymore, as it made the eggs taste strangely of shrimp. The hiatus through which people were living soon became known as the Boer War, or Funny War, and only much later as the Phony War. Despite the sandbags piled up around important buildings and the gloom of the blackout, there was a sense of anticlimax. People became slack about carrying gas masks, daring to assume that all the awful things they had been warned of might never come to pass. In reality, the war was quietly underway. Hours after it had begun, as reported on the front page of the Newcastle Evening Chronicle the following day, a German U-boat had accidentally sunk the passenger liner Athenia, believing it to be an armed British merchant ship, 200 miles off the Irish coast, with a loss of 112 lives. On the 14th of October, another U-boat managed to slip into a Royal Navy anchorage in the Orkney Islands and torpedo the First World War-era battleship HMS Royal Oak, killing 833 on board. Geography would always make England, especially the southeast, an easier and more tempting target for Luftwaffe strategists. But even the far reaches of Scotland would at times feel the pain of attack. On the 16th of October 1939, targets along the Firth of Forth in eastern Scotland were the first to suffer the Luftwaffe's sting, when 9 German raiders attacked shipping in the early afternoon. So novel was the experience that a small crowd gathered to watch what was assumed to be some sort of aerobatic display or military exercise. 2 of the attackers were eventually dispatched into the cold waters by Spitfires. A day later, a squadron of Spitfires based at RAF Catterick in North Yorkshire was scrambled for action in one of the earliest aerial engagements of the war. Until that moment, the British pilots had often been rather bored with our lot of waiting, Sergeant Edward Shipman wrote later. We were relaxing in our tent shortly before 4 o'clock in the afternoon when we were jerked to our feet by the ringing of the field telephone. Perhaps it was another false alarm, or just another administrative message? It wasn't. They were to intercept an unidentified aircraft off the Whitby coast, around 50 miles south of North Shields. Minutes later, Shipman and 2 RAF colleagues were in hot pursuit. Opening up my Merlin engine, the Spitfire surged forward. We had been severely warned about making sure of the identity of all target aircraft before we attacked, so I was determined to see the black crosses of the Luftwaffe before shooting. I dived below the aircraft and very clearly saw its black crosses against the pale blue of the undersides of the wings. Closing in to about 450 yards with my gun sight switches on and set, I turned the safety catch off and opened fire. The Spitfire's 8 .303 Browning submachine guns unleashed a stream of hot metal, using up all my ammunition in 15 seconds. 2 of the 4 crew were killed instantly, and the Heinkel was forced to ditch in the sea about 40 miles east of Tynemouth. The survivors were among the first Luftwaffe prisoners of war in Britain. Back at base, Shipman's RAF comrades were cock-a-hoop. Almost before I had switched off my engine, the CO was leaning over the cockpit wanting to know all about this first combat and success. After tea, a congratulatory signal came from the air officer commanding near Newcastle. Then from the officers' mess came a bottle of champagne, which we emptied without much trouble. Small-scale encounters, such as Sergeant Shipman's interception of an enemy bomber, seemed only to highlight the wider absence of conflict. There were regular sightings of German aircraft along the north-east coast of Scotland from Arbroath to Wick, and further north towards the Shetland Islands. Indeed, the first bomb did fall on British soil, a remote part of the Shetland Islands, on the 13th of November. Early reports suggested it had killed a single rabbit, although this was probably an exaggeration. local folk were rumoured to have placed the carcass, helpfully provided by a butcher, near the bomb crater for visual effect. "There have been numerous articles and comments in the press recently on how our lives have changed," wrote a 30-year-old woman living near London. "But I protest that, for the majority, it is just what they haven't done yet. We have had to suffer terrible uncertainty that they might. We have had to suffer certain inconveniences, the blackouts, petrol rations, altered bus and train services, a lack of theatrical entertainment, rising cost of food, scarcity of certain commodities such as electric light batteries, sugar, butter. Large numbers of children are experiencing country life for the first time in their lives. A number of adults are doing jobs that they have never done before and never expected to do. But there has been no essential change in our way of living, in our systems of employment or education, in our ideas or ambitions. We are adapting ourselves to the inconveniences, but our lives have not changed. It is as though we are trying to play one more set of tennis before an approaching storm descends. The storm does not descend, and we go on playing tennis. Nothing happens." As the storm clouds brewed, the irony was particularly bitter for those who had sought to protect their children by evacuating them to the supposed safety of the countryside. As Christmas approached, countless thousands would be hanging their stockings, not beside the hearths in their parents' homes, but in the homes of total strangers. Chapter 4. The Pied Piper. The Northeast, September 1939. A few days before war was declared, 14-year-old Newcastle schoolgirl Doreen Henderson had found herself at the heart of the largest rapid transportation of people in the country's history. We assembled with our mothers to see us off at 8 a.m. at Newcastle Central Station. Each pupil had a paper luggage label affixed, giving name, school, form number and home address. I'm not even sure we were told our destination, other than it would be in the country. The government's Operation Pied Piper had been years in the planning, and with conflict now on the horizon, several million Britons, school-aged children and their teachers, infants with their mothers, pregnant women and the blind, were being relocated from designated evacuation areas to safer reception areas. If we were involved in war, our big cities might be subjected to determined attacks from the air, explained Evacuation, Why and How, a 4-page official leaflet published in July 1939. Although our defences are strong and rapidly growing stronger, some bombers would undoubtedly get through. We must see to it, then, that the enemy does not secure his chief objects, the creation of anything like panic or the crippling dislocation of our civil life. One of the first measures we can take to prevent this is the removal of the children from the more dangerous areas. A large proportion of the evacuees were expected to be from London and surrounding boroughs, but also from other likely targets such as Birmingham, Manchester, Portsmouth and Glasgow. With its docks and engineering works, Newcastle, and therefore North Shields, were on the list too. The scheme is an entirely voluntary one, the leaflet continued, but clearly the children will be much safer and happier away from the big cities where the dangers will be greatest. Of course, it means heartache to be separated from your children, but you can be quite sure that they will be well looked after. The government document did not explain how the evacuees' well-being would be arranged or monitored. In the northeast, tens of thousands of children were on the move. The process was loud, chaotic, and for some extremely upsetting. Many were making a train journey for the very first time. One teacher told the children that there were to be no tears or fuss, and that they were to be British to the backbone. A slight drizzle of rain was falling as I stood watching the most remarkable scene in our Long Island history, wrote a reporter for Newcastle's Sunday Sun newspaper. The great evacuation of the children from the crowded towns of the Tyne, to the safe countryside. All over the country the same scenes were being methodically enacted. It was a modern version of the Pied Piper tale, only this piper wore a terrifying guise. The voices of newspaper boys filled the air, telling of tragedy stalking inexorably across the fields of Europe and casting its dark shadow over this land of ours. The behaviour of the children reminded me of soldiers on parade. They gave me the impression that it was all a surprise adventure and an unexpected holiday. Doreen Henderson remembered it being a challenge even to find the right platform, because of the hazy light and the choking fumes from all the steam trains lined up in that confined space. Hundreds of children and weeping mothers were milling about. Most of us had never been separated from our families before. None of us knew what war really entailed, or if we would ever see home again. In truth, it was borderline chaos in places. When children flooded onto railway platforms across the country, there was often limited coordination of which train they boarded, and therefore where or to whom they went. The journey in a dusty old carriage, in a corridorless train that crawled along and kept being held up, seemed interminable, Doreen remembered. Carlisle Station, when we arrived, smelt of slightly decayed fish. We were taken to a council schoolyard, where matronly ladies ladled hot soup into our enamel mugs. Doubtless it was sustaining, but it was years before I ever faced the smell and taste of oxtail soup again. Being a Friday, men who had finished work began arriving with their wives to claim their directed quota of evacuees. Farmers chose tall, sturdy girls, so the older girls went first. Plain, competent, potential domestic workers were soon accommodated, but tall, pretty girls were just as desirable too. Some exhausted, homesick children described feeling like livestock in a cattle market, alone, confused, scared. One host family's daughter went to the village hall with my mother to choose a child. It was dreadful, humiliating for everyone, just like a market. The little girls seemed to go first, and the ones from the poor homes, dirty and tired little beings, crying and sobbing, weary and hungry, just sat, wondering why they were not wanted. One teacher, escorting a group of pupils, remembered most of the village turning out to gawp at them. We looked and felt pretty hot and tired. When we arrived inside the school, I thought of an ancient slave market. The villagers were whispering to each other, "Shall we have this one?" Or, "That one over there looks fairly clean." As a father, the thought of all this makes me feel incredibly queasy. By today's standards, the concept that parents could surrender their children to the care of unmonitored strangers without even knowing where they'd be heading is beyond comprehension. One of the few wartime stories my own mother told was of my grandmother saying that her family would never be evacuated. "If we're going to die, we are all going to die together, at home." The codename Pied Piper seems strangely misjudged too. In the famous tale, the piper effectively kidnaps the children of Hamelin as punishment for their parents' refusal to pay him for clearing their town of rats. And those children never returned home. 5 days later, it was North Shield's turn, and Millie Matthews, then 12 years old, remembers being piled into some sort of canvas-covered lorry, loads of kids crammed in together, all with labels around our neck. I was separated from my younger brother and sister, and we had no idea where we were going, when we would come home, what would happen to us, and of course, what would happen to our parents. My mum was being left all on her own, and I really didn't like that. All I could think about was her being bombed in our house while we were out in the countryside. But as with so much of the war, you didn't ask questions, you didn't complain, you just got on with it. Hundreds of children gathered at North Shield's railway station. Fathers in territorial and auxiliary fire service uniforms lent a hand with the baggage, reported the Shield's Daily News, keen to put a positive spin on things. They had expressions of relief as the train drew out of the station, obviously happy in the knowledge that their loved ones were hastening to havens of safety. If the civil servants in Whitehall thought everyone would cheerfully go along with the evacuations, they were wrong. Many parents, including those of North Shields lad Ron Curran, appear to have opted out. "I cannot remember any of the near neighbours' children being evacuated," he wrote later. "Certainly we were not, and nobody ever asked. Although lots of my friends were evacuated further inland, my dad kept us at home," recalled one girl from Wallsend. "He said if it was God's will for us to survive, then we would. I like to think he kept us close because he loved us so much and couldn't manage without us to look after." The mayor of Tynemouth struggled to explain the lack of enthusiasm to the Shields Daily News. "Apathy towards evacuation seems to be pretty general," he admitted, "but if there is an air raid, I'm afraid it will alter a lot of opinions. The prospect of a winter in the country evidently does not appeal." By the 13th of September, less than 40% of the borough's schoolchildren had left. This ambivalence was widespread, though varied across the country. 2/3 of children in the larger Lancashire cities were evacuated, roughly half in London, and only 15% in Sheffield. Even accounting for those who opted out, the initial stage of this first major government-sponsored evacuation was vast. More than 800,000 children of school age, over 500,000 infants and their mothers, 100,000 teachers and assorted helpers, almost 13,000 expectant mothers, and 7,000 blind people. Astonishingly, no accidents or injuries were reported. Which is not to say there wasn't the occasional administrative mishap. One trainload of children from East London, officially destined for Somerset, stopped for an unscheduled toilet break at Wantage in South Oxfordshire and never left. Pupils from one London boys' school had been carefully paired up to allow friends and siblings to stay together. By the time they had completed a chaotic series of train and bus journeys, they were scattered in homes across 50 square miles. Their teachers' carefully laid plans come to nothing. Another party of adults and children from Dagenham were evacuated to East Anglia by boat. No one was expecting them, and there was no available bedding or blankets. For several days they lived on a diet of apples, milk, and cheese, sleeping on empty grain sacks laid over straw. Hundreds of thousands of people were soon beginning new lives. For some, the experience was idyllic. The next 2 years could probably be compared to one of Enid Blyton's books in which 5 go adventuring, recalled one young girl evacuated with her mother and siblings from Whitley Bay to the wilds of Northumberland. "The countryside was our playground. We lived in shorts and sandals, or wellies if it rained, which it must have done at times, although my memory was of long hot summers without a care in the world. One day we decided to sail across the duck pond at the farm in a wooden crate, envisaging a game of pirates. Our dreams were shattered at the first attempt, because once any of us sat in the crate, it immediately sank on the bottom of the pond." One 11-year-old boy from North Shields, evacuated to Northumberland, remembered that his host family were very strict Methodists and used to take us along to church 3 times on a Sunday. It was completely different from what I was used to. I was brought up in the Fountainhead pub in North Shields, surrounded by noise and music. The host's food was delicious. We used to go out on the shoots and help collect the game and milk the cows. 7-year-old Stanley, separated from Millie and their younger sister Mona, remembered working in the fields, harvesting potatoes. "We were all living in some sort of village hall, loads of young children my age, all just crammed in together. I remember it as an exciting time, totally different from anything I had experienced before. A huge change, but an adventure which took your mind off the war." For many children emerging from the cities, the countryside was a different universe. "The cow is a mammal," wrote one young evacuee from London. "It has 6 sides, right, left, an upper and below. At the back is a tail, on which hangs a brush. With this it sends the flies away, so they do not fall into the milk. The head is for the purpose of growing horns, and so that the mouth can be somewhere. The horns are to butt with, and the mouth is to moo with. Under the cow hangs the milk. It is arranged for milking. When people milk, the milk comes, and there is never an end to the supply. How the cow does it I have not realized, but it makes more and more. The cow has a fine sense of smell. One can smell it far away. This is the reason for the fresh air in the country." Some evacuees were shocked when the farm animals they treated as pets were later served up to them for dinner. Others, from more deprived areas, had to be introduced to the concept of wearing pyjamas and how to use a flush toilet. In many cases, however, the evacuations were a far cry from the escapism of Enid Blyton. Taken in by a former teacher and her husband in Carlisle, Doreen Henderson and her cousin Vera were escorted to the local market by a hostess to be introduced to her friends as "my dear little vackies." But Doreen soon realized they were to be convenient replacements for the 2 domestic servants, who had inconvenienced the family by clearing off to join the forces. We were told that all the housework had to be done before school in the morning. One of my tasks was to clean the stairs, so I'd better make a start and collect the tools. I must have looked blank, for she snorted with derision, "I won't tolerate dumb insolence. Get the stuff, you know what to do." In vain I told her I didn't know what to do. How could I? "We haven't any stairs. I live in a bungalow." Ron Curran's future wife, another Doreen, was evacuated with several of her cousins at the age of 11. They were anything but happy. The youngest of the family group caught diphtheria. Doreen, being the eldest, fetched a doctor who, hearing the description of the illness, came immediately and rushed 5-year-old Carol to hospital. Sadly, she died shortly afterwards. They all returned home. They had lost more when evacuated than they had at home. Millie Matthews is astonished it was all allowed to happen. "Being evacuated was a terrible experience. The 3 of us children were all separated into different places. Nobody had any idea about any of these people who were taking us in. It beggars belief. Can you imagine sending tiny children away from their home, not knowing where they were going, letting strangers choose them, having no idea how they were being treated or who they were staying with? I was taken to some farm and lived in what can only be described as the cowsheds. It was truly horrible." For Doreen Henderson, just 14, the experience got worse, particularly through the harsh winter of 1939. The water main froze, and we evacuees had to fetch buckets of water from a house about 100 yards away to cook, wash, or flush the toilet. When the supply was restored, our host decreed that since the nation had been instructed to bathe in a mere 6 inches of water, we were to use his bath water for washing. The very thought of his sweaty feet makes me cringe. She and her cousin Vera were often hungry. We bought little conference pears and hid them amongst our underwear. Our hostess rifled through our drawer and confiscated them. Doreen was allowed home for Christmas, but then was sent back to her billet. "Dear Mummy and Daddy," she wrote in a postcard home weeks later, "please, please, won't you do something? Matters have reached a head. She," their hostess, "says she's fed up and can't even be bothered to make us dinners. There has been a complete row. She nearly made me cry. Really, we're desperate this time. We aren't even on speaking terms with them. Vera and I are determined to come home without waiting for consent from anyone. Vera has a terrible cold but receives no sympathy. We can't even eat without being told the price of food. We'd rather be bombed than die of misery." Doreen eventually succeeded in getting a transfer to another house, but found little improvement. It would be over a year before she eventually returned home. In truth, there was little disincentive for bad behaviour. One Yorkshire woman was fined for mistreating 2 girl evacuees from Sunderland, feeding them only 1 hot meal a week. But for the most part, unscrupulous hosts were left to it. Even sympathetic families could find their patience tested, and when, in the early months, any bombing failed to materialise, some reportedly became quite resentful at having to look after their charges. Others sought compensation for children wetting their beds, a perennial problem among the homesick evacuees, or grumbled about children from the northeast having no idea about food other than chips, or how to eat a boiled egg. Head lice, too, were endemic. More than a third of children evacuated from London were estimated to be carrying them. "All the children in the village were affected with lice," wrote the daughter of one host family later. The indigenous population had never seen such things before. Misery and discomfort were bad enough, but there are some accounts of far worse. One boy, aged just 5, recalled being soundly beaten at least once a week with sticks, poker, wooden spoon. "It was hard to endure this physical and mental abuse, and I often thought of drowning myself in the fen drain a couple of 100 yards from the house. I suffered from severe headaches and vomiting, and trembled continuously with anxiety. I had outbreaks of sores on my scalp, face, and body. I was always hungry and had a bad case of intestinal worms, of which only I was aware." Actress Barbara Windsor, late star of the Carry On films and more recently EastEnders, was 6 when she was evacuated from London later in the war. Her mother, who'd initially resisted sending her away, relented when one of Barbara's best friends was killed by flying shrapnel, and immediately put her on a train from Euston Station to Blackpool. "There was something wrong with the couple who took me in," she wrote later. "First, they insisted I undressed in front of them. Then, when I went to bed, the man came into my room and tried to touch me. I said Mummy said I mustn't be left on my own with a man. After that, I used to push furniture against the door, and when he tried to get in, I'd scream. Most nights, I'd cry myself to sleep. I was saved when the authorities discovered the couple were really brother and sister, breaking the law by claiming money for looking after me. The last I saw of them was when they were taken away by the police." A man in Dorset was convicted of assaulting 3 children in his care, despite insisting that their presence in his bed was merely because he was using them as human hot water bottles. In one billet, where a family of 9 were put up, the 5 eldest children were all sexually assaulted. Separately, a 12-year-old girl described being tucked in and fondled by a man in her host's home. "I was terrified. He would just say that I was an evacuee, and if I said anything, he would send me back to where I'd be bombed. One day I got really frightened. I thought he was going to put his thing inside me and got really scared." It is heartbreaking to think of all these children away from home, alone, isolated like this. Their families trying to do the right thing and instead delivering them up to horrific, life-changing experiences. It's no surprise that the impulse to rescue them was strong, even among those who perhaps had no reason to worry. Some 11,000 Tyneside evacuees were reportedly home within only 6 weeks of leaving. Across the country, almost 900,000 evacuees had returned by the beginning of January 1940. Alert to the changing mood and the possible dangers, a Ministry of Health propaganda poster carried the words, "Don't do it, Mother. Leave the children where they are." It showed a woman sitting with 2 young boys in the countryside. A spectral Adolf Hitler leans over her shoulder, pointing at a distant city, whispering, "Take them back, take them back, take them back." The ebb and flow of evacuees was to continue throughout the war. In the aftermath of the defeat at Dunkirk, and later Black Saturday, that pivotal first attack on London on the 7th of September 1940, thousands of children were sent away, many of them for the second time. When the Children's Overseas Reception Board was set up in June 1940 to coordinate evacuations abroad, to Canada, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, thousands of parents quickly signed up. Before embarking their children, they were asked to fill out documents indemnifying the government in case of death or injury. With good reason. At this point in the war, Britain was losing an average of 66 ships a month, and despite official efforts to negotiate safe passage for evacuees with Germany, no agreement had been reached. The first children left British shores on the 21st of July. 5 weeks later, the Dutch ship Volendam sailed out of Liverpool en route to New York. Aboard were 321 government-sponsored child evacuees and 20 more travelling privately. 2 days into the journey, the Volendam was attacked by a German U-boat. With most of the passengers asleep below deck, a torpedo tore a hole in the hull, quickly flooding parts of the hold. One 9-year-old boy recalled, "I vividly remember running through the corridors, watching the watertight doors begin to close. I was terrified I'd be left behind, stuck down there all alone. The alarms were deafening, and an attendant told us to grab what we could and go up on deck to our boat stations. On deck it was dark and windy and the ship was listing. I got into the lifeboat, which was packed with other children and a few teachers trying to calm everyone down. All you could hear was children crying. As the boat was lowered, it lurched unsteadily down into the water and kept crashing into the side of the ship. We were all scared out of our wits. The sea was really rough, and the waves were crashing over the sides. I was violently seasick. It was horrible and so dark." Incredibly, one young lad slept through the whole traumatic event, eventually waking in the early hours with the ship listing heavily but still afloat. According to some reports, he found himself wandering alone on deck, and rather than panicking, simply went back to bed and dozed until daylight. A sailor on a nearby British warship is said to have seen him waving frantically, and he was soon picked up. With his rescue, every one of the child evacuees aboard was now safely accounted for. A group of engineers managed to repair the ship sufficiently for it to be towed back to Scotland, and it later served as a troop transport. A fortnight after that near disaster, the city of Benares left Liverpool docks to carry more evacuees across the Atlantic. Of the 400-odd passengers, 90 were children, including 2 survivors of the Volendam. 600 miles into its voyage, the Benares was picked up by another German U-boat, and under the moonlight, a torpedo thumped into the ship's hull just below the children's sleeping quarters. One was killed instantly in the explosion. Countless more were wounded. As the crew began to run wildly about the decks in an effort to save themselves, the surviving children headed to the upper decks. One adult led her charges into a lifeboat, which promptly capsized, losing all on board. A further dozen or so launched successfully, but in the rolling waves, many began to take on water. The nearest available rescue ship was 16 hours away, and the traumatized passengers were soon scattered across the ocean. As soon as the lifeboat was lowered, it filled with water, remembered one 11-year-old boy. I soon had another problem, holding onto the seat to prevent myself being taken out of the boat altogether. The ship by now was sinking, and we had to get away from it. Those in the water, desperately hanging on to the lifeboat's sides, soon just slipped away. A nurse to whom the boy was clinging died in his arms, and he let her body slide into the swell. I was so cold, I couldn't move my arms and legs and was holding on for my life. When dawn came, he saw several lifeboats upturned in the ocean around him. There was nothing he could do but watch as people died, left, right, and centre. When he was rescued hours later, there were only a handful of survivors in his boat. Some survivors were quickly picked up by other vessels steaming to the rescue. Others drifted over the horizon and out of sight. During the 8 days we were at sea, we had a terrible and trying time, one man remembered. The small supply of food and fresh water had to be carefully rationed. We set the compass, as thought, for Ireland, and constantly kept watch for sight of land. Once a big ship came into sight, and the children immediately began to cheer. The ship passed on, however, leaving us all crestfallen. But the children recovered their cheerfulness sooner than anyone else. They were eventually spotted by a flying boat and rescued. Of those travelling aboard the city of Benares, 258 lost their lives, including 81 children. 11 hailed from in and around Sunderland, of whom only 2 survived. George was a hero, a 14-year-old survivor said of one of the dead, a Boy Scout. When the boats had been lowered in the rough sea, a little boy from London fell into the water. George leaned over the side and caught hold of him. After he had dragged him to safety, he lost balance himself and fell into the sea. I saw him no more. George's parents were later given a certificate of gallantry from the Scout Association. Perhaps most tragically, 2 children who had survived the attack on the Volendam and then bravely re-embarked upon the Benares were among the dead. The grief of those who'd only been doing what they thought best for their children must have been searing. On the day he heard of his beloved son's death, one distraught father scored his diary with a diagonal line and scrawled, Deus miserator nostri. God have mercy on us. Like so many other parents, you are anxious to send your children overseas to one of the dominions to enjoy a happier and safer life, wrote the head of the Children's Overseas Reception Board to grieving parents. You courageously took this decision in the interests of your children, believing that this course was better than continuous air raids. As a parent, I can realize the anguish that this letter must cause you and the great sadness which will be brought into your home. The reasoning behind the evacuations had seemed sound enough. Why risk the lives of children and other vulnerable people under the Luftwaffe's expected onslaught? But there's a part of me that feels uncomfortable about the entire enterprise. Like many in wartime North Shields, including my own grandmother, I wonder if I too would have resisted the government's initiative to send one's children to safety. Of course, it is impossible to know how many lives were saved, with over 4 million people evacuated at one point or another during the war, including 20,000 overseas. Some were enriched by the experience, others scarred. A study published 60 years later found that, over the course of their lifetimes, evacuees were 3 times as likely as non-evacuees to need psychological therapy. Despite some of the horror stories, many evacuees enjoyed the experience. Escaping the confines of their urban setting, they now had a chance to run wild in the countryside. Television presenter Michael Aspel, evacuated from London to Somerset, later described revelling in the fields and stretches of water and animals and finding the experience breathtaking. Some hosts, too, found it life-changing. One man from Northampton would write, "We are a couple living alone, and we got our 2 little evacuees. We've always wanted children, and it's been our life's sorrow that they've been denied us. Now our home is alive for the first time. We've a boy and a girl, 8 and 6. They're not model children by any means, but then they'd not be natural if they were. They scream and race about the place, and yesterday the little girl was sick on the drawing-room carpet, but that's what we've always wanted. Thank God for our little evacuees." Some children would eventually spend the entire war away from home. Others, incredibly, seemed to simply disappear. One unconfirmed report suggests that by the time the scheme wrapped up in March 1946, some 5,200 child evacuees were unaccounted for. Even if this figure is exaggerated, it seems beyond comprehension that any children could be administratively mislaid, simply lost when they changed billets or moved around the country. And some must have been killed in sporadic air attacks, or orphaned if parents were killed during the war and then forgotten by the system. Millie Matthews does not look back fondly on her evacuation experience. "I hated being separated from my mum. I was away for around 6 months before I returned home and was just so happy to be back. Stanley arrived home a little while later, and eventually Mona came home too. I'm not even sure my mum knew where we had all been, but we were all back together as a family, and much preferred it that way." Having turned their backs on the relative safety of evacuation, they, like other local families, now had to play a waiting game. Would they live to regret their decisions to return to the familiar comforts of the industrial heartlands? Chapter 5. The Hardest Summer. England, summer 1940. In early 1940, life must have felt almost normal on the streets of North Shields. Would all the precautions, the blackouts, gas masks, sirens, and air raid drills turn out to be a pantomime? A series of well-meaning rituals everyone would smile about in years to come? Hitler had already decreed otherwise. In a top-secret directive issued the previous November, he had singled out Britain as the leading power of our enemies, and its conquest the prerequisite for final victory. Achieving this, he reasoned, would entail paralysing its economy, hitting London, Liverpool and Manchester, the most important transshipment ports in the British Isles, but also Newcastle, Blyth, Sunderland, Hull, Grimsby, Middlesbrough and elsewhere. Even now, the North East was squarely in Berlin's sights. The Elswick Munitions Works and the Vickers-Armstrong Naval Yard on Tyneside were on the Luftwaffe's list of high-value targets. After the relative calm of 1939, the war made itself felt in a gradual but ominous crescendo. On the 3rd of February 1940, a small group of German bombers scouting for vulnerable convoys began harassing a trawler off the Yorkshire coast. A trio of Hurricanes scrambled from nearby RAF Acklington caught the raiders unawares. Flight Lieutenant Peter Townsend, later a suitor to Princess Margaret, zeroed in on one of them. I was skidding low over the sea, because only by wave chopping could we hope to avoid detection by the cloud-hugging Hankels. The crew never saw us until the bullets began tearing into their bomber. Only then did Red Tracer come spurting from their rear guns, but in the first foolish rapture of combat, I believed myself, like Achilles, invulnerable. Townsend succeeded in killing one crew member and peppering the aircraft's engines. The German pilot willed his aeroplane westwards towards dry land, trailing smoke. A local newspaper described the ensuing drama. Hundreds of Whitby people were eyewitnesses of the engagement between the enemy bomber and the British fighter machines. People who heard the rat-a-tat of machine gun bullets and the sound of low-flying aircraft ran out of their homes and saw the Heinkel flying low over the west part of the town, hotly pursued by Hawker Hurricanes. The swastika was plainly discerned. The enemy plane was apparently losing height and completely outmaneuvered by the fighters. It proceeded on a zigzag course. Eventually, after flying low over houses, it came down in a field on Banial Flat Farm. Crashing through a hedge, it struck a tree, snapping it off by the stump as though it were a twig, and this impact caused the plane to swerve to the right and miss hitting the cottages by a few feet. Townsend had followed it all the way in. I felt elated as I watched the enemy bomber crash. Then the full implication struck me. Someone heard me murmur as I climbed out of the cockpit, "Poor devils." 2 of them were dead. He went to visit the survivors in hospital. The rear gunner had tried to kill me. He was prevented when the bullets from my guns soared through his leg and felled him. Despite the harm I had done him, he clasped my hand, but in his steady brown eyes was the reproachful look of a wounded animal. Enemy aircraft had been shot down in defence of shipping before, and 2 bombers had been caught over Scotland the previous year, but Townsend's victim was the first brought down over English soil since the First World War. It was just the beginning. On the 16th of March 1940, several German aircraft launched a dusk assault on the Royal Navy's crucial harbour at Scapa Flow in the Orkneys. When 27-year-old local resident James Ibister dashed out of his front door to help a neighbour whose house had been hit, he was engulfed by a bomb blast, reportedly becoming the first civilian fatality of the aerial war. His wife and sleeping baby, only yards away, were unharmed. A black and white photo from the time shows a handsome, dandyish fellow, a watch chain dangling from his buttonhole, a white handkerchief bursting from his breast pocket. With the invasion of Denmark and Norway in early April 1940, Luftwaffe pilots became bolder, and another grim milestone was passed at the end of that month, when another Heinkel was lost in thick fog. Passing a radar station near Felixstowe, it was targeted by anti-aircraft batteries, damaging its controls and at least one of its engines. Forced to fly in circles, the stricken bomber eventually found itself over the seaside resort of Clacton-on-Sea. Firing warning flares, the pilot spent several agonizing minutes scouring the area for somewhere he could put down safely before his engines gave up. The result was as spectacular as it was lethal. The plane tore a furrow through 6 houses before crashing through the roofs and then landing near a block of flats. There was a deafening crash, and the whole street was quickly engulfed in flames. The explosion could be heard 20 miles away. The whole of the back of a pair of semi-detached houses was torn off, exposing bedrooms and kitchens to the elements. The occupants of the rooms were buried beneath the debris, which in places piled nearly 6 feet high. 16-year-old Donald Fairhall looked out of his bedroom window to see a fierce fire blazing about half a mile away. He hurried to get dressed and sprinted towards the crash site. He was halfway there when a parachute mine detonated aboard the wrecked aircraft, turning the night sky white and almost knocking Fairhill off his feet. Shards of metal and glass flew in all directions, injuring scores of people watching at their windows or heading for the site. One man 150 yards away was struck in the chest by a dismembered limb. Undeterred, Fairhill continued on. I picked up a sheet of aluminium about 5 feet by 3 or 4 and recognized part of a black cross outlined in white against a blue-green background. I showed it to 2 policemen and told them I thought it was from a Heinkel. They assured me it was one of ours. Then I picked up a panel of dials with German lettering on it. The scene of the crash was like the 7th circle of hell. Rescue workers were driven back by the severe heat. One of the firefighters noticed the remains of the bomber tossed against the wall of a nearby house, the wings torn off and lying to one side, and found the corpses of the German airmen nearby, all black and burned. Another bystander thought he heard a muffled cry for help, then saw an arm sticking out from beneath the rubble. 19-year-old William Gill, badly injured but alive, was one of the residents. His rescuer stayed with him until he could be extricated by the local heavy rescue team. William's parents were not so lucky. He had managed to pull his father from the remains of their home, but collapsed after returning for his trapped mother. Neither she nor his father survived the secondary explosion, making them the first civilians of the war to be killed on the mainland. Clacton was a shocking reminder that even non-combatants could be in the firing line, and that message was reinforced by events on the continent a handful of days later. On the 10th of May, Hitler launched a surprise invasion of the Low Countries. In what remains a highly controversial episode, German forces assaulting the city of Rotterdam called up large-scale air support, partly in an attempt to force the local Dutch authorities into a speedy capitulation. The raid that followed gave a terrifying glimpse of what modern air power could achieve. In a matter of minutes, the Luftwaffe levelled Rotterdam's historic city centre, killing hundreds of civilians. A later newspaper report described an area of nearly 2 square miles in which only 3 buildings were left standing. One had its roof ripped off, the rest was rubble. So complete is the ruin of the devastated area that even natives of the city lose their way in the streets which have now become mere passages cleared through this desert of masonry. Another reporter who managed to visit the ravaged city found the destruction so all-consuming that he doubted whether it would ever be possible to calculate the numbers of dead. In the face of this new industrial-scale horror, the Dutch government felt it had no choice but to surrender. Britain and her people now faced a similarly stark reality. A new world in which the ruthless deployment of air power could bring entire nations to their knees. As if to reinforce the point, German aircraft began nighttime incursions over the UK mainland. On the 25th of May, Middlesbrough became the first industrial town in the northeast to be hit when a scattering of bombs fell in the early morning, causing light damage at a steelworks and injuring 8 men. Early in June, a British fighter, dazzled by searchlights, caught the cables of a barrage balloon near Blythe, 10 miles up the coast from North Shields. 2 of the crew bailed out, and their aircraft plummeted into a row of colliery houses. The 2 remaining crew perished in the inferno and were not the only casualties. A middle-aged couple were killed. Their 18-year-old daughter died later in hospital. In mid-June, a mere 6 weeks after Germany had begun its surprise assault westwards, France capitulated. One Tyneside youngster tried to make sense of the devastating news. "There was a sort of tingle in the air when I got up that morning, a sinking feeling in the gut, and yet a heady excitement as well. I couldn't understand why the French had surrendered. According to my war map, they still had 9/10 of their country left. In the last lot, the First World War, the Germans had nearly got to Paris, had bombarded Paris with bloody huge guns like Big Bertha, and the French hadn't given in, and won in the end. What was the matter with them? I went for a walk. I was so worried. Met a kid who said the French had only pretended to surrender. They'd waved the white flag, and when the Germans got out of their trenches, the French had shot them down like dogs. This was the first sensible suggestion I'd heard all day. I ran home to tell Dad the good news. He was not impressed. People kept saying the French were decadent. My mother thought that the lack of decent flush toilets had sapped their morale. Then Mr. Churchill said, "The Battle of France is over. The Battle of Britain is about to begin." I felt better and went out on my bike to look for signs of the Battle of Britain. France's surrender might have been upsetting, but it did not mean the game was entirely up. The Luftwaffe had begun to shift its resources to an arc of newly conquered airfields in France, Norway, and elsewhere, from which it would be able to attack the UK at will. Hitler had not yet made up his mind about his next steps. His hope was still that the leading power of his enemies would recognize what he called her hopeless military position and seek peace. Bombing continued to intensify. June saw further night attacks against airfields, industrial sites, and ports across the country. Realizing a settlement with Britain was unrealistic for the time being, Hitler began to focus on the mechanics of invasion. The plan his generals came up with involved a huge amphibious assault, 125,000 troops in all, stretching from the Isle of Wight in the west to Ramsgate in the east. The main sticking point was that the hundreds of vessels involved would need protection from the air, and therefore the prior defeat of the RAF. What followed between the 10th of July and the 31st of October was the campaign that came to be known as the Battle of Britain. Though in retrospect, of course, in the same way the subsequent night Blitz would later be allocated very precise start and end points, those aircrew who lost their lives in the days either side of these artificial dates would be unconcerned by such official designation. Each day brought new dangers as the Luftwaffe tried to impose itself on British skies. At higher altitudes, the evidence of fighting was little more than distant, intersecting vapour trails, but lower down it was possible to pick out the individual aeroplanes and hear the rattle of their gunfire. The BBC's Charles Gardner, broadcasting live from the Channel coast, was among those transfixed by the aerial encounters. There are about 10 German machines dive-bombing the British convoy, which is just out to sea. I can hear machine gun fire, but I can't see our Spitfires. Oh, here's one coming down now. Somebody's hit a German, and he's coming down in a long streak, completely out of control. The man's bailed out by parachute, and he's going slap into the sea, and there he goes. Smash! There's a terrific mix-up now over the Channel. It's impossible to tell which are our machines and which are the Germans. The sky is absolutely patterned now with bursts of anti-aircraft fire, and the sea is covered with smoke where the bombs have burst. I can see 10 Germans herring back towards France now for all they can go, and the German pilot is still on the end of his parachute. I can see no boat going out to pick him up, so he'll probably have a long swim ashore. There are 3 Spitfires chasing 3 Messerschmitts now, and there's a Spitfire just behind the first 2. He'll get them. I wouldn't like to be in that first Messerschmitt. I think he's got him. Yes, I think that first Messerschmitt has crashed on the coast of France. These were the heroic dogfights for which the battle became famous, but cold-hearted bombing raids continued too. In the week beginning the 7th of July, almost 1,500 high-explosive and incendiary bombs were dropped across the country, and Portsmouth suffered the first serious attack on a British city, during which 18 civilians died and many more were injured. Trying to fully describe the damage to one of the city's main thoroughfares, a local newspaper reported the appearance of an earthquake having taken place. Hitler clearly hoped that, in the face of this death and destruction, Britain would throw in the towel. If not, his planned invasion still required domination of the skies. On the 1st of August, he commanded the Luftwaffe to use all its powers to destroy the Royal Air Force as quickly as possible. In response, Goering ordered an intensification of attacks under the codename Unternehmen Adlerangriff, Operation Eagle Attack. When it eventually came, on the 13th of August, the first day of Eagle Attack was not the triumphant success the Reichsmarschall had envisaged. Delayed for several hours by bad weather, it involved a series of waves of German bombers assaulting Portsmouth and Southampton, as well as airfields in Hampshire and Kent. Although figures vary, around 45 German aircraft were brought down, at a cost of 13 RAF fighters and just 3 pilots. This ratio hardly boded well for the Luftwaffe's longer-term prospects, but their ambitions only grew in scale and ruthlessness, and an attack on the 18th of August became the clearest expression yet of their future intentions. The black-and-white photographs taken that morning in northern France by Luftwaffe photographer Rolf von Peeble are extraordinary. German aircrew, several shirtless, lounge in the sunshine as their commanding officer, Hauptmann Joachim Roth, answers a telephone call from headquarters. The combination of focus, excitement and fear, which has formed the benchmark for warriors across the centuries, can be seen on every face of these young men preparing for battle. An elite unit of 9 Dornier bombers, Roth's team were specialists in extreme low-level surprise attacks. Having proven themselves in the Battle of France, their task now was to shatter a key cog in the RAF machine. It would take all their accumulated expertise and a not insignificant dose of daring, but the rewards were potentially massive. From the maps and photographs Roth handed around, one name leapt out. Located on the southern fringes of London, RAF Kenley was home to 2 800-yard landing strips and 2 squadrons of fighters, a significant target. The plan was cutting edge in its choreography and sophistication. A high-level strike from conventional bombers would be followed by a highly audacious, low-level raid by Roth and his comrades. For maximum effect, each wave would hit the target only moments apart. A bustling airfield, one of several fighter stations responsible for the defence of London, Kenley was a crucial resource in the Battle of Britain. It boasted 2 intersecting paved runways alongside the other necessities of aerial warfare: hangars, blast pens, a fuel dump, hospital and operations room. One Kenley pilot described rising before dawn each morning, ready to scramble at the first hint of enemy activity. It was not unusual to have another alert mid-morning, and one more in the early afternoon. At night, he and his friends would gather in the local pub for beer and tactical conferences, where the intensely pro-RAF bar management provided them with a private room. These men and their machines were now firmly on the minds of Joachim Roth and his men. Reports of mist over the Channel caused an initial delay to the Germans' takeoff, allowing them to enjoy a few more minutes' sunshine before, in the words of pilot Gunther Unger, they began asking, were we going to be sent home to our billets without flying a mission, as had happened so often in the past? After a 1-hour delay, Unger and the rest of the unit were in the air at around 1 p.m. and at the coast minutes later. Flying 9 abreast to avoid each other's slipstreams, they almost skimmed the water. Luftwaffe photographer Rolf von Pebel, tasked with documenting the mission, took a deep breath. We descend low over the Channel and keep watch for fighters. Haze lies over the water, droplets stream from the cockpit windows. Soon the quiet will end. We see the coast shimmering through the fog, ascend a few meters higher, and then the English coast becomes clearly visible and very close. 600 meters to the left are 2 early warning boats which we leave alone. They signal us, and when we don't reply, we assume they are sending a radio report notifying their flak batteries of uninvited guests. Pilot Wilhelm Raab was concentrating hard to maintain his position in the formation as they approached the white cliffs of Sussex. The nearer we came to the coast, so the feeling of fear began to creep up my neck. I had never felt so helpless before. The thought that on those cliffs could be some flak positions that could fire down on us made me shiver. Raab was right to be concerned. They had so far avoided being identified by British radar, but old-fashioned eyeballs could be just as effective. An observer corps post on Beachy Head spotted the approaching formation before they even crossed the waves breaking on the coast. Unaware that the element of surprise had begun to slip away, the bombers maintained their death-defying formation. 3 sets of 3 planes, each flying in a mini-V formation. With a distance of around 35 miles to Kenley, they used every piece of available cover, firing occasional bursts from their front-mounted cannons to deter anyone hot-headed enough to have a crack at them. The Brighton to London train tracks guided their route. Kenley was just to the south of the capital, a few miles beyond a major railway junction. Roth, acting as lead navigator, was responsible for getting them to exactly the right place at exactly the right time. As they continued their noisy procession, one startled couple near Lewes saw the flying pencils, the British nickname for Dorniers, quite clearly as they swept up the valley in formation with the Downs as a backdrop. As they flew over Kingston, we heard machine gun fire, and then they were gone. At Burgess Hill, a woman heard a huge noise in the sky, then saw 3 German planes, only just skimming the tops of some oak trees near us, the crosses under their wings showing up very large and black. Incredibly, one of Rolf von Peebles' photographs shows 2 figures there, running up a street of terraced houses in a desperate attempt to find cover. Radar warnings of the approaching formation of high-level bombers, deliberately travelling a different route to that of Roth's unit, were putting Kenley on high alert. Station Armament Officer George Alford had just sat down in the canteen. The WAF waitress placed my meal before me. When we received the preliminary air raid warning over the tannoy, I made a request to the waitress to keep my meal warm until I returned. Most of the staff at Kenley, many also in the middle of eating, began making their way to the nearest air raid shelter. Those responsible for ground defence had headed for their posts. Arriving at his, Alford found that the armourers already on the roof had removed the canvas gun covers and were standing ready. I went through the building to ensure that all was in order, and then stood by an ammunition trailer concealed under a tree just outside the armourer's shop. At about 1:10 p.m., the attack alarm sounded. The airfield's 2 squadrons had by now taken to the air to engage the incoming high-level attack, while another squadron from nearby Croydon was waiting at 3,000 feet. The speed of response was a reflection of Kenley's significance and its ability to defend itself. Aside from 4 40mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns and 2 older 3-inch guns, the airfield was also dotted with First World War-era Lewis machine guns. Civilians, too, were on high alert. In nearby Caterham, the sirens had sounded as many families were sitting down to Sunday lunch. One woman and her mother sought refuge in the family Anderson shelter, but her father stayed in the kitchen, insisting, "That bloody Hitler's not going to stop me having my Sunday roast." Moments later, he decided to start walking nonchalantly down the path to the compost heap, a colander full of spud peelings in hand, fully determined to show those damned Jerrys some British stiff upper lip. When a Dornier roared over the garden, he finally lost his composure. The colander, peelings and all, flew in the air never to be seen again as he made a rather undignified headlong dive into the Anderson. By now, Roth's low-level raiders were just a few miles south of their target. They had successfully penetrated far inland without any interference. To Rolf von Peebles, the sensation of skimming over the English countryside was exhilarating. "We are buzzing along at 300 kilometers per hour, 186 miles per hour, at an altitude of 5 meters over English countryside. Every terrain elevation provides us with cover. Every forest is used as concealment. We leap over trees. It is a continuous movement up and down. I see no flag emplacements. An express train passes under us and is gone. A pair riding bicycles takes cover in a ditch as if they were in basic training. Over parking areas, mansions and castles, over factories and soot-darkened workers' houses we race past. Again and again, people below glimpsed the black and white cross on the Germans' wings and were gripped by panic. War correspondent Georg Hinze, also aboard to document the raid, was equally mesmerized. Often we were only centimeters from the rolling hills of England's landscape. Close beneath us were the tank traps and defensive barriers that the English had laid out in fearful preparation. The frightened people in townships hurried in despair to their doors and into air raid shelters, and cyclists rolled into a ball like hedgehogs anywhere they could find. Shortly afterwards, Pilot Wilhelm Raab glanced at his watch and asked how close they were to the target. 20 seconds. Raab pulled back on the controls to clear a hill when suddenly a hurricane flashed past us just a few score meters away. Out of the corner of my left eye, I caught sight of another just taking off. This was it. RAF Kenley. The invading crews, still flying 9 abreast in their 3 V formations, thundered in from the south, intending to cross the hospital first, then the aircraft hangars and station headquarters, before screaming over the airfield itself. But they were shocked to realize that they were the first to arrive. The base should already have been a smoking mess. The plan had been for the 39 bombers to precede Roth and his unit. In the event, delays in rendezvousing with their fighter escorts had scuppered the operational timetable. With no time to reflect on what might have gone wrong, each aircraft now tried to focus on its own targets. It was young Lawrence Bell's first day on base, and he was strolling around the airfield with one of his friends when they noticed a number of twin-engine aircraft heading towards the runway. Initially, the pair presumed they were friendlies, but then the airfield guns opened fire, and bombs began to fall. I ran towards the nearest shelter, Bell recalled, and was about to dive down it when my friend dragged me away, shouting, "Don't go down there, you fool! It's number 13. So we dashed to the next one, number 15. Kenley's defenders were frantically doing what they could to dissuade the invaders. George Alford saw one of the Lewis guns close by open fire. As my armory was close to the trees, I do not think it could have been seen by the formation which passed over it, and the gunners on the roof poured a hail of bullets into them. So low were these aircraft that I could see the crew. I let fly with my .45 Webley revolver, but only had time to fire 2 shots. The Dorniers climbed to an altitude of around 15 meters in order to give the mechanisms on their delayed-action fused bombs time to operate, then release their payloads, which ricocheted across the airfield like rubber balls before beginning their work of destruction. The result was devastating. 3 of the hangars were gone in an instant. Explosion followed explosion. Flames leapt into the sky. George Alford watched open-mouthed as clutches of bombs dropped from the machines as they swept over the aerodrome and seemed to porpoise bounce across the runways, those which exploded sending a geyser effect of earth into the air. One bomb seemed to penetrate into the ground near the center of the aerodrome, and a pillar of what appeared to be smoke arose from it. This smoke formed into a huge ball, approximately 30 feet in diameter at a height of about 100 feet when it burst into flame. The blast of hot air could be felt from where I was kneeling, at least 400 yards away. Most of the personnel at Kenley did not see the bombs hit. They were huddling in whatever refuge they could find, doing their best to ignore the great blasting crashes that shook the trench and hurt your eardrums, and in the case of 18-year-old Pamela Rust, cowering with friends in a shelter singing 10 Green Bottles at the top of her voice. One member of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force had been in the sick quarters getting stitches in her finger when the raid started. Moments later, the air raid shelter there received a direct hit, the only one at Kenley to do so. It was number 13, the one Lawrence Bell's friend had superstitiously pleaded with him to avoid. 2 of the base's medical officers were killed, and countless more personnel injured, including one WAF who would later lose a leg. One member of the support staff was out and about on the airfield when he saw 3 of the bombers just clear the tops of the hangars and heard one of the anti-aircraft guns open fire. Realizing the danger he was in, he sprinted for a nearby blast pen. Narrowly avoiding a nearby explosion, he dived for safety in one of the revetments. The defensive reply now began to find its mark, and 2 bombers were hit by ground fire. A pilot on the right of the German formation was mortally wounded, forcing a crewmate beside him to lean desperately across and take the controls. One of the Kenley defenders watched from the north side of the airfield as the Dorniers came straight at him, his finger poised on the firing mechanism of his parachute and cable pack launcher. One was leading with two others following in V formation. They all seemed to be machine-gunning the ground defences. When the lead aircraft was within range, I released my first line of 9 rockets. This innovative new defence system did a similar job to that of barrage balloons, with one significant difference. Whereas barrage balloons remained floating in place, packs were only deployed during an attack, catching low-flying aircraft by surprise. A 500-foot cable would be launched skywards by a rocket before slowly descending, suspended beneath its parachute. If the cable was struck by an aircraft, a second parachute would deploy, the combined drag hopefully driving the attacking aeroplane into the ground. The shock among the attacking Germans was immediate. Wilhelm Raab later recalled red glowing balls rising up from the ground. Each one trailed a line of smoke about 1 meter thick behind it, with intervals of about 10 to 15 meters between each. I had already experienced machine gun fire and flak, but this was a new phenomenon. What was it? The whole thing looked like a cage, and in an instant I knew it must be a danger to me. I did not know how high these red balls would go or what was concealed in the thick smoke trails. I had a split second to make a decision. I was only about 2 meters above the ground, and pulled the aircraft up a little bit and tried to fly between the trails in a bank. Everything appeared to be going well. Then a hefty tug on the machine. I thought we were about to be smashed into the ground, but I was still flying. I shook the control column and the controls responded normally to hand and feet inputs. I pushed the wings horizontal and took her down over the sloping ground. I noticed that the crew rose up and hit the roof through negative G. I was overcome with indescribable relief. Raab's radio operator, Erich Multer, heard Raab cursing and swearing as he tried to keep aloft, while Multer himself was tossed about like a flower pot. Another pilot was not so lucky. He and his aircraft were dragged to the ground by the cables, crashing through a house in a residential area to the north. The 5 aboard died in the ensuing fireball. Civilians in the surrounding area found themselves in unexpected and mortal danger too. A nearby resident saw the cluster of parachutes from the pack launchers descending over Kenley and assumed they were German paratroopers. One Red Cross volunteer peered from what she hoped was the safety of her air raid shelter. The bombers had got to get away from Kenley Aerodrome, and they were coming down the hill again, and our planes were on top of them, driving down this hillside, and the noise was so terrible. We could hear bombs, and they were getting nearer and nearer. Somehow, we knew we were going to be hit, because they were just coming straight at us. The 4 of us just huddled together, and down they came, and we got this bomb. It came down at the entrance to the shelter, and that was it. Immediately afterwards, we were just numbed. We were in darkness, and all the rubble had blown up, and the dust and dirt. We just stayed there, quiet for a moment, and then it cleared, and I didn't seem to feel anything. I was still conscious, and I didn't feel any pain. I thought for the moment I saw my shoes at the other end of the shelter, and I thought, oh my goodness, my feet have gone. In fact, the woman's feet, still attached to her legs, were temporarily covered by the dust and debris. She would, however, spend a year in hospital, having shrapnel removed from her body. And for the rest of her life, small pieces of long-hidden bomb splinters would occasionally work their way to the surface of her skin. Although their raid had lasted only around half a minute, the fleeing Germans now faced another desperate challenge, the flight home, Hurricanes from the squadrons sent from Croydon to protect Kenley had already begun to latch onto the Dorniers during their bombing run. In the melee, one of them had even been mistakenly shot down by the airfield's anti-aircraft fire. Luftwaffe photographer Rolf von Peebles' early exhilaration turned to fear. The last fighter has lifted off the ground, and now the English are flying a wide curve to come up behind us as our bombs land and explode. A fighter hangs on the aircraft to our right and will not be shaken off. I watch as the traces are exchanged between the two aircraft. Our radio man fires. A fighter closes from behind, my photography long forgotten. The fighter grows larger while the radio man exchanges one ammunition drum after another. I see the flashes of light from the Englishman's wing. They are his cannons and machine guns. In our aircraft, the noise is powerful. My foot receives an insane blow. I am convinced that I have been hit. I discover a hole in my boot and continue shooting. A lucky shot took care of the fighter, and suddenly he crashes into a wood. Already he has disappeared from our eyes. Roth's crew were less fortunate. Having narrowly avoided the pack launchers, they were then hit by shell fire which punctured their fuel tank. Now under attack by two pursuing fighters, and with one of their engines in flames, 3 of the crew bailed out. Roth and his pilot crash-landed near RAF Biggin Hill, which was also under attack, so they now found themselves cowering beside the crippled aircraft in a grim effort to avoid nearby explosions. As the German pilots continued their egress, newly arriving Hurricanes continued their quest for revenge. Ronald Brown, from the squadron based at Croydon, picked up another of the escaping aircraft. I'd just about got into firing range and got a long-range burst in at the leader of one of their sections when he broke formation and pulled up. I was damn certain that I must have hit him, but just at that moment, the airfield defense system went into action. Rockets fired wires and parachutes into the air. I'd heard of these things, but I'd never seen them before, and I damn near hit them. I went up very fast to avoid them. In the meantime, the whole of Kenley was shooting off something or other, and the bombs were bursting below us. I got over the other side of the airfield and picked up another Dornier, which was right down in the valley. I got in a good long burst on his starboard quarter, and down he went. He burnt up in a field. I saw another one going over a housing estate. I was about to fire at him, but at that moment visualized a woman and kids in a kitchen cooking the Sunday lunch. So I sat behind this fellow for quite a long time while his rear gunner popped off at me. When he was clear of the estate, I took a burst at him, but that was my 3rd attack, and by now I was out of ammo. Brown's squadron mate, Harry Newton, just 19 years old, also joined the attack. Catching sight of an enemy bomber below, Newton slid back the hood on his cockpit, something he had been told to do before combat to avoid getting trapped inside his Hurricane, and screamed down from 5,000 feet. I was going very fast and went straight into attack, although he was right down on the deck. I saw the rear gunner's head pop up. Then he swung the gun around and I saw his tracer coming straight towards me. I thought, "You've got 1 gun and I've got 8. You don't stand a chance." I fired a burst, but it seemed to go over his starboard wingtip. Just a slight correction and I'd get him. Newton manoeuvred for a second attempt, just as the gunner he was chasing found his mark. The effect on his Hurricane was immediate. My cockpit seemed to just burst into flames. With my hood open, the flames were drawn right up over me. My oxygen mask burnt on my face, with the flow of oxygen aiding its burning. I closed my eyes really tightly. I wasn't going blind for anyone. But I was so annoyed at the thought of the Dornier getting away that I put my hands back into the flames and loosed off a burst in the direction I thought he was sitting. As Newton pulled the hurricane into a climb in an effort to gain enough altitude to bail out, the fire worsened, burning through his 3 pairs of gloves as well as his flying suit. Hoping he had enough height, Newton undid his seat straps and stood up on his seat. Still keeping my eyes tightly shut, I forced myself to stay with the aircraft as it got slower and slower in the climb and got ready to push myself away. Then, all of a sudden, the engine stopped. I kicked the stick forward, threw myself over the left-hand side and pulled the D-ring. At that moment, I opened my eyes and saw the tailplane flash past my right ear about a foot away. Landing in the same field as his wrecked hurricane, he was covered in blood and everything was blackened and my face very badly burned. Also, and rather shockingly, it was possible to see the moving parts inside my right hand where all the flesh had burnt away. Newton was initially detained by overzealous soldiers. A passing woman came for a closer look at him. Too close. She fainted in horror at the sight of his wounds. Back at RAF Kenley, people were trying to digest what had happened. Climbing out of her section's dugout, Iris Cockle saw devastation everywhere, great scoops ripped into the ground that had been created by the bombs. Rubble from what were once buildings lay scattered everywhere. Vehicles lay on their sides, some with smoke and flames billowing from them. A German plane had buried itself nose down in the ground. Worst of all was the sight of comrades lying either dead or injured. At the sick quarters shelter number 13, which Lawrence Bell had wisely avoided, the blast had caused the brickwork to collapse on the men and women seeking safety inside. Frenzied rescue work began to recover the dead and the injured. But there were more helpers than shovels or space to wield them, as one volunteer recalled. You took a shovel and dug until you began to tire, then you handed it to somebody else. One airman emerged from his hiding place close to a blast pen to find several of the aircraft hangars burning. The driver who had brought him and his team back from lunch minutes earlier now sat silently in his lorry, killed outright by a single bullet. 18-year-old Pamela Rust, who had been singing 10 Green Bottles to drown out the horror of the attack, had also left her refuge. I became aware of a crackling sound and turned around. Beyond our trench, perhaps 50 yards away, the hangars were ablaze. Everything seemed to be burning fiercely in a pall of black smoke blowing across to the right. It was an immense sight, and I was staggered. Surely we weren't meant to be wandering around as we were. She was right. A furious officer charged up to them, shouting, "Get to shelter, you silly women! The bombing has not finished yet!" The respite was soon over. Fighter Command had succeeded in intercepting and disrupting the high-level wave of bombers heading for Kenley, the formation that was meant to have preceded the low-flying Dorniers, but one of the consequences was more haphazard German targeting. Bombs fell on Kenley Airfield again, and also struck surrounding villages and towns. Now it was the turn of civilians to be on the receiving end. One 8-year-old boy, playing football with his friends in Croydon, a few miles north of Kenley, gazed up in awe at the armada high overhead. As the explosions began, adults on the street started screaming at them to "Run home to your mummies! Get off the street! Mind the shrapnel!" Half crying, they were ushered into the house of a concerned neighbour. The petrified 8-year-old hid in a cupboard, with my knees under my chin, pressing the football into my chest. Another resident near Kenley saw the arriving bombers and ran for the cover of his porch. Suddenly we heard bang, bang. As they seemed unpleasantly close, we decided to get into our shelter, the recess under our stairs, and again heard bang, bang. Once inside, we sat on the floor and gave our dog Chum an extra dose of his sleeping draught. Then the row started, just one long series of bangs. The house trembled, and we all thought it would be hit by the next one. Bang! Bang! Followed by the tinkle of broken glass. The succession of bangs was only broken by bursts from our fighters. After what seemed like 3 hours, we learnt later that it had lasted 3 minutes, the bombs fell more and more sporadically. Then we heard the all clear. Out we bundled. Several buildings nearby had received direct hits. The house next door to ours had 2 bomb craters in its front garden. Several miles to the southwest, a young woman had heard the growing commotion and insisted that she and her widowed mother shelter under the stairs. Shortly afterwards there was a terrific bang and the house shattered. Doors and windows came out, and dust fell everywhere. Something hit me hard in the middle of the back as I bent over my mother to protect her. Men from the local working men's club sprinted to the now semi-destroyed dwelling and dug the woman and her mother out with their bare hands. As the second wave of bombers passed, the cost at Kenley could finally be counted. More than 100 bombs had hit the airfield and its facilities, killing 9 personnel and wounding a further 10. The runways and taxiing areas were now cratered in several places, and 3 of the 4 aircraft hangars were out of action. Many of the accommodation buildings were also damaged. Venturing into the devastation, Pamela Rust would record, "One hangar contained about 50 civilian cars. 1 or 2 wheels and a few bits and pieces are about all that remain. There was a dead bird in the gutter lying in a mass of debris. Bits and pieces of trees, wood, glass, telegraph wires, etc." She and some friends would help treat one of the seriously wounded. "He kept calling for something to put him to sleep, but all the morphia had been destroyed when the sickbay had been totally wrecked by a direct hit." The RAF continued to try and make the raiders pay. One man and his family witnessed what may have been the remains of Roth's unit dashing for home. "My family and I seated ourselves with our backs to a large beech tree. I thought this afforded the best protection. In a few seconds, a large German bomber hurtled out of the sky like a falling leaf. He made a sudden dive, hitting the ground, and the machine immediately burst into an inferno of flame and smoke. Our fighters were zooming in all directions, and we could hear the rattle of machine gun fire above us. A big black German bomber planed right across our vision, about 300 feet from the earth. There was a burst of machine gun fire as he scraped over the roof of a farmhouse very near to a golf course. While this was going on, anti-aircraft batteries were sending up shells at a terrific rate, bursting in the woods behind us. After a very short interval, we saw a formation of fighters bring down 2 more bombers on the distant hills. Then a group of German bombers, hotly pursued by our fighters, were seen making the best of their way to the coast. The tight formation, which had served the Dorniers so well on the approach to Kenley, was now long gone. It was increasingly a case of every man for himself. Rolf van Peeble watched as our radio man gasps, puts on a steel helmet with shaking hands and fits another ammunition drum on the machine gun. Suddenly a loud noise drowns out the sound of the engines and shatters the canopy. Immediately I think of a flak hit. As I look to the rear, I see a leafless and half-torn tree disappear from view in a hollow. In the middle of England, we have scraped a tree. Beneath us are houses. 2 more times we must defend against fighters. We notice that something is wrong with the aircraft. Often the observer up front shoots at flak positions. Several seconds later, we are past. Now the radio operator fires to the rear as the target quickly passes by. Wilhelm Raab, meanwhile, was doing everything he could to evade detection. We screamed over the houses in a tight curve to the right in order to turn slowly onto a more southerly course for home. Then my radio operator, Unteroffizier Malta, called, "Wilhelm, keep down! There are a couple of fighters on our tail." I am not sure how Malta thought I could get any lower, but behind each small hill I altered my heading in order to pass out of the line of sight of the hurricanes. After a short while, Eric cried out on the intercom, "I got him!" He had scored hits on a fighter and it started to smoke and go down. The relatively short flight back to northern France began to look like a lethal marathon. Pilot Gunther Unger was doing everything he could to nurse his damaged aircraft home. Hostile fire had knocked out one of his 2 engines and cut a fuel line, causing it to leak into the cockpit. Thinking fast, one of Unger's aircrew tore open a first aid kit and sealed the leak with a sticking plaster. 5 miles from the channel, the pursuing hurricanes finally gave up the chase. Before Unger had time to experience any sense of relief, he realized he was too low to comfortably clear the ridge ahead. In the nick of time, his damaged engine roared back to life, giving us enough power and altitude to clear the hills. Then we were over the sea, just as the life-saving engine packed up again. As he crawled home, just 200 meters above the waves, the remaining engine threatened to overheat. Desperately, I tried again to restart the starboard engine, but it was no good. Finally, the port motor gave up as well. With no choice, Unger ditched the aircraft in the channel. As he tried to follow his 3 crewmates to safety, he found himself trapped by his control column. At imminent risk of drowning, he managed to inflate his life vest, which dragged him to the surface. He and the other aircrew then endured several hours in the water before, suffering from hypothermia, they were picked up by a German minesweeper and taken back to Boulogne on the French coast. Rolf von Peebles' bomber was also struggling to make it to the safety of dry land. One of its engines, oil tank empty after being hit, also failed. There was little any of them could do. We sweat blood. Slowly the aircraft drags itself onward. One looks at the other's eyes to read their thoughts. We still have not crossed halfway over the channel. Anything, as long as it doesn't mean ditching in the pond. None of us have the desire or the strength to paddle now. The aircraft climbs a little, slowly, then drops again. Thankfully, the coast is near. There is high ground to our front. Our pilot decides to try flying over it. We barely make it, and then are over a plateau. Near Abbeville, our pilot experiences an arm cramp. A place for an emergency landing is sought. The landing gear is not lowered, only a belly landing can save us. Now a feeling of floating on the air, then a stupendous noise, a grinding and rending all around me. I am gripped by a massive fist and pulled forward and down. In the same moment, smoke is in the aircraft and a dust cloud makes breathing impossible. For a moment, all is quiet. Then everyone moves to exit the aircraft. The escape hatch is stuck. If only the aircraft does not begin to burn. 3 of us press against the roof of the aircraft. With a loud roar, the hatch gives way. Now we are outside. The flight has finally ended. The mission was over. The losses, however, were extreme. 8 of the 40 aircrew who had set out that morning were dead. 3 of those who had made it home were wounded. Another 5 had survived but were now prisoners of war. 4 of the 9 specially equipped Dorniers had been destroyed. Only 2 had managed to make it back to their base in northern France. Had it been worth the sacrifice? Had the Luftwaffe, with Roth and his unit in the vanguard, succeeded in inflicting levels of damage that would sway the wider battle? Overall losses of RAF personnel in or around Kenley were 13 killed and 13 wounded. In addition, one of the pilots who had scrambled from Croydon was killed and 2 others injured, including Harry Newton. 4 of the precious Hurricanes were destroyed on the ground as well as 6 other aircraft. In the final analysis, success or failure rested on the extent to which the raiders were able to remove Kenley and its weaponry from the defensive effort. Given that within an hour its runway was already partly operational, with the wider airfield serviceable an hour after that, the attack was no triumph. On the contrary, the officer in charge of fighter operations felt they had won a great victory. We had survived, and by late afternoon we were back in business again. So long as the people and the system survived, that was all that mattered. Equipment could be replaced, and buildings could be repaired. We had survived. That heartfelt refrain at RAF Kenley, on what became known as the hardest day, was just as relevant across the country. Other German efforts had encountered similar difficulties delivering the hoped-for death blow. An almost identical assault on Biggin Hill airfield, also hampered by fighter command, had even suffered from the same timing issues. Attacks continued throughout the day against the airfields at Thorney Island and Gosport, and the radar stations on the south coast. Then Hornchurch and North Weald airfields near London, followed by harassing missions as far afield as Bristol, South Wales and East Anglia. But thanks to the continuing sacrifices of RAF fighter crews, none achieved the decisive impact German High Command had hoped for. When those destroyed on the ground were taken into account, both sides had lost in the region of 70 aircraft. The difference was in the relative numbers killed or taken prisoner. 134 German aircrew versus just 10 British. The RAF had significantly punctured German ambitions. There was no significant German follow-up attack the next day, something Churchill privately considered a serious mistake. In public, however, he could laud the RAF's achievements on the hardest day, deploying the immortal phrase, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few," in the House of Commons on Tuesday the 20th of August. Strategically astute as ever, he also identified a route to victory. "We believe that we shall be able to continue the air struggle indefinitely, and as long as the enemy pleases, and the longer it continues, the more rapid will be our approach, first towards that parity and then into that superiority in the air, upon which, in a large measure, the decision of the war depends." There were less tangible consequences, too. The German attacks may not have achieved their military objectives, but they had a profound psychological impact. In this new era of aerial warfare, civilians could die just as easily as soldiers, sailors, or aircrew, and that realization came as a grave shock. At the same time, however, a sense of shared vulnerability began to bond military personnel and civilians, and bring communities together. Everyone was in this war now, and they would all have to rely on each other to get through it. None of this was of any consolation to the civilians, 3 women and 2 men killed close to Kenley. And reports suggest, though figures vary considerably, that another 24 non-combatants died that day, with around 66 seriously injured. For them and their families, the Blitz had already begun. The aircrew of the Luftwaffe and RAF had trained for war. The risk of injury, even death, was an occupational hazard, one offset in part by comradeship and potential glory. But for the people above whom they were fighting, there was rarely such compensation. The interweaving aircraft contrails in the skies over Britain that summer symbolized heroic self-sacrifice. The ruined houses and streets below spoke only of arbitrary, unseemly death. Iris Cockle, who had found herself alone in a dugout during the attack, had exactly that realization. If the Luftwaffe could bomb RAF Kenley, they could do the same to any town in Britain, even the one nearby where her beloved family lived. I had to get to a phone to make sure that they were all right. Unfortunately, the camp's phone box was now lying on its side and completely useless. I started walking along the road and headed for South Norwood. I could see a few burned-out buildings along the way, so was becoming more and more fearful. I hitched a couple of lifts in lorries and walked the rest of the way. I felt a bit of a fraud when one woman in the Croydon area rushed out of a house to tell me how brave I was. When I eventually arrived home, darkness had fallen and all was peaceful and quiet. The family were relieved to see that I had survived, but my father was keen to get me back to the camp for fear that there may be trouble for not telling anyone where I was going. By the time my father had driven me back, the place was still in turmoil. In the confusion, no one had missed me, as no one knew who was dead and who was alive. Something absolutely fundamental had changed on the hardest day. People had been killed in their homes while sitting down for Sunday lunch. Operation Eagle Attack showed that it could happen to anyone, anywhere, anytime. Chapter 6. Glorious are the deeds of gallantry. Northeast England, summer 1940. With the Battle of Britain now in full swing, the ruthless determination displayed by Hauptmann Joachim Roth and his comrades took an increasing toll on their domestic targets. The Luftwaffe continued to throw huge punches at their exhausted opponents, while the RAF attempted to parry the blows. Between the 24th of August and the 6th of September, the Luftwaffe lost some 100 twin-engine bombers and twice as many escorting fighters. During the same period, Fighter Command lost 466 aircraft, destroyed or seriously damaged. Worse, 231 fighter pilots had been killed or wounded, a loss rate that simply could not be sustained. As British airmen died in the skies, increasing numbers of those they were trying to protect perished below. Over the 17 nights before Black Saturday, almost 500 people, most of them civilians, died in night attacks. As the volume of assaults swelled, the sense of powerlessness of those like Iris Cockle and her family must have felt almost suffocating. Was there nothing they could do but sit and pray? Perhaps anticipating this frustration, Lord Beaverbrook, Minister of Aircraft Production, had earlier issued a call for public donations to the war effort. "We will turn your pots and pans into Spitfires and Hurricanes, Blenheims and Wellingtons," he promised in mid-July, while launching a campaign encouraging towns to sponsor their own Spitfire. Here was a chance for every community to do their bit. Beaverbrook settled on the neat figure of £5,000 for a new aircraft, although the actual cost was considerably higher. When a schoolboy sent him a guinea, £1.05 in modern money, to pay for a Spitfire's thermometer, a special price list was fashioned to encourage those who couldn't afford an entire aeroplane. £2,000, it pronounced, would pay for an engine or wings, £800 would buy Browning machine guns, or just £2 the cockpit clock. Those filled with patriotic fervour but of limited means could fund a single rivet with a sixpence. At the end of August, with the air battle raging, the Mayor of Tynemouth, just a mile or so from my mother's home in North Shields, sent a letter to every household. "Dear Sir or Madam, as a result of many requests, I have inaugurated an appeal to the inhabitants of the borough for the sum of £5,000 to purchase a Spitfire fighter for the Royal Air Force. Our airmen are magnificent. We owe a huge debt to them all. The fund is for a very great cause. May I add, perhaps, the greatest for which a fund has ever been inaugurated. Every subscription received, however small the amount, is a blow to the enemy. A blow in the great battle for freedom and peace." Before long, there was a Borough of Tynemouth Spitfire song, with sales of the song sheets, sixpence each, like the rivets, contributing to the cause. "There's no need to take cover when you hear these engines sound," it began. "British planes are in the skyways on their daily vigil bound. We'll make one of their number, write your name upon the wing. When our plane is flying over, you will hear all Tynemouth sing. There's music in the sky. Don't you hear the engines humming? Prepare to do or die. The Tynemouth Plain is coming. Steadfast, reliant, Spitfire or defiant. So give a rousing cheer. The Tynemouth Plain is here. A Spitfire barometer was installed at the Tynemouth Electricity Department showrooms, with the £5,000 target reached in just over 4 weeks. A letter to the Shields Daily News celebrated the achievement. Not rich, not well-to-do, we have done in a month what wealthier and more populous towns have failed to do, a proud resident wrote. We have always known that when the country calls, whether the need be men or money, the response from this unbeautiful but nonetheless lovable canny Shields, pleasant Shields, is no half-measure effort. We can give and save and spend and fight, too, with the best of Britain. A week later, the mayor used the same paper to express his gratitude to all who have so generously subscribed to the Tynemouth Spitfire Fund, and announced his intention to transmit to the Minister of Aircraft Production a cheque for the full amount subscribed, less some sundry expenses for printing, postages, etc., which have been necessarily incurred. Not everyone was brimming over with pride in the community, however. A letter in the same edition hinted at petty attentions. Would you kindly supply a fitting word to describe the person who between 9:30 p.m. and 8 a.m. stole a fire bucket standing on the doorstep of my address? I would like to know that word, so when I meet the unknown culprit I will know how to describe him or her. They are not only robbing a housewife of a household utensil, but are depriving our fire services of an appliance, which may be sorely needed in future. The indignant resident was right to worry. 4 more bombs, numbers 3 to 6 on my bomb plot map, fell on North Shields on the 9th-10th of August, one close to Cullercoats railway station, a couple of miles to the north of the town, the other 3 in a neat row in a nearby field. On the 15th of August, a sequence of heavy attacks from Portsmouth to Dover and Newcastle killed 79 civilians and injured close to 400. Between 180 and 200 German bombers tried to smash our industrial areas, recalled an eyewitness on Tyneside. Lunch-hour crowds hurried to shelter as waves of enemy planes droned ominously nearer until their engines sounded like the roar of thunder, and only the skill and courage of the RAF pilots and accurate AA fire saved Newcastle and other places from death and destruction. It was the first significant daytime raid on the northeast. 6 bombs fell on North Shields that same day, shaving the east coast but landing harmlessly in the sea and river. One of young Norman Christensen's lasting memories from around this time was of his father standing outside the door of their shelter, keeping an eye on proceedings, despite War Ma's, our mother's, oft-stated claim that she didn't care if he got his bloody head blown off. One night, Christensen's dad dragged me outside and sat me on his shoulders to watch a German plane twisting and turning like a falling leaf as it fell smoking to earth caught in a web of searchlights that carefully illuminated its last rites. His mother, like a regular mother hen, didn't look on any of this as a spectator sport, and the first notes of an alarm had hardly hit the night air before she was into our bedroom. She yanked and dragged and pushed and chivied us out of our warm bed and into the cold, cold shelter where we'd be sat shivering and half asleep. Elsewhere, the attacks had other unintended consequences. Under the headline, "Cows Affected by Raids," a Hartlepool newspaper described a court case in which a farmer successfully defended himself from the accusation of watering down his milk. The dropping of bombs so upset his cows, the court heard, as to account for a 13% deficiency in butterfat. The phony war was well and truly over, not just for the RAF, but the entire country. Villages, towns, cities now had to digest and respond to the threat. The authorities, of course, were doing their bureaucratic best, but responsibility often fell on individuals. Peacetime civilians became wardens, firefighters, rescue workers, ambulance drivers, dispatch riders, and first aiders. Facing this new industrial-scale violence, it was their turn to stand tall, to show their mettle on an almost nightly basis. ARP Warden Patrick King lived in Seaton de Laval, a few miles to the north of North Shields. Wounded in the First World War trenches, aged 17, he was now a guard on the Backworth Coal Company Railway and joined the ARP to help protect and serve his community. A photo from the time shows a wiry 40-something with his dark uniform beneath a dapper tweed jacket, a black helmet, stenciled with a white W slung from his arm. Discussions regarding the need for wardens like King had first been held in the aftermath of the First World War, inspired, ironically, by the creation of a network of house wardens in pre-war Germany. An early air raid wardens service had been formed in April 1937, and by the middle of the following year, with the government still expecting that war would bring more than 60,000 civilian deaths each week, hundreds of thousands of citizens had rallied to the cause. The general idea of an air raid warden, declared an official memorandum, is that he should be a responsible member of the public, chosen to be a leader and advisor of his neighbours in a small area, a street or a small group of streets, in which he is known and respected. 90% were part-timers, and despite the use of the male pronoun, 1 in 6 were women. In the cities, there were typically 6 wardens to every post, and roughly 1 post per 500 residents. They came from all backgrounds and professions. As one 1942 report noted, in dockside areas they were dockers and shipyard engineers. In the more expensive residential districts, bank managers and architects. In the arms towns, fitters and riveters. In suburbia, clerks and shopkeepers. In the country, farmers and men of the manor. Their role was akin to an official good neighbour, acting as the authorities' eyes and ears on the ground, issuing gas masks, escorting the less able to shelters and rest centres when the sirens went off, and generally assisting in any way they could before, during, and after raids. The very best knew who would be likely sleeping in which house and whether they'd gone away for the night, allowing them to instruct rescue parties on how many they should be looking for and even where to dig if homes were destroyed. With increasing numbers of air raids, King made a point of escorting his blind neighbour Hannah Wilson to the shelter in her garden each time the sirens sounded. However, an alarm on the night of the 26th of August, immediately followed by an attack, meant he hadn't had time to guide her from her home. Crouching in a nearby shelter, King listened in horror as a bomb struck. He immediately abandoned his own refuge to discover that Hannah's was one of the houses that had collapsed. He forced his way through the remains of the front entrance, ears straining for any sound of life. The trouble was, everything was so dark, and stuff kept falling about, and a girder hit me on the head. Miraculously, he heard a faint voice from somewhere under the stairs. Hearing the sirens, Hannah had tried to make her way to her shelter alone, but had been thrown back into the house by the force of the blast. Wielding a fire axe, King began burrowing through the debris. Using shattered timber to prop up a makeshift tunnel, he made his way towards her voice, encouraging and reassuring her. With the remains of the house threatening to give way at any second, he eventually broke through and dragged her to safety. "I touched his head and the sweat was pouring off him," she said later. Early in the war, air raid wardens had been treated with a certain amount of disdain, but Patrick King and his colleagues changed all that. During the year of lull before the Blitzkrieg started, we were generally regarded as a quite unnecessary and rather expensive nuisance, wrote one female warden. Today we have our reward. We are conscious, as never before in our lives, of fulfilling a definite, direct, and essential function. We know that our neighbours in every walk of life turn to us in their hour of need and look on us as their friends. Further south, in the seaside town of Bridlington, Thomas Alderson was also risking everything for others. As a boy, he'd witnessed the 1914 German naval bombardment of West Hartlepool, in which 86 civilians had died and hundreds more were injured. After an early career as a marine engineer, Alderson had moved to Bridlington with his wife and son and was now an ARP Rescue Party detachment leader. His practical talents had allowed him to build his family an entirely underground shelter at the back of the house, complete with porthole and water pump. By the summer of 1940, he had been training the men in his detachment, all volunteers, for 2 years. A black and white group portrait shows them seated in uniform, wearing steel helmets, the straps of their satchels running from right shoulder to left hip. At first, there wasn't much excitement, Alderson said later. In fact, ARP was a bit of a nuisance. We were missing our sleep, and the men grumbled a bit. This quickly changed with a crescendo of attacks across the region. 5 people had been killed during a raid on Bridlington in July. A heavily censored newspaper report described an attack on a northeast town. The plane was clearly visible and 2 bombs could be seen falling. Dense volumes of smoke rose, tongues of flame leapt into the sky, and explosions occurred. Many houses in the vicinity were badly damaged, and large numbers of plate glass windows were shattered. On the 15th of August, a single raider attacked again, peppering the seafront with its machine guns and, according to one witness, flying so low I could have reached out and kicked him. Alderson and his team were called to a pair of wrecked, semi-detached houses, where at least one resident was believed trapped. Procedure required rescue teams to initially try to make the ruins safe, ensuring water and electricity supplies be turned off and gas leaks dealt with. Only then could the searches begin. Damaged floors and walls might be shored up with available timbers to prevent further collapses. A series of official manuals, complete with illustrations depicting civilians trapped in voids, cellars, and basements, were available to guide them. Operating by the light of electric torches, hurricane lamps, and even vehicle headlights, the parties would slowly dig their way into the remains of the buildings, working as carefully and quietly as they could in order to minimize the risk of further collapses and giving the best chance of hearing trapped victims. The rescue man was the new technician of the Blitz, announced one contemporary report. His pre-war training taught him much, but when the bombs fell, he learned much more. He learned how to tunnel through shifting masses of rubble on unstable footings, using whatever head support he could find, sometimes lengths of timber, but sometimes a kitchen table or a wardrobe frame which he pushed before him as he went on. He learned to be very delicate with his big hands, for if he could not withdraw a lump of brick and mortar without disturbing by a hair's breadth the broken timber beside, it might bring the tons of stuff above down on him. Alderson and his crew passed this, their first real test, with flying colours. Tunnelling under the wreckage, they managed to extract a woman alive from her collapsed house. 5 days later, Bridlington was hit once more. This time, 2 5-story buildings were destroyed, trapping a number of people in what was a much more challenging rescue scenario. "We were called out and found a heap of ruins," Alderson remembered. The flames were still about and bombs were crumping in the distance. He and his team searched the darkened perimeter and managed to find a door into the basement, still partly uncovered. One of the house walls was still standing, and it didn't look very safe, but we started at that door. Grabbing their standard tools and equipment, goggles, leather gloves, pickaxes, crowbars, chains, rope, sledgehammers, heavy lift jacks, winches, wheelbarrows, saws, and shovels, they went to work. Piece by piece. "Nothing is too small," he said later. Alderson and his men dug out and manhandled chunks of brick, plaster, and wood, then began burrowing through the wreckage. After several hours of exhausting, uncomfortable, and dangerous work, they had opened up a 14-foot-long tunnel. The ground-floor joists had collapsed, but they were jammed between the basement wall and floor, giving protection to 4 people in a corner. There was a big farmhouse table in the middle of the floor. This had partly collapsed and was half supporting the beams and smashed walls from the floors above. Lying on my side, I began to work a hole over the table, keeping a wary eye on the unsafe debris and passing bricks and rubbish back along the chain of men. Battered and bruised, he managed to create enough of a void to slide the 4 people head-first into the hole over the table, swing their legs round then and pull them backwards through the basement door. Phase 1 complete, they turned their attention to a young boy and girl who were trapped in the centre of the basement. Searching for a solution to his potentially lethal 3-dimensional puzzle, Alderson began to saw up the farmhouse table which still stood in his way. As the last segment was passed back, he called for mechanical car jacks. The standard ARP versions were too big for what he had in mind. With these, we managed to raise the main joist a little until it started to crack. By jacking immediately underneath the crack, I raised the joist still further. The 2 children, now within reach, were in severe pain, so I called a doctor to give them an injection. With the remnants of the building threatening to collapse, potentially explosive coal gas invading his nostrils, and water pouring from fractured pipes, Alderson and his team had to work the children free from the joist and slide them out. But at last, after 4 hours' work, with shaded hand torches as our only means of light, it was done. Enemy aircraft were still humming about overhead, he said later, but I had been too busy to notice. Reading these typically understated accounts 85 years on, I find it difficult to truly fathom both the courage and the patience Alderson displayed during that rescue. And he did it all again 3 days later, when Bridlington suffered its 3rd attack in the space of 8 days. He and his team were called to penetrate a collapsed building, this time with a 3-story wall swaying in the wind, threatening to bury them at any moment. Working for 5 hours, he carved a route down through the pavement and into the basement, saving the lives of another 5 people. A fortnight later, the night blitz proper had begun. On the morning of the 9th of September, 36 hours after the horrors of Black Saturday, King George VI, enthroned unexpectedly in 1936 after the abdication of his brother Edward VIII, toured bomb sites in the East End of London. In one photograph, the tall, slim, uniformed figure surveys a street piled high with rubble. His face is blank, but his hands, hanging by his sides, balled into fists, hint at deep outrage. He visited a shelter where 50 people had been killed, attempting to comfort a bereft mother who had lost 3 children. Accompanying him, Member of Parliament Ewan Wallace noted his desire to meet all and sundry and his insistence on carrying out the programme in full. 2 days later, he made another visit alongside his wife, Queen Elizabeth, seeing the usual collapsed houses and homeless people who had lost all their belongings. But here again, their fortitude in adversity is amazing. When the sirens sounded unexpectedly, the royal pair were whisked away to a shelter at Lewisham Police Station. The astonished occupants broke into cheers, and the king lit a cigarette as the canteen staff served tea and biscuits. When the all-clear sounded, the perfect excuse to leave, he asked to stay a little longer. "I think we must have taken refuge in every single police station in London," the Queen said later, reflecting on her experience of the night blitz. "We were always given a cup of very, very strong tea." The courageous deeds of Thomas Alderson, Patrick King, and countless others of their ilk began to present the monarch with an apparently insurmountable challenge. He was prevented from awarding them the country's highest military honour, the Victoria Cross, for their increasingly heroic achievements. Instituted in 1856 to acknowledge the valour in the Crimean War, the VC could only be given to those who performed outstanding acts of bravery in the presence of the enemy. The king had been profoundly affected by one particular incident. On the 12th of September, a disposal team, led by a Lieutenant Robert Davis, attended an unexploded 1,000-kilogram bomb lodged 27 feet beneath ground level in Dean's Yard at the west end of St. Paul's Cathedral. Fitted with a time-delay fuse, it could have detonated at any moment and caused catastrophic damage. Over 3 painstaking and life-threatening days, the crew managed to extract the huge device from the mud, then load it onto 2 lorries joined together in tandem. Davis himself drove it away for safe detonation on the outskirts of London, with his colleague, Sapper George Wiley, sitting astride the bomb to keep it steady. The king could perhaps have recognised their courage with the Albert Medal, Britain's premier decoration at the time for civilian acts of gallantry in the saving of life at sea and on land. But the grave circumstances now facing the nation seemed to call for more. The king is very angry that the War Office will not recognise bomb disposal officers as being eligible for military decorations on the ground that they are not working in the face of the enemy, wrote Ewan Wallace soon afterwards. He wanted to give Lieutenant Davis the VC and said some things about the generals at the War Office which would have surprised them. Addressing the nation from Buckingham Palace on the 23rd of September 1940, George VI decided to put things right in an 11-minute broadcast. The Queen and I have seen many of the places which have been most heavily bombed, and many of the people who have suffered and are suffering most. Our hearts are with them tonight. Their courage and cheerfulness, their faith in their country's cause and final victory are an inspiration to the rest of us to persevere. To the men and women who carry on the work of the ARP services, I should like to say a special word of gratitude. The devotion of these civilian workers, firemen, salvagemen, and many others in the face of grave and constant danger has won a new renown for the British name. Many and glorious are the deeds of gallantry done during these perilous but famous days. In order that they should be worthily and promptly recognised, I have decided to create at once a new mark of honour for men and women in all walks of civilian life. I propose to give my name to this new distinction, the George Cross, which will rank next to the Victoria Cross. As the founding royal warrant later explained, the George Cross, or GC, was for acts of the greatest heroism or of the most conspicuous courage in circumstances of extreme danger. It was intended primarily for civilians, and the award in our military services is to be confined to actions for which purely military honours are not normally granted. The King also chose this moment to unveil the George Medal. Subordinate to the GC, it would nevertheless only be awarded for acts of great bravery. It was announced, too, that the 112 living recipients of the Empire Gallantry Medal, introduced by George V in 1922 to acknowledge both civilian and military heroism, should exchange their decorations for the GC. With a stroke of his pen, the King now effectively elevated all actions that had earned an EGM to the level of the GC. After the war, recipients of the Albert Medal would also, if they chose, be able to swap their AMs for a GC. The King's first 3 George Crosses, for Lieutenant Robert Davis, his teammate Sapper George Wiley, and ARP Rescue Squad leader Thomas Alderson, were announced a week after his broadcast. No one could have been more surprised than me when I heard I'd been awarded the George Cross, confessed the Bridlington stalwart. "Yesterday I started work at 7 o'clock as usual and didn't know anything about it until I got home at 1 o'clock. It was washing day, but needless to say the washing was only half done. Worse than that, the midday meal wasn't ready. I've hardly had time to realise just what it means, but feel it is a very great honour. Not just for me, but for the whole of the Bridlington ARP services. Without their willing help, no successful rescue work could have been done. I'm sure there must be hundreds of rescue squads doing the same sort of thing." A number of George medals were announced at the same time, including to Patrick King, the ARP warden in Seaton de Laval, who had saved the blind Hannah Wilson. "All I did was my best until the rest of the lads came along," King told the reporter. Hannah was more effusive. "If anyone ever deserved anything, it was Pat. I owe my life to him, and nobody is more pleased than I that he has got his medal." A cinema newsreel breathlessly informed viewers that intense aerial attacks in the past weeks have wrecked a lot of familiar buildings and caused many casualties, but they have also found heroes among the ordinary men and women of Britain. Among these ordinary heroes in the film is Pat King, cigarette butt wedged in the corner of his mouth, a beaming Hannah Wilson by his side. 19-year-old Sonia Straw, another George Medal recipient, seems almost to wink at the camera. 2 weeks after the raid on Kenley by Joachim Roth and his crews, the Luftwaffe had come again. Straw single-handedly crewed an ARP post in nearby Caterham for 13 hours, attending to a number of cases of badly injured women and children, treating several persons suffering from shock, and showing great courage and resource. "I did no more than anyone else would have done," she told the Daily Mirror. "I used to think I would be scared at the sight of blood, but all those feelings leave you when you see pain and distress." Despite the King's enthusiasm, the process of designing and then manufacturing the George Crosses did not go as smoothly as it might have. A few months later, the Deputy Master of the Royal Mint had to explain a delay in their manufacture to the palace, noting that "we have had 3 men killed, 1 building down, practically all roofs and windows demolished, and power, gas and water cut off at intervals." At an investiture ceremony at Buckingham Palace the following year, the King was finally able to shake Thomas Alderson's hand, pin the blue-ribboned silver cross on his uniform and tell him, "You are the first recipient of the George Cross. It gives me very great pleasure to hand it to you." It's not hard to imagine Alderson's pride as he took a quick peek at his decoration. An image of St. George and the dragon, the words "For Gallantry" emblazoned above, his name inscribed on the back. In a picture taken soon afterwards, wearing a dapper suit and trilby hat, the size of the GC pinned on his left lapel seems only to emphasise his slightness. The King would go on to award the GC to over 100 individuals, as well as, in 1942, the entire island of Malta, honouring her brave people and bearing witness to a heroism and devotion that will long be famous in history. While the initial intention may have been to focus on civilian gallantry, in practice many recipients would be military personnel, especially bomb disposal officers, serving on the home front. Kent, Spring 1940. The honour of being the first woman to receive a GC went to Corporal Daphne Pearson of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. It is a name I discovered only recently when a portrait of her in blue uniform, wearing a steel helmet, binoculars in hand, staring skywards, was unveiled at the RAF Club in London. Wartime photographs reveal a handsome, serious-looking woman, her dark brown hair cropped short. Pearson had developed a fascination for flying while still a young girl, and was working towards her pilot's license when war broke out. Soon afterwards, and much to her disappointment, she was told that, at that time, women would not be allowed to contribute to the war effort in the skies. Still keen to serve, she joined up in 1939, eventually being posted to RAF Detling in Kent as a medical orderly. In the spring of 1940, with the Germans threatening to break through the defensive line at Dunkirk, an RAF twin-engine Anson bomber was returning to Detling from an attack against the port of Boulogne. Their bombs had failed to drop, so the crew had to make the perilous journey home with a full load of high explosives. Droning across the channel, tensions already high, their port engine began to fail and, just a few miles from base, stopped completely. As the anxious pilot David Bond warned his 3 colleagues to prepare for a crash landing, the engine burst into flames. Seconds later, the starboard engine began to splutter. Eyes straining forward, Bond calculated that the aircraft was going to come down short of the runway. Then, a clash with the top of several trees disabled the bomber's landing gear. Smashing into the ground moments later, the Anson tore up the grass airfield and skidded to a sudden halt, knocking the pilot and navigator unconscious. Daphne Pearson was lying in her bunk in the WAF quarters when she heard the ailing aircraft approaching. "We always had to be ready," she said later, "because there were so many prangs among our own aircraft." The sickening noise of the Anson hitting the ground had her leaping from bed. She watched in horror as flames started to lick around the wreckage. Donning a fisherman's jersey, trousers, and Wellington boots, she dashed from the hut and sprinted towards the site. Despite their own injuries, the radio operator and gunner had managed to drag pilot David Bond from the cockpit. Leaving him lying on the grass, they returned for the navigator but were forced back by the flames now consuming the stricken bomber. Pearson, arms and legs pumping, covered the ground as quickly as she could. A sentry told me to stop, but she was having none of it. I said no, then ran on and opened a gate to allow an ambulance to get through. She scrambled over a hedge, tumbled through a patch of nettles, then darted on towards the dull glow where the plane had come to rest. Breathing heavily, she reached the radio operator and gunner, now back with the pilot. With no concern for her own safety, she instructed them to leave him to me and to head for an approaching ambulance. With the dazed Bond muttering that there were live bombs on the Anson, Pearson noticed that there was a lot of blood around his mouth and a tooth was protruding from his upper jaw. I reassured him about his face, pulled the broken tooth out, and was just about to attend to his other injuries when he again said that there were bombs still on board. Many people's nerves would have broken at that point, but Pearson quickly removed her own steel helmet and placed it on Bond's head, then, straining every muscle, began hauling him away from the threat. Seconds later, the aircraft exploded, and red-hot metal splinters flew in all directions. She could do nothing to save the navigator, but threw herself across Bond, protecting him with her own body, and continued to shelter him as secondary explosions tore the bomber apart. She only relinquished her charge when assistance arrived, and there was nothing more she could do. A few hours later, at 8 a.m., Daphne reported for duty as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. In a letter to her mother in Cornwall, she said that she had been involved in a little something, that her name has been sent to the king, but that she hoped nothing will be done about it. "When I read of the things our boys did at Dunkirk," she wrote, "my little bit seems nothing at all." The king decided otherwise, awarding her the Empire Gallantry Medal, later automatically changed to a George Cross. His words to her at the hot summer's investiture the following year were simple. "You are the first woman to win the George Cross. I congratulate you." In a photograph with her family outside the palace, her heavy military greatcoat a size too big, her gas mask satchel hanging from her left shoulder, she looks almost stunned by the experience. As I reflect on this panoply of astonishing bravery, I realize, not for the first time, that most of those involved seem to express similar sentiments. Thomas Alderson had insisted his GC wasn't just for him, but for the whole of the Bridlington ARP services. Patrick King claimed, "All I did was my best until the rest of the lads came along," and Sonia Straw declared that she did no more than anyone else would have done. Humility seems to lie at the heart of every single one of these extraordinary acts of gallantry. Is that, I wonder, a key aspect of personal bravery? Chapter 7. A medal glitters, but also casts a shadow. Daphne Pearson had made light of her rescue of pilot David Bond from his burning aircraft in that letter to her mother, writing, "My little bit seems nothing at all." True heroes always say that, of course. But it really isn't nothing to risk one's own life for another. Daphne ran towards danger when others might freeze or run away. My wider circle of friends includes holders of almost every award for bravery: the Victoria Cross, George Cross, Distinguished Flying Cross, Military Medal, and many, many more. The actions that led to those honours are never mentioned by those who wear them, and rarely by those of us who look on in admiration. For gallantry, says the inscription on Daphne Pearson's George Cross, but what prompts such gallantry? Not everyone, thankfully, is presented with the opportunity to answer that question, and not all those who are take it. Yet the Blitz story demonstrates that again and again there's something that, in the moment of crisis, drives some to do extraordinary things. Some psychologists see it as a profound appreciation of the value of others, a deep-seated willingness to make personal sacrifices for them, and more importantly, to resist the voice inside your head urging you to save yourself instead. One theory suggests we evolved to be heroic because it brings social status. Another, that people are more likely to be brave if alone when no one else can step in. Sometimes it's about balance. People who are too empathetic can become so paralyzed by the pain they're witnessing they become incapable of helping. The Second World War offers countless demonstrations of courage on and off the battlefield which were rightly rewarded, and both military and civilian acts of valor continue to be celebrated today, most obviously because it is the right thing to do, but also, I suspect, because the relevant authorities believe such recognition can inspire others to greatness. In an effort to bring some structure to the process, British awards are divided into 4 levels of gallantry, defined as operational, in contact with the enemy, or non-operational. According to government guidance and in simplified terms, Level 1 medals, the Victoria Cross and George Cross, are generally awarded in circumstances where there is judged to be over 90% risk of death. Level 2, the Conspicuous Gallantry Cross, the George Medal, the Distinguished Conduct Medal, and the Conspicuous Gallantry Medal, typically involve a 50 to 90% risk of death. Level 3 awards, which include the Military Cross, the Distinguished Flying Cross, and the King's Gallantry Medal, formerly the Queen's Gallantry Medal, carry a 20 to 50% risk of death. The King's Commendation for Bravery and decorations at a similar level assume the chance of death to be less than 20%. Winston Churchill recognized the complexity of the awards system during a debate on war decorations and medals in 1944. The object of giving medals, stars, and ribbons is to give pride and pleasure to those who have deserved them, he told the House of Commons. At the same time, a distinction is something which everybody does not possess. If all have it, it is of less value. There must, therefore, be heartburnings and disappointments on the borderline. A medal glitters, but it also casts a shadow. The task of drawing up regulations for such awards is one which does not admit of a perfect solution. It is not possible to satisfy everybody without running the risk of satisfying nobody. All that is possible is to give the greatest satisfaction to the greatest number and to hurt the feelings of the fewest. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the number of awards to ordinary people during the war, who in the heat of the moment chose to put others first, was significant. Today, because of the realities of exposure to great danger, most modern recipients are from the armed forces or police service, but civilian awards continue to shine, showing us that the Blitz spirit is still alive and well. Summer 2015. Wales. Steve Adams is a big lad. 6'4" tall, and although silver-haired and in his mid-50s, could still make a painful dent in the opposition on a rugby pitch. His playing days are over, but he remains a passionate fan. A pair of black Labradors wander in and out of his dining room, and sunlight streams through the patio doors as we chat, glinting on a picture of England's Johnny Wilkinson at the famous 2003 World Cup final. On Saturday the 4th of July 2015, Steve, a British telecom engineer, and his wife Claire were enjoying a weekend at the family caravan on Tywyn Beach on the west coast of Wales with their young daughters Emma and Kate. The sun was shining and it was a lovely day, he tells me. I took Emma down to the beach as she wanted to play catch with the dog. Claire and Kate were going to follow on later. The sea was a bit rough, with waves breaking on the shore, but that was fairly normal. I remember remarking to Emma that the conditions were perfect for bodyboarding. Margaret Guest and her husband Richard, a retired bank manager, also a former rugby player, had driven down to Tywyn from Walsall. Margaret was still reeling from the death of her mother a fortnight earlier. We had been running around dealing with her affairs. Richard decided we should go to the caravan to relax and prepare ourselves for the funeral the following week. It was a lovely afternoon, so after lunch we decided to take the dog for a walk by the sea. Both in their 70s, they'd spent countless family holidays in their nearby caravan with their children, Gareth and Kerry, and now cherished doing the same with their grandchildren. We loved taking them to experience the beauty of the area, Margaret says in her gentle West Midlands lilt. She sits in a grey, high-backed chair in her flat in Lichfield, surrounded by family photos, one of their wedding day taking pride of place. Richard had been born in London on the 10th of September 1940, just a couple of days after the onset of the night Blitz. Later in the war, his family relocated to North Wales after a bomb hit the pub in Mayfair run by his father. Hitler had heard about his birth, Richard would later joke, and was doing his best to get rid of him. Tywyn was popular with surfers and jet skiers, the pebble-littered sand punctuated every so often by wooden groins, fence-like structures to reduce coastal erosion. Steve Adams and 10-year-old Emma were wandering along the shore, enjoying a picture postcard day. Suddenly, I was aware of frantic shrieking, the noise of a child in real distress and danger, he says. I looked out to sea, but couldn't see anything. Margaret and Richard also heard the screams. We were just strolling along, enjoying the beach, when we both heard girls shouting. I looked out to sea and could see two heads bobbing in the waves. It was around 3:45 p.m. I saw Richard standing perhaps 50 metres away, recalls Steve. We'd never met, but he turned and looked at me, and I looked at him. I guess there was some sort of nod of acknowledgement, an unspoken agreement, and that was it. We both decided to act. Margaret noticed Steve taking his jacket and shoes off. The next thing I knew, Richard had done the same. He handed me his wallet and simply said, "Hold on to these," then rushed into the sea. It was completely instinctive. He heard somebody in trouble and decided to help. Steve told his daughter to stay exactly where she was. She was sensible. There were other people on the beach, and I trusted her. Then I ran into the water, jumping over the smaller waves nearer the shore, but as I got further out it became rougher, so I struck out swimming towards the shouting. After battling through the swell for a couple of minutes, his powerful arms churning through the water, Steve found himself around 50 meters from the shoreline where he joined Richard searching the area. Two 13-year-old girls, Poppy and Olivia, had been enjoying a post-lunch paddle. 1 minute the water was merely waist-height. Poppy was around 5'6". The next it was up to their necks and overwhelming them. A bigger wave came towards us, Olivia recalled later. It broke at the exact point that it got to us. I remember the water hitting my face and knocking me off balance. I think I was submerged for about 5 seconds before I got my head back above the water. I managed to breathe again, but was totally disorientated. Poppy, meanwhile, felt she was being pulled down by the water and dragged further out to sea. I tried to swim towards the shore, but it felt like I couldn't move. The waves were breaking over my head. I was swallowing water and finding it hard to breathe. I could only just see Olivia's head. It looked like she was struggling to keep afloat. I started screaming for help as loud as I could. Steve now saw Olivia floundering. I managed to grab hold of her and she immediately wrapped her arms around my neck. The terrified teenager was shouting that her friend was still missing. I heard Poppy screaming but couldn't see a thing, so I said to Olivia that it was too dangerous to stay. The swell was so great that I was treading water and kept going under. There was so much noise because of the crashing waves that it was difficult to communicate. We had to get back to shore or we were going to be in serious trouble. As waves continued to engulf them, he remembers seeing Richard treading water a few meters away. I shouted over that we needed to get out as quickly as possible and turned for the shoreline. Richard continued his search for Poppy as his anxious wife waited alone on the beach. I couldn't really see what was happening. Both Steve and Richard had disappeared from sight, Margaret tells me. Everything was happening so fast. People were now arriving from all directions and there was so much going on. I have a strong sense of Steve reliving the moment. The conditions were simply atrocious, he says. It was like being thrown around in a washing machine. I was really struggling to swim because of the breaking waves and Olivia clinging around my neck. We were now in a bloody dangerous situation, and I suppose the fight or flight instinct kicked in. At one point she said she could swim, so I let go for a couple of seconds, which gave me a bit of a reprieve. But the conditions were so bad that she was being dragged away, so had to grab back onto me again. Then, as another huge wave crashed over us, I caught a glimpse of Richard face down in the water, his t-shirt riding up over his back. He pauses for a moment. There was simply nothing I could do. With Olivia stuck around my neck, my only hope was to get closer to the shore before we both went under. As the pair struggled on, Steve felt a tantalizing hint of firm sand under his feet. He tried to stand, but was immediately dragged back out to sea again. At that point, I clearly remembered thinking, what the hell have I got myself into? His only option was to concentrate on fighting towards the safety of the shore. I wasn't panicking, but the situation was getting worse by the second. I knew I needed to stay calm for the sake of this young child hanging around my neck. It felt like an absolute lifetime, but eventually the water became shallower. A couple of 20-something girls in wetsuits came to help, so I passed Olivia over. Then another wave crashed over us and dragged her away. It was obvious that the waves were too strong even for the two older girls, so I grabbed Olivia back. His energy reserves close to zero, Steve once again summoned the strength to power on. Eventually we got closer to the beach where I could stand and safely hand Olivia over. I was absolutely shattered, but all I could think about was the other young girl and the man who had come out to help save them still in the water. As he considered his options, he saw a girl making her way out of the water a few yards away. It was Poppy. Somehow I'd managed to get to the point where my feet could touch the bottom again, she said later. I could feel soft sand and kicked until I could stand up. I started to walk and drag myself up the beach and out of the sea. I didn't know where Olivia was or what had happened to her. I was upset, crying and panicking as there was no sign of her. I made my way back to the water's edge, where I saw that Olivia was lying on her front on a bodyboard and was being pulled to the shore. As Olivia recovered, she looked to see Poppy already on the beach with a towel wrapped around her. We hugged each other, and I went back to get my phone so that I could call my dad. Although the two girls were safe, Steve, still exhausted from the first rescue, knew that Richard was still in the water. I only really had one option, so I headed back into the waves. I managed to swim to where he was floating face down in the churning water and pulled him towards me. I tried to see if he had any pulse, but it was impossible in the crashing waves. I'd be holding on to him, then we'd be hit by a wave which would drag us apart. At one point, I started hitting his chest hard, in the hope that if he'd had a heart attack, I might be able to start it again. Back on the beach, Steve's wife, Claire, arrived to find their daughter alone, looking across the waves. "Where's Daddy?" she asked. "He's gone in the sea to help someone," Emma replied. I really thought by now that I was in mortal danger, and I had to make a very tough decision, says Steve. I didn't think that there was anything I could do for Richard, and I was in deep trouble myself. I remember thinking, I am not dying here. I am not drowning in this fucking sea. He looked up and recognized a large house on the caravan site. It was the beacon he needed. I'd swim hard towards it, counting out 10 strokes, then look up to try and see where I was. It was so rough that each time I paused to take a breath, I discovered I was pointing in a different direction. I was exhausted and really felt done for. I really was swimming for my life at that point. The current was taking me back out to sea. It felt like 1 stroke forward and 2 back. I realized that my wife and children were on the shoreline, and I began to think I might not see them again. Seconds later, with Steve now close to succumbing, a lifeguard materialized through the wild spray and threw him a red rescue float. As he held tight, the lifeguard dragged him towards the beach. Eventually, I managed to crawl the last few yards to safety. I could see my wife and both my daughters standing together with an older lady. I was on my hands and knees, flopping around, looking up at them, and all I can remember saying to my wife is, "That's the hardest thing I've ever done." I was spent, emotionally done for. Claire had never seen anybody so exhausted. The blood appeared to have drained from her husband's body, leaving him a strange grey colour. Margaret Guest, the older lady standing with Claire, was also watching. When Steve emerged from the sea, he looked absolutely shattered, she tells me. I said, "Where's my husband?" Steve had no answer. By now, a Coast Guard vessel had arrived. Richard was pulled from the waves, and the crew began trying to resuscitate him. They motored to the beach and transferred him to an emergency helicopter. Someone told Margaret not to watch, so she had little idea what physical shape he was in. Steve went to check on the 2 girls who were about to be taken to hospital for a precautionary checkup. There were now blue lights flashing all around, he says. The beach was crowded, people were looking out to sea, and it was a really chaotic situation. I really felt that I needed to get away from the area, so we headed back to the caravan. I made a strong cup of tea and began to come down from the situation. I had survived on adrenaline and was now physically bone-tired, in some sort of shock, with the dawning realization that I might not have survived the rescue attempt. After the helicopter departed, Margaret sat with a policeman to give her version of events. He offered to call their son, a police officer himself, to let him know, in Gareth's words, that my father had been taken to hospital after an incident where he'd tried to rescue someone in the water, but that it wasn't serious and there was nothing to worry about. Margaret was told she would be taken to Aberystwyth Hospital to join her husband. I went back to the caravan first to pick up some things for Richard, toiletries and a change of clothes in case they had to keep him in overnight. When she arrived, she was taken straight into a side room. A doctor and a couple of nurses came in to talk to me. They just told me that Richard had not survived. Margaret pauses again, then sighs deeply and looks away. I wonder if I've pressed too hard in asking her to relive that day. but she is determined to tell her husband's story. I really couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was just numb. How could he be dead? He was fit, strong, a great swimmer. I was taken into another room where Richard was lying on a bed, still with some of the medical equipment attached. It looked as though he was sleeping. I chatted to him and stroked his face. It was too much to take in. We had so much still to see and do in life. He'd always been the strong one in our partnership. He'd never been ill. A strong man. Indestructible. At home with his family, Gareth's phone rang again. It was 6 p.m., just over 2 hours since his father had raced into the water to save the two girls. It was Mum, in a state of shock, telling me Dad had died. It was like a physical blow to the heart. We were all in floods of tears. I immediately set off on the 3-hour drive to Aberystwyth Hospital, arriving to find Mum in a state of complete shock, not really fully understanding what was going on. I was taken into a side room where my father was laid out on a bed. Because of the circumstances of his death, his body was still being treated as a crime scene, and the hospital staff had not been able to fully prepare him. In my time on the job, I had seen countless, probably hundreds of dead bodies, but seeing my father lying there was still a terrible, terrible shock. I simply couldn't understand what had happened. Perhaps the most difficult aspect was that, for police procedural reasons, I could not be left alone with him. So a fellow police officer stood awkwardly to one side as I gave him a hug, a kiss, and said my last goodbyes. It was something akin to an out-of-body experience, as though I was looking down from above and could see my father lying there, and me looking at him. It was very surreal. A later inquest recorded a verdict of death by misadventure, commenting that Richard had entered the water in an act of great selflessness in order to save the lives of 2 young girls. It also noted that he had an enlarged heart, a condition no one had been aware of, and had probably suffered a cardiac event triggered by exertion in the water. Posts on the Tywin Facebook page acknowledged, in the simplest terms, what Richard and Steve had done. These 2 guys showed unbelievable courage and selfless determination in the face of danger, read one. Such a brave, selfless act. These men will always be remembered as true heroes, said another. R.I.P. Mr. Guest. What a brave man. Many would have walked on by. Margaret and Richard should have celebrated their golden wedding anniversary a month later. Now, just as she was contemplating burying her mother, Margaret would have to do the same for her beloved husband. In his eulogy, Gareth told mourners that the manner of Dad's passing came as no surprise to anyone who knew him and the values he lived by. Growing up, I think it's natural for young boys to think their fathers are heroes, but I didn't think my dad, at the age of 74, would still be my hero and a hero to countless others. In the aftermath of the tragedy, the Guest family tried to move on with their lives, and Steve Adams put the incident behind him. Then, 3 years later, I came home from work and Claire reminded me I had a pile of unopened mail, he says. Most of it was the usual old rubbish, but one letter had some sort of government crest on it. My first thought was that I'd picked up a parking ticket. I started reading and suddenly realised what it was. I was being awarded the Queen's Gallantry Medal for my actions that day. It was a complete shock. Totally unexpected. As the citation noted, both men demonstrated unselfish courage. Neither knew the 2 girls, yet were willing to risk their own lives to ensure the safety of 2 strangers. When we heard about the posthumous QGM, it really was a comfort for the family, Gareth tells me. To know that my dad's sacrifice, his courage, had been honoured in this way. For Margaret, it was a bittersweet experience. She felt real sadness about the hole that had been left in her life, but there was also an incredible sense of pride that Richard had been honoured in such a way. "I'm not sure I really understood what the award meant," Steve says. "I had to look up what it stood for, and I suppose I wondered if I really deserved it. I look at police officers and bomb disposal guys who have really put their lives on the line and won the award, and I do wonder if I'm in the same league." Summer 1985. Manchester. Richard and Steve were two civilians, two ordinary people who rose to meet a totally unexpected challenge in 2015. 30 years earlier, Joanna Caston had done the same, though I wonder if she might have expected to face danger because of the career she had chosen. It seems appropriate for a former air stewardess to be speaking from her apartment in Antibes, a glitzy corner of the Côte d'Azur in the south of France. "I was 26 years old in 1985, she tells me with a faint hint of a northwest accent. It was my second year as a stewardess with British Air Tours, a subsidiary of British Airways. I'd been working for the company at Manchester Airport since I was 18. I loved the job." I can see the nostalgia in her eyes. "It was a real adventure for a young woman. I'd wanted to be cabin crew since I was a child. I'd seen pictures in magazines and on TV. It all just seemed impossibly glamorous." On the morning of Thursday, the 22nd of August, 1985, Joanna was due to crew flight K228M, carrying holidaymakers to Greece. Arriving at the airport for a 5 a.m. brief, she was happy to see colleagues Arthur Bradbury, Sharon Ford, and Jackie Urbanski, whom she'd flown with previously. They really were lovely people, and we'd enjoyed our trips together. This flight was out to the island of Corfu, and we were all scheduled to do another trip together the next day. Commanding the Boeing 737 was Captain Peter Terrington, with First Officer Brian Love in the right-hand seat. It was a cool, slightly breezy summer morning, and flying conditions would be perfect for the 6 crew and 131 passengers, almost a full complement. As the pilots made their pre-flight checks, the cabin staff, Arthur and Joanna operating at the front, Sharon and Jackie in the rear, made their final passenger count, sealed the doors, and gave the obligatory safety briefing. It's impossible to know how many of those reclining in the 22 rows of orange seats, 6 abreast, paid much attention. It was still very early, Joanna remembers, so there wasn't quite as much buzz or excitement as usual, but there was still a sense of everybody heading towards a wonderful holiday in the sunshine. Everything was totally normal as we strapped in and started moving. Lindsay Davis was aboard with her boyfriend Charlie. "We'd been going out with each other for a year," she recalled years later. "That was one of the reasons we were excited. It was our first holiday together." With the 2 engines powered up, the 737 made the 4-minute taxi to the threshold of the main runway. At 6:12 a.m., the control tower cleared the aircraft for takeoff. With roughly 2 miles of tarmac ahead of him, plenty of distance to reach the necessary speed, First Officer Love pushed forward on the throttles. The familiar roar of the engines and the customary rumble and shake made the passengers feel their holidays were finally underway. Then, as the aircraft accelerated past 140 miles an hour, a melon-sized component deep within the left-hand engine broke off, shot out through the casing and up through the wing. Jet fuel immediately began to gush out of the wing tank and onto the hot engine. Lindsay and Charlie were looking out of the window. Everything was normal. The plane was going quite fast when suddenly we heard a dull thud, which sounded as if it came from outside. Joanna, strapped in at the front of the aircraft, heard a bang. Sitting alongside, her colleague Arthur thought they'd blown a tire. On the flight deck, Terrington and Love heard it too, and took the immediate decision to make an emergency stop. We were quite a few knots below our decision speed of 168 miles per hour, so I very quickly closed the throttles and applied reverse thrust, Terrington recalled later. I thought a tyre might have gone and would cause damage to the undercarriage if we broke too strongly. Lindsay had also assumed it was a burst tyre and wasn't really alarmed at that point. My thought was that we'd have to get off this plane, put all the luggage onto another one, then take off again. Within seconds, all that changed. I could see orange flames inside the back of the engine, thought it's obviously not a burst tyre and that perhaps it was more serious. Air Steward Arthur noticed that a band all around the centre of the cabin was glowing with an orange colour, but I could see no smoke or flames. Seconds later, he looked out of a port window and saw the whole of the wing was ablaze. In the cockpit, Peter Terrington was in the middle of reporting the aborted takeoff to air traffic control when an alarm bell signalled a fire in the left engine. The blaze was, in fact, still outside the engine, but was already so ferocious that it had triggered the fire detection system inside. Unable to see precisely what was happening behind him, Terrington told the control tower, "It looks like we've got a fire on number 1 engine." From his vantage point, the air traffic controller could already see flames and large quantities of black smoke billowing out behind the 737. "There's a lot of fire," he told Terrington. "The fire crews are on their way now." He hadn't needed to alert them. They had jumped in their trucks as soon as they'd heard the initial explosion and the aircraft braking. Some passengers on the left-hand side of the Boeing had now noticed the fire. Several windows were already cracking and melting, and despite the fact the aeroplane was still moving, had begun to rise from their seats in fear. Around 40 seconds after the chunk of engine had blasted up through the wing, Terrington brought the 737 to a halt just off the runway. The gentle breeze was now blowing directly onto the left side of the fuselage, directing the smoke and flames over the main cabin. And because the aircraft was now stationary, the fuel, still flooding out of the pierced wing, was pooling under the stricken jet. Black smoke began engulfing the back of the aircraft, rendering use of the rear exits next to impossible. As we slowed, the order to evacuate the aircraft came over the cabin tannoy, Joanna tells me. "You've been trained for this one moment. You prepared for it, but you never think that it will actually happen. I had no real sense of fear or panic. You simply start to do the job you're trained to do. I had no idea how bad the situation really was." Because the fire was on the left, Terrington gave the order to evacuate through the exits on the opposite side. At the rear of the jet, one of the cabin crew opened the right door and deployed the emergency slide. At the front, Arthur Bradbury began trying to do the same. "He was banging at the starboard exit," Joanna remembers, "but it just wouldn't open." The emergency slide mechanism had malfunctioned and was holding the door shut. Pungent smoke was starting to make it difficult to breathe. "That's when I thought, I'm not getting off," says Lindsay Davis. "It's going to blow up with all of us on it." Abandoning the door on the right, Arthur Bradbury crossed the cabin and opened the left, checked the fire hadn't spread that far, and deployed the emergency slide. The fire crews were already on the scene. "As soon as we opened the door," Joanna says, "I could see the fire service shooting foam onto the aircraft." As the evacuation began, with passengers approaching the exit, then leaping onto the slide, Joanna remembered it being strangely quiet, while Arthur recalled passengers moving like penguins shuffling out. Within seconds, however, there was a sense of rising panic. To make matters worse, the width of the gap through the galley, just 22.5 inches, began to create a serious bottleneck. 2 or 3 people trying to get through at the same time would create a human blockage. A once orderly queue became a frantic melee as people tried to escape the increasingly noxious smoke. Those who were fit and desperate enough began clambering forward over the tops of the seats. "I could see a young boy jammed against the galley wall," Joanna says. "He simply couldn't move, so I grabbed hold of his yellow t-shirt. He fell towards me and I pushed him towards the slide. That released the people trapped behind and they all started tumbling towards me. In training, they tell you to bring people calmly towards the door and then tell them, 'Stand at the top of the slide, jump, jump.' It just wasn't like that at all. I ended up throwing them down the slide head first, or however I could. Around this point, she remembers Arthur returning to the right-hand door and, at last, managing to force it open. We were now throwing passengers towards either door. Some had to be grabbed and guided because they were so confused. I remember one young guy coming forward carrying a huge boombox, radio cassette player. I couldn't believe it. I snatched it off him, threw it out the door, and then pushed him towards the slide. Trials had demonstrated that a 737 evacuation, using exits on only one side, could be achieved in 1.5 minutes or less. But as the 90-second mark approached, the majority of the passengers were still on board. Jackie Urbanski was doing her best to tell passengers to use the right rear exit, still partially hidden by the smog, but they were charging forward instead, hoping to get through one of the 2 front doors, or the right overwing emergency exit, which, after a considerable struggle with the cumbersome hatch, one of the passengers had now managed to open. The foul stench, a cocktail of carbon monoxide and hydrogen cyanide, was so toxic that a single breath convinced many on board that another would likely kill them. I was virtually out the door and still couldn't breathe, the smoke was so thick, recalled one passenger. There were all sorts of people behind me, shouting and screaming. People were pushing from behind, falling on the floor and getting trampled on. You could hear the shouting behind you, but there was no way you could help them. Another remembered, "You're not conscious of the other people as people. They're just a big sea, and you've got to get through it. It was the screaming that really got you. For God's sake, get me out." I clambered over people, and people clambered over me. It was just everyone for themselves. Jackie Urbanski was momentarily spotted standing in the open rear exit, wreathed in black fumes. But it was the last time she was seen alive. Lindsay Davis was among those who now made it through one of the forward exits. She leapt onto the slide and seconds later was sprinting away from the flames, too scared to look back. Peter Terrington and Brian Love used a built-in escape rope to drop from the cockpit window. The flight deck itself was still intact, recalled Terrington, but when we turned around on the ground we saw a complete wreck. And it had happened in a matter of seconds. It was dreadful. There were hoses everywhere, smoke and flames belching menacingly, the runway thick with water and foam, terrified passengers scrambling desperately for safety. Joanna was still aboard the Inferno. It was now dark because of the smoke. There was a lot of confusion, screaming and shouting, but we just kept getting people towards the light of the doors. As the flow of escaping passengers reduced, I started to move deeper into the darkness to look for anybody left behind. The smoke was so horrendous. You could taste and feel it. It was truly awful. I got down on my hands and knees and crawled along the floor where it wasn't as bad. In the main cabin, she found a man perched on the edge of a seat. I pulled him by the jacket, but he struggled against me because his family was still on board. Further on, she found a young girl. She was really disorientated. I think she was waiting for her mum, but I just pulled her towards the exit and pushed her down the slide. Temperatures at the rear of the aircraft were now hitting 500 degrees Celsius, and back at the open door, her white uniform soaked by the firefighting foam billowing into the cabin, face streaked with grime, no one would have criticised Joanna for leaving her post. A fireman was shouting at me to jump, she remembers, but my job still wasn't finished. I wasn't being brave, I was just doing what I was trained to do. It was instinctive. Perhaps you feel a bit invincible when you're young? We were meant to be last off the aircraft in situations like that, and I needed to check I could leave. Returning once again into the mire to look for other passengers, the smoke was now so black, so thick it was almost impossible to see or breathe. It was all so unreal. As I ventured further in, I had no idea what had happened to Jackie and Sharon at the back. I now just presumed that all the passengers had escaped. I could just see the light where the door was behind me, so I turned and headed back towards it. I slipped and fell on the galley floor, which was particularly frightening, but managed to pick myself up and throw myself down the slide. A fireman helped me up, and I scrambled away. The fire crews had by this time succeeded in extinguishing the flames on the left wing, but were more or less powerless to tackle the searing blaze inside the aircraft. Around 5.5 minutes after the 737 had come to a stop, a hand was seen waving from close to the right overwing exit. Firefighters managed to pull a young boy clear. He was the last to be rescued. A man had collapsed near the slide, Joanna remembers. Some cabin crew had arrived to assist from another aircraft, so we all went to his aid. He was choking, so I gave him a heavy slap on the back, and he seemed to come round. I know we helped to get him away from the burning aircraft, but my memory becomes blurry after that. I remember being put into a vehicle with the 2 pilots and wondering where the rest of the crew were. Arriving at the fire station, I could see some of the chaos and panic around me. It was bedlam. There were passengers looking for friends and family or just standing round crying. People racing in and out. We were then driven over to the British Airways building. As the lift doors to the crew room opened, I still remember this vividly, I looked towards the reception desk, and 2 male colleagues were just standing there, weeping. Her voice cracks, and she takes a moment. There was just a palpable sense of shock in the whole building. It began to dawn on me what I had just gone through and what the eventual cost could be. As news of all the deaths filtered through over the coming hours, it became apparent just how bad it had all been. Spring 2025. England. The toll had indeed been horrific. 54 people perished on board, including Joanna's colleagues, Jackie Urbanski and Sharon Ford, both of whom died at their posts in the rear of the aircraft. One man died 6 days later as a result of smoke inhalation. Still one of the worst disasters in British aviation history, the tragedy at Manchester and a couple of similar incidents forced the airline industry to consider what changes could be made to keep passengers safe in such circumstances. Travellers today will recognise many. It is why cabin crews now advise us that the nearest emergency exit may be behind you, why there is now floor-mounted strip lighting to guide you if you have to crawl beneath any smoke, why there are wider emergency exit rows to accelerate evacuation, especially over the wings, and why cabin crew check that passengers seated there know how to operate the escape hatches. It is why I, often the only one paying attention, always listen carefully to the emergency brief before takeoff. 2 years after the accident, an official-looking envelope landed on Joanna's doormat, formally congratulating her on being awarded the Queen's Gallantry Medal. The bravery of Arthur Bradbury, Jackie Urbanski, Sharon Ford and 2 firefighters was also to be recognised. I simply didn't understand it, Joanna tells me with an embarrassed smile. I didn't know what a Queen's Gallantry Medal was, what it meant or why I had been awarded it. I was just a normal girl from Manchester. I did wonder why I deserved it for just doing my job. I was sad, too, that my colleagues, Jackie and Sharon, had their awards posthumously, and that so many of our passengers had died that day. We were all just ordinary people. We got up that morning and expected either to be on holiday in the sunshine or to return home to our loved ones that evening. Looking back 40 years, I still don't think that I did anything extraordinary that day. I was just doing the job I had trained for and was paid to do. I did the best I could, the same anyone would. And even heroes pay a price. Joanna says she often thinks of those who lost their lives on my flight. I only wish I could have stayed on the aircraft a bit longer, a bit more time to get further into the cabin to see if I could help anyone else. I still wonder about that, 40 years on. Her voice fades and she glances into the Mediterranean sunshine. Should I have done more? Will all those passengers I didn't save be waiting to berate me in an afterlife for not helping them? Steve Adams also carries his experience with him. He still loves going to the beach, but if I hear children screaming and shouting as they play in the sea, I feel physically sick. It's been 10 years now, but I go back to Taiwan occasionally and always take a moment to think about what happened and what might have been. It was a huge honour to be recognised with an award, but my thoughts have always been for Richard and the family he left behind. Knowing what I know now, having the experience I had, would I do it again? I still think about that a lot. I hope that I would have the courage to do so. As we finish our chat, Steve echoes the words of Winston Churchill during the 1944 parliamentary discussion about awards. A medal glitters, but it also casts a shadow. I wear my QGM with great pride, but it weighs heavily on my chest because someone else lost their life that day, trying to help two strangers. Unprompted by me, Gareth Guest sees a parallel between his father's sacrifice and the bravery of the wartime generation. I was always interested in history as a young boy, he tells me. I suppose I was inspired by stories of war heroes like Guy Gibson of Dambusters fame. My dad's father was a navigator on night fighters during the war. My mum's father landed on the D-Day beaches. Young people often look to sporting legends or music stars for inspiration. But growing up, I was surrounded by real heroes. And as I look back now, I realize that my biggest hero was my first hero, my dad. Gareth's voice breaks as he contemplates his loss, and we both sit quietly for a moment or two. It's curious to think that my own father was given a bravery award, he says. I know it's not on the same level as some of my childhood war heroes, but he sits in similar company, and that's a real comfort for me. Margaret Guest says she sometimes wishes she'd asked her husband if he was doing the right thing as he raced towards danger. I know in my heart of hearts that he would have completely ignored me, she says. Somebody was in distress and he was just the type of person to try to help. He would have said, if I don't help, who will? I suppose that's what bravery is, isn't it? Gareth agrees. I have no doubt that if Dad had pulled through that day and had to go through it all again the next one, he would have done so. That's the type of person he was. I think it is ingrained in you to try to help somebody else who is in trouble or distress, isn't it? Any decent person would do exactly the same thing. If I don't help, who will? A sentiment as relevant today as it was during the Blitz, when the likes of Tyneside, Coventry, Bath and London were in flames. Chapter 8. A State of Shock. London, September 1940. The 7th of September Black Saturday attacks on London had been of unprecedented, almost unfathomable ferocity. The next morning, in a state of shock, we took a walk round the houses, one traumatised Londoner said. It was as though there had been an earthquake. Beds were hanging from bedroom floors, broken glass, bricks, rubble and thick dust everywhere. There was a funny sort of quietness, almost as though you were in another world. More than 400 people had perished, many of them children. 4 times that number had been seriously injured, thousands more made homeless. As the all-clear sounded, an exhausted air raid warden watched. Groups of pale and jaded people trail back to their homes to snatch a cup of tea before leaving for work. All the rumours of war and the warnings of aerial bombardment of the last 5 years, all the bombing of Spanish towns, the destruction of Warsaw and Rotterdam, had not made them pause to think what it might be like when it came to them, and they were shocked and stunned. That day, London had changed. 300 miles north, press coverage was at first understated. A number of the enemy succeeded in penetrating to the industrial area of East London, reported Newcastle's Sunday Sun. Fires were caused among industrial targets. Docks were also attacked, and bombs dropped on an industrial installation on the north bank of the Thames estuary, causing fires. Information as to casualties is not yet available. By the following Monday, more vivid and disturbing accounts began to filter through. One Tynemouth woman had caught the train to the capital to see her husband that weekend and arrived at his lodgings minutes before the attacks began. "I had just taken off my hat and the landlady was going to make tea when the siren sounded," she told a local newspaperman. "John sent me with the landlady to the shelter at the top of the street. We had only been there a few minutes when the fun started. You would think the shelter had been lifted up when the bombs fell. Fumes and smoke came into the shelter from a ring of fires, and through the grating one big fire could be seen. Flames were mountains high, and when the wind got up they were blown right across the shelter. We were allowed out, after the all clear, and made our way to the house. Then the alarm sounded again. We went into a tunnel, and were there 8 solid hours. I don't think there was a minute without the noise of bombs and guns. When a bomb burst outside, a terrific blast of hot air came along the tunnel, and we thought we were done. I don't know whether the lodgings were destroyed because everyone was evacuated from that district. The police took us to a town hall, and we were given tea. It was tragic seeing people searching for relatives. We waited from 5:30 a.m. until 10:50 a.m. for a train north. Amid the carnage, one incident was soon causing disproportionate disruption. Early Sunday the 8th, an unexploded bomb, UXB, had been discovered in a house on Martindale Road in the East End's Canning Town. As a precaution, all buildings within 600 yards were being evacuated. Some of the working-class inhabitants set out for the relative safety of rural Kent. Others went northwards to Essex. The remainder were directed to a rest centre at nearby South Holesville School, where a fleet of buses would arrive to transfer them to the countryside. It was soon a chaotic rush. 8-year-old Pat Wardle lived with her mum and baby sister nearby, and along with her grandparents, joined the rush to the school. "There were so many people that the crowds just pulled us apart," she remembered. "I was now with my friend and her mum, and I remember her calling out to my mum, 'It's all right, Eileen, she's with me.'" Pat watched anxiously as her mother and sister disappeared into the throng. In the passages and the classrooms were mothers nursing their babies, recalled journalist Richie Calder. There were blind, crippled and aged people. Whole families were sitting in queues perched on their pitiful baggage, waiting desperately for coaches to take them away from the terror of the bombs. I heard women, the mothers of young children, protesting with violence and tears about the delay. Men were cursing the helpless local officials who knew only that the coaches were expected. The crowd clamoured for help, for information, for reassurance, but the harassed officials knew no answer other than the offer of a cup of tea. That Sunday night, there was still no sign of the rescue buses by the time the Luftwaffe returned. The raiders kept up their relentless attack, recalled Air Raid Warden Alfred Day, and with each bomb that fell, a few more added to our swelling numbers. By the time we had crammed everyone into the shelters, we were bursting at the seams. After the stress of a second night of bombing, the hundreds of refugees waited all day Monday. But there were still no buses. At 8:37 that evening, the sirens began to drone once more. With no real alternative, around 600 people, children, parents, grandparents, hunkered down yet again in the crowded corridors at South Holesville School. At 3:45 a.m., 6 hours into the attacks, Alfred Day's duties had taken him outside. As he stood, hunched and exhausted, there was a sudden whistling through the air. I threw myself down flat. There was a terrific crunch, and as I lifted my eyes, I saw one half of the school disappear in a cloud of smoke and dust. A single bomb had shattered the building where hundreds of people were sleeping. "Major occurrence at South Hallsville School," recorded an official dispatch. "Badly damaged. 600 refugees accommodated here. Stated to be in panic. Casualties unknown." "There was broken beams and bricks all over the place," said one local boy soon afterwards. "The rubble looked about 20 feet high. It was just a pile of bricks and dirt and dust. We saw rescue people bringing objects out, laying them on the ground and covering them with sacking. We didn't know at the time that they were bodies, or bits of bodies." Richie Calder was also back at South Hallsville School that Tuesday morning. His worst fears realized. "I saw the crater. I saw the rescue men descending perilously into it, listening for the sounds of the living. Saw the tombs of whole families. I spoke to men, fathers of families, who had been cursing on the Sunday. They were speechless and numbed by the horror of it all now." Some of the persons extricated from beneath the mass of twisted girders and debris were still alive, but died on the way to the hospital, reported the Times, though prevented by government guidelines from naming the site. It is feared that there will be only a few survivors. The rescue squads found alive 2 babies, one aged 9 months and the other 6 months. Young Pat Wardle had managed to scramble out of the wreckage, found her grandmother, and was now searching for the rest of her family. They quickly discovered they were the sole survivors. "When my Nan and I went back to the house to get our belongings, we found my Dad's brick shelter in the garden was still standing. We'd all have survived if we'd stayed there." The official death toll was 77, but some argue to this day that the number must have been higher. Rescue crews were reportedly digging out bodies for more than a week. Many others may have been left where they lay. One official assessment claimed 200 casualties. Richie Calder estimated 450, 3/4 of those sheltering there. Whatever the grim truth, the UXB at Martindale Road had initiated a truly dreadful chain of events. "It took me years to accept my mum was never coming back," Pat Wardle said much later. "I used to wait for her at the garden gate." It was just the beginning. Night after night, the bombers breached London's meagre defences almost at will. The RAF fighters, though formidable in daylight, could do little to stop them in the darkness. German bombers would make more than 6,000 sorties in September, dropping in excess of 10,000 tons of explosives. "It was like running a bus service," remembered one Luftwaffe pilot. The London flak defences put on a good show. At night, the exploding shells gave the place the appearance of a bubbling pea soup. Amid the ongoing horror, there were moments of solidarity and generosity. After days helping coordinate efforts to extinguish the countless blazes across the capital, Fire Officer Cyril de Man realized he was famished. "I marched into the butcher's shop, approached the manager and came straight to the point. I haven't had a decent meal for a week and I have no meat coupons." "Got any money?" he asked. "Oh, I've got money," I replied. "What do you want then?" "Can you let me have a bit of steak?" He made no reply, but gave his knife a few rubs on the steel and selected a choice piece of meat. It seemed the moment to push my luck. "There are 5 of us," I ventured, hopefully. He cut 2 enormous steaks and put them on the scale. 2.5 pounds. That do you?" "Fine," I replied, thanked him, and hurried across the road with my prize. In the mess room we quickly had the steaks sizzling alongside a pot of potatoes dug from the school allotment. We could not have enjoyed a meal more if we had been dining at the Ritz. With the night blitz now a daily ordeal, the question of refuge became paramount. Londoners were largely expected to resort to public shelters, purpose-built or nominated cellars and basements, or, if they had a garden, their own Anderson. In the early days, the government was still clinging to its view that underground stations should not be surrendered for use, concerned that people would descend to relative safety and refuse to venture back out. One 13-year-old boy had headed to Liverpool Street Station with his family, alongside countless others. At first, the authorities wouldn't agree, and they called out the soldiers to bar the way, he later recalled. I stood there in the thick of the crowd thinking there would be a panic and we would all be crushed to death. It was the worst experience I had up till then, and I wanted to rush out of the crowd, but I was jammed tight. I would have preferred to take my chances in the street with the bombs. Anything was preferable to that crush. The people would not give up and would not disperse. A great yell went up, and the gates were opened. The government soon relented, first allocating a small branch line close to Aldwych, and later scores of tube stations across the city. Soon, almost 180,000 people, still only 4% of the capital's population, would be spending the night on underground stairs and platforms. Queues began to form early in the morning as people sought the best places to sleep. Enterprising men stood in line on behalf of others, for a fee. We climbed downstairs to the platform, wrote one visiting American journalist. The concrete stairs were crowded. You had to step over people. The platform was packed with people lying on the concrete. Some were playing cards. This is how thousands of families live at night in London, far underground. It may be cold down there and the air sticky with the feel of hundreds of people packed closely together, but it's safe. A man with an accordion came in and was greeted with friendly banter. He played Tomorrow is a Lovely Day and They'll Always Be in England. Even the kids joined in. It was getting late now. The underground dwellers impose a 9 o'clock curfew on themselves. The accordion player pillowed his head on the accordion. A heavy quiet settled on the reclining forms. The guns and bombs seemed far away. In some cases, people did, as the government had feared, stay for days on end. But they were the exception rather than the rule. The fact that these impromptu shelters were not the healthiest of environments may have had something to do with it. Mosquitoes, lice, and germs were endemic, while one eyewitness described the stench of urine and excrement mixed with strong carbolic, sweat, and dirty, unwashed humanity. Moreover, the tube was not quite as safe as it seemed. 10 days into the night blitz, a bomb transformed a tiled wall into a hail of splinters at Marble Arch Station, killing 20 in the process. On the 15th of September, 2 months into Germany's preparation for its invasion, the Luftwaffe made a last, massive push to defeat the Royal Air Force. Wave after wave of aircraft headed across the Channel to be met by determined British fighter squadrons. The gunner aboard one of the German raiders heard the chilling call, "Fighters dead astern." "Something struck our machine. Hit on the left elevator," called the radio operator. Like a couple of shadows, 2 hurricanes swept over us. They came past so quickly we were unable to greet them. More hits on our machine, and on top of that there was smoke in the cabin. The Tommies were staking everything that they had. Never before had we come under such heavy attack. After firing, the fighters pulled to the left or right to go past us. Some came so close I thought they were going to ram us. The experiences of the defenders were just as nail-biting. There were 2 raids that morning, remembered one RAF fighter pilot. They said the Germans were trying to spoil our Sunday lunch and tea, which they effectively did. This was midday, and we intercepted a raid just south of London. After the first pass or 2, I suddenly saw a Dornier below me. I made an attack, but he got into cloud. I had plenty of ammunition, so I flew south a little bit, and to my right I saw 6 single-engine aircraft, which I thought were Hurricanes. But it was the angle I was looking at. They turned towards me, and I turned towards them and suddenly found they were 6 German 109s. We were about on the same level, but 4 of the 109s dived away. I saw nothing more of them. Of the other 2, one climbed above me in front and the one behind attacked, and I turned very violently and he just carried straight on, and I didn't see him again. But the one who'd been above me, I turned and he was coming at right angles. I fired with a 90-degree deflection, saw strikes on his aircraft, and he went down through some broken cloud and crashed. Our anti-aircraft guns had been firing at them as soon as they were in sight, recalled one young lad in southeast London who watched the battle above unfold. Then the Spitfires and Hurricanes started to attack. You cannot imagine the noise with the aircraft chasing one another, machine guns and anti-aircraft shells all going off at the same time. It went on for what seemed like hours. The battle raged on in the sky. There were aircraft everywhere, and big puffs of smoke where the anti-aircraft shells were bursting. Some aircraft were on fire, black smoke pouring out behind them. My mum and dad and myself were looking upwards and shouting and cheering for our fighters, blasting hell out of the Germans. Unfortunately, some of ours were being shot down too. All of a sudden there was a German bomber flying right towards us, just skimming the tops of the golf course trees. It was a Dornier, one of their biggest. It was so low we could see the pilot flying it and the gunner in the nose of the bomber pointing his machine gun at us. A Spitfire was on his tail, blasting away with his guns shooting right into the back and top of the bomber, which then took a nosedive and crashed into the golf course. There was a tremendous thud, a massive explosion, and the ground shook. The Spitfire that had shot it down roared up into the sky, rolled over backwards, came diving down very fast, and then turned over into a beautiful victory roll. We all jumped up cheering and waving to the pilot. The margins that day had been razor-thin. Winston Churchill happened to be visiting one of the RAF operations rooms, as scores of Hurricanes and Spitfires were committed to the fight. Leaning in to ask a senior officer how many planes he had in reserve, the Prime Minister reportedly received the chilling reply, "There are none." In the event, the spoils went to the British pilots. With the stakes impossibly high, the RAF had seen off the Luftwaffe. It was a turning point in the war, later earning the glorious moniker Battle of Britain Day, and is still celebrated today with a church service and drinks reception at Westminster Abbey, an event I have been privileged to attend on many occasions. Sadly, with the last surviving Battle of Britain pilot, 105-year-old Group Captain John Paddy Hemingway, dying in March 2025, no veterans are now left to join us. While aerial warfare inevitably impacted upon some fundamental aspects of city life, others remained reassuringly unchanged. London Zoo had closed for a fortnight after the declaration of war the previous year, its many dangerous spiders and snakes destroyed as a precautionary measure. But it was now back doing its best to provide a much-needed diversion. The zoo, in fact, is a microcosm of London, the War Illustrated reflected. Hitler's bombs cause a certain amount of damage and a considerable amount of inconvenience, but they have not destroyed the morale or the routine of its inhabitants, animal or human, and it continues to function with a very respectable degree of efficiency. On the evening of the 27th of September, the zoo's director heard a stick group of bombs exploding nearer and nearer to our shelter until the last bomb shook the foundations of the building. I put on my tin hat and went across to the zoo to find that 5 bombs had hit the grounds. The water main had been cut and the restaurant was burning. Firemen soon turned up and I conducted them to the sea lion pool, the only source of water left, which they nearly drained before the flames were under control. The attack also damaged the rodent, civet and zebra houses. A wild ass and its foal were able to escape, along with a zebra, which was later apprehended while cantering towards Camden Town. The incumbent animals remained remarkably unscathed in the months that followed, despite the occasional bomb strike. One young giraffe would die of an overstrained heart after panicking during an air raid, and several hummingbirds escaped through a hole in a roof. The keepers had access to rifles in case a more dangerous animal escaped, a brown bear or a chimpanzee, but their target shooting skills were never called upon. Polar bears, whom, according to the War Illustrated, the keepers unanimously regard as the most alarming inmates of the zoo, were locked up overnight in an underground tunnel to minimize the risk of escape. Hours before the errant zebra had been exploring North London, 50 miles east, on the North Kent coast, a German Junkers bomber was hit by anti-aircraft fire, then ambushed by predatory Spitfires, crash-landing at Graveney, near Whitstable. Mystery surrounds precisely what happened next, but soldiers billeted locally rushed to confront the four aircrew. Some accounts suggest the Germans fired on the approaching infantry, others that they were using their weapons to disable sensitive equipment aboard the Junkers. Some reports suggest they tried to destroy their aircraft with explosives. Whatever the truth, the British troops opened fire and soon overwhelmed them. This so-called Battle of Graveney Marshes was the first on British soil with a foreign enemy since the Napoleonic Wars, when a 1797 diversionary raid by French soldiers heading for Bristol was defeated in West Wales. It was also the last, at least at the time of writing. London may have been the principal focus for these early raids, but Liverpool, Cardiff and Southampton were also on the receiving end. The day after the Battle of Graveney Marshes, the coastal town of Eastbourne would bear witness to particularly grievous scenes. Among those visiting the Sussex resort that day was 17-year-old girl guide Peggy Harland. She'd finished her morning's work as a nursery hand at a nearby market garden and gone shopping in the town for a winter coat, before visiting her friends Carl and Myrtle Wilkinson. At 5:38 p.m., 2 German bombers appeared overhead. The first attacker was quickly dealt with by a pair of lurking Spitfires, but the second managed to drop its high-explosive payload. One bomb landed close to a policeman, frantically blowing his whistle to warn the neighborhood, and blasted him across the street. As Peggy and her friends sat sipping their tea, another shattered the upper floor and triggered a cascade of bricks, beams, and bodies. Myrtle Wilkinson was killed instantly. Carl buried waist-deep in rubble alongside his wounded mother and aunt. Peggy was submerged nearby in the debris, a heavy steel girder trapping her legs. The policeman, miraculously unhurt, ran to the remains of the house and began tearing at the rubble with his bare hands. Carl began screaming for help, tapping out SOS in Morse code on a steel pipe, while his mother, unable to speak, did the same using her false teeth. Just feet away, Peggy heard the creaking of the remnants of the building and noticed the smell of gas and the gushing of water from a broken main. She attempted to free herself, but without success, her legs firmly pinned under the huge girder. Other would-be rescuers heard faint cries for help. With the water rising steadily in the cellar where they were trapped, Carl Wilkinson continued calling out and trying to tap messages to the outside world. Incredibly, the original file containing all the emergency service reports created that night is still available. When Eastbourne Council was clearing out its wartime ARP post under the town hall in the early 1980s, the old files simply ended up in a skip. Recognizing their significance, historian Andy Saunders rescued these important artifacts and laid out in front of me are a series of yellowing documents, an hour-by-hour record of the official response. A pro forma for air raid wardens to quickly record bombing incidents, message for use at report centres, details in alarming red type that at 17:59, one HE, high-explosive bomb, had fallen moments earlier. In the column to record any trapped persons is scrawled 1? In thick pencil. Another document prepared later that evening is from the Chief Constable ARP Controller. 6 HE bombs, including 2 delayed action and another suspected delayed action and 2 incendiary bombs, were dropped near the centre of the town. 5 houses and shops and a garage engaged on government work demolished. 9 casualties to date, 8 serious, 1 slight, others known to be trapped. I flip the message over and see it has been typed on the back of an official police notice that ordinarily would have been posted around public spaces. Air raid danger. Conceal your lights. Precautions to be taken immediately by all concerned. The chief constable had clearly grabbed whatever was closest to hand in his rush to send the message up the chain of command. Dozens of volunteers were now on the scene, working in relays, shifting hundreds of tons of rubble by hand. Tunneling through a 12-inch concrete wall, they finally managed to free Carl, his mother and aunt. 2 of the rescuers were overcome with cold and gas fumes and had to be withdrawn, while Peggy was still pinned under the girder, only yards away. The team had dug around her to no avail. Mid-rescue, one of the nearby delayed action bombs detonated, spraying the rescuers with dust and stones. There were slight cuts and abrasions, but no significant injuries. 23 hours after the bomb had fallen, Peggy was still entombed in the wreckage. "Someone was with her the whole time, and she talked to us most cheerfully," said one worker, but she was weakening by the minute. A black-and-white photograph shows a helmeted rescue team standing on a huge pile of debris, straining to lift beams and rafters, smoke rising in the background. Options increasingly limited, the first aid commander and a local surgeon crawled in and, after examining her, made the heartbreaking decision to abandon the effort to remove the girder. If she was to survive, they explained to the terrified teenager, they would have to amputate one leg and her other foot. After careful preparation carried out in the cramped, dusty gloom, the first aid commander administered morphine and an anesthetic, and the surgeon went to work with his scalpel and saw. "Throughout all of this," he said afterwards, "Peggy was remarkable. Despite great pain and the stress, the initial darkness and despair, she remained a very brave young lady. She had more pluck than any person I have known." Freed at last, she was taken to a nearby hospital where it was discovered that she had also suffered a broken back. In the hours that followed, the medical staff fought to save her, but despite the extraordinary efforts of everyone involved, Peggy Harland died of her injuries. Her father, mother, and Girl Guide troop leader at her bedside. Tragically, her parents had lost their son a few months earlier at Dunkirk. Now the night Blitz had taken their beloved daughter too. "In loving memory of Peggy R. Harland, killed by enemy action," reads the gravestone, which further commemorates also Robert H. Harland, 7th Royal Sussex Regiment, killed in action in France, May 20, 1940. Age 21 years. Immortal, invisible, God only wise. Peggy was later awarded the Girl Guide's Gilt Cross for Fortitude, the citation reading, "Gallantry in face of danger and great suffering before her death after an air raid." Those unexploded bombs, first at South Hallsville School, and later just yards from where Peggy Harland was trapped, had proven a potentially lethal problem, making already difficult situations near impossible. With thousands of munitions being dropped daily, the threat of UXBs was growing rapidly. And the people of Britain were coming to fear not just the bombs falling from above, but those now lurking in the ground below. Chapter 9. Danger UXB. England, Autumn 1940. Londoners were bearing the worst of the apocalypse, hurrying to their shelters nightly as the sirens screeched. But those in the northeast weren't immune. A series of nuisance raids in late summer and early autumn, smashing windows, cratering roads, and demolishing the occasional house, had made it clear this was their war too. Damage to an enemy Nichol by anti-aircraft fire drew cheers from those watching along the River Tyne. To the southeast, in Sunderland, 19-year-old Vera Vasey's father noticed the stricken aeroplane limping towards their home, and despite Vera's pleas to rescue her pet budgie Beauty from the living room, dragged her and the rest of the family to cover under the stairs. Seconds later, the wounded bomber ploughed into the street, flattening much of Vera's house and destroying their neighbours. Emerging from the chaos, her abiding memory was the smell of aviation fuel. "I was scared stiff but so happy to be alive." Beauty the budgie also survived. The neighbours were not so fortunate. The wife was killed, her husband and daughter seriously injured. Cruelly, both the girl's hands were severed in the destruction, and after the war, a remorseful German government would supply her with a pair of artificial limbs. At times, the reality of war began to border on the ridiculous. One local woman was prosecuted for leaving a light on without a blackout curtain in place. She explained to the court that she'd fallen off a chair while hanging one, and her son had turned the light on to see if she was hurt. Such excuses clearly cut no ice with the judge, and she was fined a hefty £2, nearly £150 today. An 11-year-old girl in Wallsend, a few miles west along the Tyne from North Shields, was sitting in an air raid shelter with her 10-month-old sister when her mother dashed home to get a bottle of milk for the now-crying baby. "I heard a whistling noise and then silence," she recalled, "and thought our house had been hit. I started to scream. My dad, who was an air raid warden, slapped me across the face to calm me down. 5 minutes later, my mum returned to the shelter, all black. The house had not been hit, but the blast had forced all the soot down the chimney and covered her from head to toe. I laughed all night at the sight of her." Their parents may have been suffering sleepless nights under the onslaught, but Norman Christensen and his North Shields friends were having the time of their lives, quickly acquiring an enthusiastic taste for wartime souvenirs. Every kid had a box or bag in which they stored their treasured collection of the twisted metal pieces that could be heard clunking onto tiles and roadways at the height of the raids. These would be endlessly examined, appraised, swapped and bartered, like so many of the other totally useless things we saved and treasured. A set of tail fins off a German incendiary bomb was the pride of my not inconsiderable collection. This desire for wartime swag wasn't confined to North Shields, and it quickly became a double-edged sword. 2 men died while out walking on a northeastern beach when one picked up a mysterious container which promptly exploded. The friends left 2 widows and 9 children. A civil defense worker perished in his sleep when the bomb detonator he had taken home exploded in his bedroom. Another almost killed his wife when the anti-tank shell he had tucked away in his sitting room cupboard fell to the floor and exploded, tearing the family house apart. The threat now posed by the Luftwaffe's unexploded bombs was increasing rapidly, and by September 1940, the number of identified UXBs was approaching 4,000. They came in all shapes and sizes, from 50 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms, nicknamed Hermann, after Goering, and the 1,800-kilogram Satan, capable of producing a crater the size of several double-decker buses. The heaviest to fall on Britain during the war was the Max, a massive 2,500 kilograms. A wartime photograph, which illustrates the bomb's relative sizes, shows Hollywood star Rita Hayworth cheerfully posing among a display of these deadly weapons constructed at the Columbia Film Studios for the Office of Civilian Defense. The squat 250-kilogram and 500-kilogram devices are roughly human-sized. The missile-shaped Satan is twice her height. The huge Max she is embracing at least 3 times as tall. In their engineering, these air-dropped weapons were surprisingly sophisticated, adapting and evolving over the course of the war. In general terms, they consisted of an aerodynamically shaped metal case equipped with stabilizing fins, filled with high explosive through a screw-on plate in the base. Running lengthways inside the bomb was a separate tube containing more explosive to aid the main detonation. Positioned widthways was the metal fuse pocket, containing an electrical fuse held in place by a metal fuse ring, screwed on like the lid of a jam jar. There were as many different fuses as there were bombs. Indeed, even the term itself appears in differing forms, with most personal accounts from the era using the term FUSE, while some technical documents use FUZE. According to modern bomb disposal experts, FUSE would now generally be used to indicate an igniferous device, a burning fuse into dynamite, for example, and FUZE would indicate a mechanical or electrical device in the likes of a bomb or shell. For the purposes of this audiobook, fuse, FUSE, is used throughout for consistency. Set by a Luftwaffe armourer before being loaded onto the aircraft, each one initiated the main explosives when activated. The number 15 fuse released an electrical charge when it hit the ground, detonating the weapon immediately. The number 17 long delay version also released a charge on impact, but it ignited enough thermite to melt a wax pellet, freeing a further clockwork fuse to detonate the explosives up to 96 hours later. The number 50 was designed as a booby trap and anti-handling device. Arming itself after hitting the ground, its internal inertia switch was so sensitive it could be triggered by a passing truck. Some bombs contained both a long delay and an anti-handling fuse. Crucially, for the Germans arming the bombs, and later the British trying to disarm them, it was often possible to identify which had been fitted by the device numbers engraved on the visible end of the fuse pocket. Around 8% of these high-explosive bombs falling across Britain failed to detonate, either by defect or design, making them no less deadly. The Ministry of Home Security was soon issuing stern warnings. The public must keep away until informed by police or military that the danger no longer exists. It is important that any member of the public seeing a bomb fragment or similar object should not move it, but mark the spot and inform the police. The majority of UXBs were faulty impact bombs, but the existence of long-delay fuses sowed further uncertainty. The bombs, many still in place all these years later, buried themselves 20 or 30 feet deep in fields or in parkland, in the basements of houses or beneath city pavements. One Satan bomb plunged more than 60 feet below the surface. Those that exploded once firefighters or rescue workers were on the scene struck at the heart of civil defense. Those that merely threatened to explode could keep streets and factories out of action for days. Long delay fuses may have taken their toll after a number of days, but the duds could do so weeks after being dropped. 6 children enjoying a game of cricket, 3 from the same family, were among those killed by a device that had lain dormant for 13 months. Surprisingly little thought had been given to UXBs before the war. Most, it was wrongly assumed, would simply lie in the open, easy to spot and tackle. Sapper Henry Beckingham, a 19-year-old Royal Engineer, was among those sent on a 1-day disposal course. Their training complete, he and his teammates were helpfully issued with a drawing which showed how to deal with an unexploded bomb, and sent on their way. The recommended technique involved using sandbags to build a sheltered crawlway along which the engineer would shimmy before placing an explosive charge next to the rogue weapon to detonate it in situ. The earliest disposal units were almost as rudimentary. 3 Royal Engineers, 2 pickaxes, 2 shovels, a vehicle, 500 sandbags, and some explosive charges. These were later expanded to teams of around 15 men. 4 main categories were created for each UXB incident. A1 bombs had to be defused immediately, usually because they were close to a vital strategic facility. A2s also required urgent attention, but could be detonated on site. Bs needed seeing to within 4 days, and Cs at some point after that. Regular units were eventually supplemented by the Auxiliary Bomb Disposal Services, affiliated with the Home Guard, and by the Non-Combatant Corps, conscientious objectors who claimed the right to refuse military service on the grounds of freedom of conscience or religion. 250 had signed up for disposal duties by March 1941. One Corps member believed he was doing something constructive in the sense that you were digging out bombs that were meant to harm, immunizing them. You could see it as a direct service for the community. But the major reason was my proving something to myself, that I wasn't dodging the column. Here was a chance to prove my sincerity. In the early days, the various teams often relied on tools found in most garden sheds. A hammer and chisel could be used to loosen the threaded ring holding the fuse in place. Unscrewed with pliers or by hand, string could then be tied to the fuse itself and pulled out from a safe distance. As experience was gained, specialist spanners were soon designed to help with the task of removing the various components. The bomb could then be rolled over to tip out explosive from the fuse pocket before the whole thing was loaded onto a truck for removal. Newly trained Henry Beckingham now found himself in the thick of it. Air raids every night and many during daylight hours. There was no time for leisure. We worked 7 days a week from morning till late at night. Over a fortnight that September, his unit of 100-odd Army engineers tackled 470 UXBs. On one occasion, he spent several days digging in the back garden of a house in East London. We eventually recovered the tail fin and knew the bomb to be a 250 kilogram. This spurred us on to more frantic digging because we knew it could not be very far away. Luck was not with us. It had come to rest at an acute angle, and the fuse pocket or pockets were underneath. It was decided to call it a day and to go back the following morning. You can imagine our sense of shock and horror when we arrived back the next day to find 4 houses all very badly damaged. It had exploded 1 hour after we had left the scene. On another occasion, a stick of bombs landed in a cemetery. We had to start digging. The bodies were stinking to high heaven, and the only way we could kill the stench was to pour creosote round the holes. We removed the bodies with shovels, but they disintegrated as soon as they hit the air. We put them to one side, got down into the ground to defuse the bombs, and then shoveled the dead back in afterwards. As the authorities began to wrestle with the task, 3 principal challenges presented themselves: locating the buried bombs, rendering the fuses safe, then safely removing the explosive filling. Due process needed to be followed rigorously. First, examine the site, estimate the size of the munition based on the entry hole, then divine its likely trajectory and depth. Cordon off the area, evacuate civilians from nearby buildings, and keep away any heavy vehicles which might inadvertently trigger an explosion. Then began the work of digging down to the bomb, identifying its type and fuse, and deciding whether to disarm or detonate. Ideally, the disposal teams would remove the fuse, then transport it elsewhere for possible examination and detonation, but that wasn't always possible. A black-and-white training video from the early 1940s shows a London-based disposal team dealing with several scenarios. "They've been warned that the bomb is a big one," announces the voiceover, clipped but cheery as they arrive at a misty Richmond park. Their officer, Mr. Ambrose, sports a neatly trimmed moustache and round-rimmed spectacles. The yellow bomb insignia, or flash, on his arm indicates his unit. His men, in knee-length leather boots, dismount from a lorry to tackle the first device. The team's approach is impressively methodical. At times, it resembles old-fashioned mining, with shovels at first, then timber planks to create a shaft and prevent the muddy earth collapsing around them. A pump removes excess water from the pit. In another scenario, a bomb exploding deep underground has left carbon monoxide fumes powerful enough to knock out one of the team. Already attached by a lifeline, he is quickly lifted from the hole and resuscitated. "Let's hope they manage to save his life," the helpful narrator chimes. In another setup, an operator listening to the bomb through headphones hears ticking. The officer in charge quickly prepares an explosive charge, and the threat is safely neutralized. Given the risks, it's no surprise that the likes of Henry Beckingham were so lauded. Sometimes they would take collections at the barricade when the task was complete, or be tipped by the owners of the buildings they had saved. "If we went into a pub, people would see the bomb disposal flash on our arm and we would be bought beer," recalled one unit member. "On the tram, they only had to see our flash and it never cost us anything." Acting Lieutenant Stuart Archer, a junior officer in the Royal Engineers, was among those at the sharp end of UXB operations. By the end of August 1940, he had already handled close to 200. The one we found most often was the 250 kilogram. It would completely collapse two houses side by side and take the roofs off over a 100-yard radius. A lot would depend on how deep they were. A bomb on the surface would blow the roof off. One fairly deep would break up all the drains and the foundations. In early September, he was called to an incident at an oil refinery near Swansea, the biggest in the country, where UXBs were hampering the efforts of firefighters. Archer and his team raced to the site using the vast columns of black smoke, visible from 20 miles, as a navigation aid. There were 4 unexploded bombs in a line, a couple of 100 yards from each other. I looked at them and decided the one to tackle was beside a big oil tank. There were big flames to our left and we began to dig, 2 men at any one time. He and his men patiently carved a shaft down to its probable location. While we were doing this, one of the other 4 bombs went off on a delayed action fuse. Minutes later, another followed suit. Then the third. All while Archer and his team were still digging. Finally reaching his target through the muddy shaft, he set to work, hanging upside down at full stretch, painfully aware it could blow him to smithereens at any second. Unscrewing the plate at its base, Archer was able to dig out much of the main explosive charge with a trowel. Next, he carefully unscrewed the fuse ring and removed the timer inside with a pair of pliers. Clambering up from the shaft, he took it apart for examination before returning to the pit once more, at which point he uncovered a deadly ZUS-40 anti-handling device. Known as a plum, it activated on impact and could release a spring-loaded trigger to strike the detonator if the main fuse was subsequently withdrawn from the pocket. In an incredible stroke of luck for Archer and his team, it had been damaged by water and failed to function. At 2:50 p.m., almost 5 hours after the unit had arrived, the bomb was neutralized. For this and many other exploits, Archer was awarded the George Cross. His citation concluded that the fact Lieutenant Archer has enjoyed unbelievable immunity from death in no way detracts from his record of deliberate and sustained courage coupled to devotion to duty of the highest order. Reflecting later on his UXB experiences, Archer said, "I was there to do a job and it was no use saying I don't like the sound of that. You just got on with it." Another engineer was less phlegmatic. Bomb disposal work made you drink a lot more than you should. I used to say to civilians, join the army and see the world. Join bomb disposal and see the next one. He also recalled a colleague who was an absolute nervous wreck, later taking his own life by putting his head in a gas oven. Royal Navy officer Sub-Lieutenant Jack Easton was also doing his best to deal with the unique stress. At the back of our minds was an acceptance that there probably would be a last one, he wrote. In defense of our sanity, we did not dwell on this probability. It was there, but suppressed. If and when the last parachute mine came, well, it came. He remained haunted by a colleague dying on his very first assignment. No part of him was found, not even a uniform button or badge. He just disintegrated. In the autumn of 1940, Easton was helping to tackle the plague of UXBs afflicting the capital. Called to East London after a heavy raid in late October, he and Ordinary Seaman Bennett Southwell attended a house where a mine had landed but failed to explode. As usual, I was greeted by the ARP authorities, and with my rating by my side, I listened to what information they had. A large area of tenement property had been evacuated and unexploded bomb notices erected around it. The tenant of the house, a bit excited and self-important, described what he believed to be the position and size of the mine. Having gleaned as much information as they could, the pair set off towards the dwelling. Those solitary walks always reminded me of the last scenes in the Charlie Chaplin film. I had the feeling that a vast audience was watching the way I walked. It had been a last scene for several men I knew, though such morbid thoughts were absent that day. Easton gingerly eased open the front door. The thick dust was familiar and eloquent to me now, and I moved cautiously in case a too heavy footfall set the mine mechanism going. On my right was the parlour, directly under the hole in the roof. The door was closed, so I turned the handle and pushed gently. It yielded only a few inches, and then was held. Rather than forcing his way in, Easton went around to the back of the house. Through a window he saw the huge parachute mine swaying gently in the centre of the room. Resembling a cross between a bomb, a household boiler, and a giant black squid, parachute mines were repurposed sea mines fitted with a 25-second timer. Powerful enough to destroy an entire street, they had strong nose cones to penetrate buildings before detonating. Well aware of the threat, Easton climbed in through the window and approached as calmly as he could. The mine hung suspended through a hole in the ceiling, its nose within 6 inches of the floor. Standing close to it, I looked up and saw that the parachute was wrapped partly round a chimney pot and caught on an ancient iron bedstead in the room above. As Southwell passed tools through the half-open door, Easton began the process of disarming the mine by the light of a flickering candle. Suddenly, as he tentatively unscrewed the fuse ring, the mine began to slip. There was a sound of falling brickwork as the chimney pot overhead collapsed, and I heard the whir of the bomb mechanism. Unless I got clear, I had seconds to live. On such work, one had to plan ahead. When I discovered that the door could not be opened without disturbing the mine, I decided on a sequence of movements if the mechanism did become active. I grasped and pulled open the door, for it no longer mattered if the mine were disturbed, and ran. I was through the hall in 2 leaps. As I emerged from the doorway, I saw my rating, Southwell, running down the street to what he, poor devil, thought was safety. I had no time to use distance for safety, and ran across the roadway to a surface air raid shelter and flung myself on its far side, its bulk between me and the house I had just left. There was no noise. All Easton remembered later was being blinded by the flash that comes split seconds before the explosion. As he recovered consciousness, I knew I was buried deep beneath bricks and mortar and was being suffocated. My head was between my legs, and I guess my back was broken, but could not move an inch. I was held, embedded. After an hour or so, he was dug out by another bomb disposal team. He was right about having broken his back, and had also suffered a fractured skull and 2 broken legs. 6 streets had been damaged or destroyed. Ordinary Seaman Southwell, 27, was dead, leaving behind a young wife and baby son. His headless body was not found for 6 weeks. Like Stuart Archer, Easton later received the George Cross for great gallantry and undaunted devotion to duty. A newspaper account of the investiture noted that the king had a special word of congratulation for him as he pinned the medal on his tunic. An incident in Eastbourne that autumn, revealed through official hour-by-hour exchanges, sheds even greater light on the realities of dealing with the endless UXBs. A file of yellowing documents from that day, again recovered by historian Andy Saunders, recorded in black typescript or fading handwritten ink, offers an extraordinary insight into the information shared and decisions made. 0910, from Controller Eastbourne to Duty Officer Tunbridge Wells. We are having a bombing. Caught gasometer again and set it on fire. A few HEs, high-explosive bombs, and machine gunning in the streets. We do not know anything of the numbers dropped yet. Only 1 report of HE so far. Will follow up later. A later police report describes the attack in more detail. From Eastbourne County Borough Police. I beg to report that at about 0850, an enemy aircraft, believed twin-engine Dornier bomber, flew at a low altitude, machine-gunned the streets, and dropped 2 HE bombs, one of which was found under a railway carriage of a train which is stationary. The other HE penetrated the roof of Messrs. Benny's warehouse at Kilburn Terrace and went through the wall, making a hole about 3 feet in diameter, and continued through numbers 7 and 8 Kilburn Terrace, coming to rest in the front room of number 7. Both these HE bombs are delayed action, and the necessary precautions were taken, i.e. evacuation of the area as required, and the Eastbourne railway station was closed. 39 minutes after the attack, the call goes out to the bomb squad. 0944, from Controller Eastbourne to Lieutenant Smith, Bomb Disposal Section, Brighton. At 0855, enemy aircraft came over the town machine-gunning and dropped what is suspected as 4 HE bombs, none of which have exploded. One is now lying in the house exposed. It has shed its fin. It is about 2 foot long and 1 foot through. The case has burst and some yellow powder is coming out of it. 1040. From Controller Eastbourne to Bomb Disposal Section, Brighton. With regard to unexploded bombs, we want as much priority as you can give us. On investigation, it has been found that these bombs are very much larger than at first thought. I should think that they are 250 kilos and may have 17s in them. The clock is now literally ticking. Some brave soul has clearly inspected the site and seen the 17 engraved on the fuse cylinder, denoting a clockwork delayed action unit that could detonate at any moment. 1050, from Controller Eastbourne to Regional Control. Reference our 0910 conversation this morning. It has now been confirmed that 2 HEs and 1 oil bomb were dropped. Neither of the HEs has exploded. They are of a 250-kilo type, one in a built-up area at Kilburn Terrace, Eastbourne, and one underneath a train in the railway station. 1322, from Controller Eastbourne to Regional Control. Several houses are reported as damaged by machine gun fire. No casualties reported. A gas holder at Eastbourne Gasworks was also set on fire, but this was quickly got under control, and the gas holder was soon in commission again. A black and white photograph in the file appears to display the scene just after the bombs have hit. A number of people are milling around on the street, some helping to clear up the debris, others simply watching the situation unfold. A later report by PC William Kemble tells me he was posted on the barricade near the warehouse from 2 p.m, presumably to keep the Gawpers away. At about 2:40 p.m, Police Sergeant Owens, accompanied by 2 Army sergeants and a private, came to the barrier. P.S. Owens said to me, "We are just going down to have a look at the bomb in Kilburn Terrace." They had been there about 5 minutes when P.S. Owens called to me, and I went down and joined him at Kilburn Terrace. He took me to the house, where there was an unexploded bomb in the front sitting room, and asked me if I wanted to go and have a look at it. I said to him, "I've got to be on duty at the barrier, and apparently it must be a very dirty job down there." The last remark was made as his uniform was very dirty. As Kemble wisely returns to the barricade, Sergeant Owens shouts that they need a hammer and chisel. Kemble is able to locate the tools in the packing department of a nearby Boots chemist shop, already a long-standing feature of British high streets at the time. I went through the barrier and handed these tools to the private. I asked them what they intended to do, and he said they must be going to attend to the bombs. He then went into the house, and I returned to the barrier. Later, the private of the party came to the barrier and placed a fuse cap and detonator in a canvas bag. He showed this to us and then said, "I will go back and get the other one." It was only a matter of 2 minutes that there was a terrific explosion, and the whole of the house was blown into the air. As another policeman rings for help, Kemble runs towards the scene, but there is no sign of life. When the rescue squad arrives, he joins the desperate effort to dig through the debris. We had been working for a short time when we came across the body of the private who was still alive. He was removed from the wreckage by the ambulance service and taken to Princess Alice Hospital. It was obvious from the position of this soldier that the remainder of the party had been working in the downstairs sitting room of the house and were trapped under the wreckage of the roof and the top floors of the building. We commenced to remove this debris, and whilst doing so came across another bomb, which was lying amongst the rubble. After this bomb was removed, we came across the body of P.S. Owens, which was lying in the corner where the hall of the house had previously been. We continued to dig and removed the remains of P.S. Owens. Other members of the party removed the remains of the other 2 soldiers from other parts of the house. I was then relieved. P.C. Kemble's brisk report ends there. A later photograph shows a proud Sergeant Owens, complete with traditional Bobby's helmet and gleaming metal badges adorning his uniform. The next shows his flower-laden coffin being carried by police colleagues as one officer stands, heels together, saluting. A final typed and fading note in the file from the following day concludes the incident. Position at 12:45 p.m, 27:10:40. Police Sergeant Owens. Body in mortuary. Identified. Sergeant Chas Haw, age 41, married. 3rd BD Squad, Brighton. Body in mortuary. Can be identified by effects. Sergeant Joseph MacDonald. No body yet found. No effects found. Sapper Cornell. Died at Princess Alice Hospital. Some men and women have an irresistible urge to fly fighter jets. Others enjoy cave diving or jumping out of perfectly serviceable aircraft with a parachute strapped to their back. It takes a special kind of grit, some would say madness, to lie in a pit across a mud-slicked bomb and defuse it with a hammer and chisel. It's perhaps no surprise, then, that the job attracted unusual characters. Yes, there were the likes of Stuart Archer and Jack Easton, young officers of the old school, focused on doing their duty for king and country, but there were others, like Jack Howard, 20th Earl of Suffolk and 13th Earl of Berkshire, who took a more eccentric approach. Wild Jack Howard was part movie matinee idol, part Lawrence of Arabia, part P.G. Wodehouse character. He had succeeded to his 2 earldoms at the age of 11, after his father was killed fighting the Turks in Mesopotamia in 1917. As a young man, he joined and then left the Scots Guards, spent time working on a sheep farm in Australia, and eventually took a first-class degree in pharmacology. Along the way, and much to his mother's chagrin, he had married Mimi Crawford, a glamorous West End singer and dancer 8 years his senior, who had appeared in reviews with the likes of Fred Astaire. Photos taken of Howard in his mid-30s at the outbreak of the war show a handsome, athletic fellow standing an impressive 6'4". He had a penchant for outlandish dress, riding boots, breeches, a colourful sweater and white flying helmet, and reputedly kept a pair of hidden revolvers which he nicknamed Oscar and Genevieve, holstered under his shoulders. He was a wonderful man, a member of his household said later. Born out of his time, he never made much of his title, and he always dressed a bit differently. One time I remember him wearing a sombrero. He was especially fond of children. There were always wee urchins hanging around in the mews where he parked his car. One weekend he swept them all up, took them into town for tea, and bought them a big bag of toys at Woolworths. Howard's early wartime adventures apparently included arranging the shipping of a quantity of heavy water, a crucial component for nuclear experiments, back from France, along with a group of French physicists and millions of pounds worth of diamonds. Future Prime Minister Harold Macmillan, a junior civil servant at the time, recalled Howard reporting to the Ministry of Supply around this time with a somewhat battered appearance, unshaven, with haggard eyes, yet distinguished by a certain air of grace and dignity. Soon afterwards, the ministry appointed him Chief Field Research and Experimental Officer of the Directorate of Scientific Research, tasked with exploring methods for rendering UXBs safe. Working with his chauffeur, Fred Hards, and glamorous secretary, Eileen Morden, Howard created his own unit, nicknaming them the Holy Trinity. One photograph shows him smoking from an ornate, ridiculously long cigarette holder while sitting on the remains of a parachute mine. Fred Hards, a more sombre figure, stands at his shoulder. The trio began to travel to UXB sites in a red van kitted out as a mobile laboratory, experimenting with a number of different techniques for neutralizing bombs. Sometimes they attended where a device had fallen, though more often it was in one of the London bomb cemeteries to which UXBs had been transported for examination and destruction. Although alert to the dangers involved, Hards and Morden stayed close to Howard while he worked. He would hand Howard any tools required, like a nurse in an operating theatre, while she would take notes as he described what he was doing. "You can't play puss-puss with a bomb," he's reported to have said on more than one occasion. "You've got to be tough with it, otherwise the devil will trick you." Admired in many quarters for his buccaneering spirit, Howard also attracted some opprobrium and was accused of carelessness, especially after a bomb he was trying to disable using gel-ignite flattened a house in Suffolk. By mid-May 1941, the Holy Trinity was said to have disabled and examined 34 different bombs. Now it was time for one more. The bomb cemetery at Erith Marshes, a desolate riverside area to the east of the London docks, comprised a couple of 100 acres of open ground where experimentation and disposal could be conducted in relative safety. However, following complaints by locals, the handful of unexploded weapons stored there had been transported to Richmond Park, on the other side of the capital. Howard had been informed that one still remained, a 250-kilogram bomb that appeared to have both a long delay fuse and a sensitive anti-handling fuse, and as such had been preserved as a potentially rich source of technical intelligence. Some British wag had even daubed Old Faithful on it in white paint. Determined to extract Old Faithful's fuses for analysis, Howard had decreed that only he should touch the device. He reportedly made an initial examination of the bomb on the 10th of May, 1941, before spending time with Mimi and their 3 young sons, then returning 2 days later to complete his mission. Now, crouching over the weapon, he heard ticking. Somehow the long, dormant, delayed action fuse had woken up. With various colleagues from the Royal Engineers milling around the site, Howard made a call to a nearby bomb disposal HQ. What he needed, urgently, was a more sensitive electronic stethoscope and a Mark II clock stopper, a powerful electromagnet formed from a large coil of wire which was strong enough to halt the mechanism. 45 minutes later, Staff Sergeant James Atkins arrived with the equipment. He had recently written to his wife to tell her there was a chance he'd be able to see her that weekend, when he intended to hug all the breath out of you. But with the device still ticking, he had to focus on more pressing concerns. He attached the clock stopper to the case with a pair of metal limbs while Howard attempted to open the base plate and extract the explosive. It is not known precisely what happened next, but one theory suggests that Howard thought he and Atkins had already succeeded in neutralizing the fuse and was showing some of the others how to check for a booby trap. The explosion that followed tore across the marshes, shattering the windows of a factory a couple of 100 yards away on the opposite bank of the Thames, and launched a crowbar into a building almost a kilometre away. It was bloody mayhem. 4 men, Howard, Atkins, and chauffeur Fred Hards among them, were blasted to oblivion. All that remained was a 6-metre-wide crater, a few fragments of Howard's orange scarf, and his engraved cigarette case. 3 of the vehicles were burning, the door of the Holy Trinity's red van torn off. Many bystanders were seriously injured, including Howard's secretary Eileen Morden. She would succumb to her wounds in hospital the following day. Howard had reputedly once said, "If my name is on a bomb, that's it." Old Faithful had been the one. His boss at the ministry tried to console his widow, Mimi, who had known little of her husband's dangerous work, describing him as a remarkable person, the reincarnation of all his great ancestors. Later awarded a posthumous George Cross, even Winston Churchill noted his passing, writing later that the Holy Trinity had worked with urbane and smiling efficiency. Others were not quite so sure. "We were all very thankful to have him off our chests," admitted one senior officer, "but we were very sorry that he took a lot of our chaps with him. He was an amateur." Mimi was not the only one widowed that day. "At a time such as this, words are of little help," wrote Staff Sergeant Atkins, commanding officer, in a letter to his wife. "But I should like you to know that your husband, besides being a man of great ability in the technical branch of the army in which he worked, was also a man completely without fear." He concluded, with what he presumed would offer some consolation, that his death was painless and instantaneous. Bomb disposal, as Howard and Atkins and so many others discovered, was a deadly business, one that would take the lives of nearly 600 of its practitioners over the course of the war. Stuart Archer later estimated the average lifespan of a bomb disposal officer through the Blitz to have been 10 weeks. Their sacrifice was not for nothing. More than 50,000 high-explosive bombs were dealt with between 1939 and 1945. The traditions of those Second World War bomb disposal units, forged in the Blitz years, are alive and well today, with countless wartime UXBs still out there, now accompanied by terrorist devices, still waiting to be found and dealt with by men and women brave enough to make that solitary walk towards an explosive device. Chapter 10. The Long Walk. London, Spring 2025. 80 years on, the threat from Second World War ordnance is still with us. And the Blitz spirit too. When one of the 60 or so UXBs unearthed in the UK each year was discovered at the site of a former pensioners' centre in East London in 2015, a local councillor boasted that it just went to show that our OAPs are hard as nails, drinking tea on top of a £1,000 bomb for 70 years. A photograph of the incident shows a soldier hunkered in a deep, muddy pit, his blue and yellow Royal Logistic Corps insignia visible on his upper arm, examining its heavily corroded casing. It's difficult to tell whether he's smiling or grimacing, and it reminds me forcibly of Stuart Archer hanging precariously under the UXB at the oil refinery near Swansea in 1940. In Germany, hundreds of tons of the million-plus dropped by Allied air forces are uncovered each year. Several disposal officers died attempting to defuse a device in Göttingen in 2010. 3 years later, 20,000 people had to be evacuated from their homes in Dortmund when the authorities identified a 1,800-kilogram blockbuster. In March 2025, just as I'm immersing myself in the wartime stories of Jack Easton and Wild Jack Howard, a 500-kilogram bomb in Paris forces the temporary cancellation of all trains through the Channel Tunnel. Recent decades have seen the menace to our current bomb disposal teams change rather than diminish, with Irish Republican terrorists planting devices on British streets from the 1970s to the 1990s, then more recent extremist activity on London's bus and tube network. And ongoing conflicts across the world have seen the wide-scale and indiscriminate use of improvised explosive devices, IEDs, especially in Iraq and Afghanistan. Though the Second World War heroes are mostly gone, their experience and expertise lives on with the new generation of men and women who stride selflessly towards danger. I have known Kim Hughes for more than a decade, sharing many a beer with him at military functions. Although he is one of the most celebrated explosive ordnance disposal (EOD) experts of recent times, as is habitual for military friends, we have never discussed our experiences of conflict in any real detail. Now in his mid-40s, he has hung on to his youthful good looks more enviably than most. As we talk, he confesses to some mild discomfort from a new tattoo on his leg, but the steel hasn't left his eyes. Kim has met many Second World War EOD practitioners over the years. They really are incredible, he tells me. I used to chat to them about the situations they'd dealt with using the most rudimentary equipment, diffusing these huge bombs in a 6-foot pit of mud and water with, in the early days, not much more than a hammer, screwdriver and pliers, then using a basic wooden frame and rope to haul the bloody things out of the ground. It's hard not to be humbled by what they went through. Kim's own story is a familiar one. The son of a soldier, he found little to interest him at school and left with no qualifications. Home life was difficult. His parents had split up when he was 5, and his stepfather enjoyed meting out his aggression on me and my mum. Like many young men before and since, the army offered an escape, the chance to go out and do something different. He spent his first few years as a driver in the Royal Logistic Corps, eventually ferrying around a bomb disposal team in Northern Ireland. I saw them deal with endless incidents involving pipe and car bombs and much more. He'd watch in awe as his colleagues got into their bomb disposal suits and made the long walk down the road, that slow, solitary march towards danger. It's a fascinating, unwitting echo of the words of Jack Easton, the Blitz-era bomb disposal officer, and his solitary walks towards UXBs. I was absolutely intrigued by that world of explosives and decided it was the job for me. After training to become an ammunition technician, he found himself on a merry-go-round of military postings. Germany, the UK, Bosnia, Northern Ireland, then Iraq. Sometimes it was about tackling lower-threat devices, where someone discovers that the grenade paperweight that's been sitting in Grandad's office since the Second World War is actually live. Sometimes simply about helping to manage the storage of ammunition. Then, in 2009, he completed the Army's elite high-threat bomb disposal course. Next stop, Afghanistan. I'd been playing around with devices where the worst that's going to happen is they'll buzz at you or someone will tap you on the shoulder and say you're doing that wrong. Now I was going to a place where, if I got it wrong, I'd die. Afghanistan, summer 2009. Weeks later, his mouth dry and throat tight, Kim found himself making the long walk down a dusty track towards his first suspected IED. Nothing gives you more of an adrenaline rush than approaching a bomb that can turn you into red mist in the blink of an eye, he says. It's surreal, truly awesome. Everyone else has moved back and away from the device and you're walking towards it, utterly alone. Sweeping his metal detector from side to side, he approached the target, now marked with a circle of red spray paint in the Afghan dust. Unlike previous tasks in places such as Northern Ireland, he didn't have the comfort of a heavy protective suit. A 50-kilogram Kevlar-padded jacket and trousers combo with ballistic plate designed to allow the person inside to, within reason, survive a blast. Or the use of a remote-control robot to attack the device from a safe distance. Only what he could carry. Body armor, 9mm pistol, helmet, field dressings, a tourniquet, in case you lose a leg or two, wire cutters, paintbrush, a trowel, water, smoke grenades, detonation charges, and little else. You're analyzing the situation, thinking about how the device might be fused, how it might be detonated, how to make it safe. If you're dealing with 20 kilograms of explosives and it goes bang, there's only going to be a few scraps left of you to put in a bin bag. But if you're walking down that road thinking, oh my God, I might be about to die, you really shouldn't be going down the fucking road. Taking a deep breath, Kim noticed the intensity of the silence around him. Nothing but baked earth and the occasional thorn bush. In slow motion, he knelt, then gently lowered himself onto his stomach, so that my face was just inches above the red circle. His nose in the dirt, Kim thought he could see signs of a buried pressure plate. He began shouting a commentary to his team, who were crouching a safe distance behind him. One of them was acting as a scribe, carefully noting down his every action, just as Eileen Morden had done for Jack Howard the day a Luftwaffe UXB ended their lives. Sweat gathering on his forehead, Kim reached behind his back and carefully drew his trusty paintbrush from his man bag. Sometimes the low-tech, old-fashioned techniques were still the best. He began to sweep away the sand around the bomb, grain by grain, like an archaeologist uncovering a prehistoric fossil. He succeeded in uncovering the pressure plate keeping the electrical contacts apart. 2 pieces of wood, one on top of the other, separated by rubber spacers. It was almost identical to those he had trained on back in the UK. Things were looking up. Probing further with his fingers, he uncovered a white wire, another big step forward. Pondering his options, he reached into his kit for a needle, a small barreled device that can fire a charge, or a set of scalpel blades to try to cut wires and hopefully disrupt the IED. Adrenaline pumping, he set the needle in position and, carefully unrolling the command wire, rejoined his colleagues. After taking cover, the call of "Stand by! Firing!" went out and the shotgun retort of the needle filled the air. Kim jumped to his feet and made his way back to the IED, flicking his metal detector left and right once again. Patience was his best chance of staying alive. Work the problem, he kept repeating to himself. He could see that the white wire had been severed and delicately sealed both ends with insulation tape, reset the needle, then headed back to ask his teammate to fire it again. By now, I'd been out in the sun for a couple of hours and could feel the back of my neck burning. I took my helmet off and ran my fingers through my hair, which was dripping with sweat. I drank some water and poured half a bottle over my head. A further series of firings succeeded in uncovering the entire pressure plate and battery pack, and a 20-litre yellow container buried deeper in the sand, filled to the brim with homemade explosive. An image of the Taliban fighter who'd buried the device flashed into his mind. Finally, he could carefully attach a hook and line to the pressure plate and attempt to pull it out of the hole. Crude though this was, it would permanently separate the trigger from the explosive, the same basic technique used by 1940 bomb disposal officers. Back with his team, Kim watched through a rifle scope as a colleague took the strain. After a few tense seconds, the plate and battery pack broke free and were dragged away from the main IED charge. Finally, returning to the now inert device, Kim allowed himself a wry smile. First bomb in the bag, and it couldn't have gone better. He tucked away the detonator. Later, he'd share it with intelligence specialists trying to determine attack techniques and patterns, then carefully laid his own charge on top of the homemade explosive and destroyed the remains of the IED with a controlled explosion. The blast was immense, as 20-odd kilos detonated. A massive plume of smoke mushroomed into the sky. Seconds later, debris from the blast began to rain down on our positions. There was a series of tings, bangs, and twangs. The explosion had left a crater 1 meter deep and 3 meters wide. Nothing was left. It was an experience he'll never forget. I can remember every little detail, every second, Kim tells me. The layout, the composition, the date, the time, the ground, the taste of sweat on my lips, even the smell that hung in the air. It's seared into my consciousness, imprinted on my mind. And more than anything else, I remember the relief that I didn't fuck it up. I'd come of age. No matter what happened in the rest of my life, I'd be able to call myself a bomb disposal expert. The proverbial baptism of fire, it set the tone for the rest of the summer. Kim began to revel in the kudos he got from the embattled soldiers he was helping. Confronting these devices was incredible. You're dealing with the bomb maker, the terrorist, and beating them at their own game. Rocking up and seeing the grateful faces of the troops was great. It was like the cavalry had arrived. At the same time, he acknowledges he fell into the trap of wanting the next bomb, wanting the biggest bomb count. There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, and I crossed it. I started to develop a god complex, and I didn't think I could be killed. I would be pulling bombs out of the ground while firefights erupted around me, and I'd be like, so what? It took one of my friends to grab hold of me and say, stop being a dick, for me to realize that life was precious and I should treat it as such. Later that summer, Kim heard that fellow bomb disposal operator Dan Shepard had been killed on operations elsewhere in Afghanistan. Dan was a really good mate of mine. We had worked closely together on a number of incidents, so when I had to deploy to do the post-blast analysis of the incident when he'd been killed, it was like a kick in the nuts. Kim had his own brush with disaster when his vehicle was blown up by an IED, and he spent a few days in hospital with concussion. Lying on my own with time on my hands, it began to dawn on me that luck as well as skill were going to be needed if I was to survive Afghanistan. Like his Second World War forebears, he didn't have the luxury of walking away, and just a few days later, he was back on the job supporting a search and clearance mission along a main transport route. It was still dark as the troops gathered at the gates of their base, faces lit by the orange glow from hastily smoked cigarettes, their features looking prematurely aged. The unusual lack of banter was born of the knowledge that casualties were almost inevitable. With Kim and his team in support, they set off in single file at 4:30 a.m. Leading the way was Lance Corporal James Fullerton, a tough, super-fit soldier from Coventry. With the first hints of dawn visible to the east, the patrol began snaking along a river. Kim, trudging near the rear, spent most of his time trying to fend off clouds of ravenous mosquitoes. Suddenly, a blast pierced the silence. Everyone stopped, as if frozen. The sound of homemade explosives detonating was unmistakable, like thunder reverberating around the valley. A few minutes later, news filtered back that someone was down, and that the area would need clearing. One of Kim's team, listening in on the radio, heard that Fully, the lead searchman, had triggered an IED. As Kim gathered his thoughts, a second explosion shattered the silence. Moments later, a breathless sergeant appeared out of the dawn light. "Kim, I need your team up at the front. We've had 2 IED strikes and we've now got multiple casualties." With the sun beginning to rise and birdsong in the air, Kim advanced up the column, stepping over the legs of scared soldiers. Heart thumping, he recognized the pungent odor of newly detonated explosives. The remains of 2 IEDs were still smoking. I noticed what appeared to be lumps of military uniform and saw this red ball of something moving. I didn't know what it was. Then I realized it was his hand, covered in blood, reaching for the sky. Fully, the man on point, had had both his legs blown off above the knee. As those around him had tried to help, applying tourniquets, then lifting him onto a stretcher, they had triggered a secondary IED, killing 2 soldiers. A female medic, her screams now cutting through the air, had also been horribly injured, one of her legs hanging by a few strands of sinew. It was a scene of carnage, Kim tells me. Truly awful. It took a couple of seconds to take it all in, but as an EOD operator, I had to get on with the job. Everybody else was looking at me to sort this situation out. In those moments, you can't afford to be somebody who flaps. You can't be somebody who is fazed by death or mutilation. This was what I'd been trained to do. I had to step up and get on with it. As Kim's team began to clear safe lanes to the casualties, marking them with yellow spray paint, they uncovered a series of wires leading into the blast zone. As Fully was removed on a stretcher, another of Kim's team began searching close to the still screaming female medic. To his horror, he found signs of a third IED. Trying to remain calm, Kim crossed to the new threat, lowered himself to the ground, and began to run a handheld metal detector over the new target area. A small hit showed he was onto something. Digging softly in the dust, he managed to uncover part of a pressure plate and wire. The stakes had just risen massively. Given the circumstances, and knowing the potential implications, he decided this absolutely qualified as a Category A situation, a scenario in which there was such grave and immediate threat to life that the standard rules and procedures had to be dispensed with. It was time to do everything he could, no matter the risk. In training, a Category A was something he and colleagues had hoped one day to face, the ultimate test of their skills and nerve. Now, here it was, as real as the sun in the sky. The tension was palpable. I pulled my wire snips out from the front of my body armor, held my breath, and carefully cut one of the wires. Time slowed to a crawl, but there was no explosion, no red mist. Breathing again, he taped the severed wires. The IED was now neutralized, but there was little time to savor the triumph. Once that device was done, one of the searchers called to me to say he'd found another one. Swearing under his breath, he used his metal detector to clear a path to the new IED and followed the same procedure, carefully uncovering the attached wire, cutting it and insulating it with tape. As he did so, one of his team found yet another IED. "Jesus," Kim complained loudly to no one in particular. "How many are there?" The answer, it turned out, was 7. An entire arena of carnage. 5 of the charges were contained in pressure cookers and 2 in plastic containers. They were all impregnated with pieces of scrap iron and steel, like nails, nuts, and bolts. With the troops around him still in mortal danger, Kim continued his work. Find, snip, tape up. It was like a game of leapfrog. Relentless. All I could do was focus on the job in hand and block out everything else. I was lying on top of a device that could kill me, but I just had to get on with it. The weary-looking company commander appeared. "We're binning the mission. We've just learned that Lance Corporal Fullerton didn't make it," he said. "He died on the helicopter." Kim took a moment to digest the awful news, then called his team together. "Right, the op's been shit-canned. We're heading back to base, but I'm going to detonate the main IED charges in situ before we go." The team emptied their rucksacks onto the ground, all the plastic explosive and detonators they could muster. He quickly laid the charges on and around the remaining IEDs, lit a series of 3-minute fuses, and retreated. The first explosion was massive, he recalls. 4 main charges detonated at the same time. The shockwave passed over us, and a cloud of smoke, dust, and debris mushroomed into the sky. A few seconds later, the remaining 3 main charges detonated one after the other in a series of equally spaced explosions. Usually there was a cheer from the waiting troops when he blew up an IED. Not this time. At 6 a.m., they finally filed back through the gates of their base. Just 90 minutes earlier we had gathered in the same place, excited about the day ahead. But in the time it takes to play a game of football, 3 soldiers had been killed, another 3 injured, 1 seriously, and God only knows how many traumatized. Kim made a point of checking on the rest of his team, because we'd seen some pretty horrible shit. Alongside the sadness and the sense of the utter waste, he felt a strange sense of elation. I was leading a team doing some of the most dangerous and demanding work that can be done in a war zone. I had come face to face with a situation so unique that had someone suggested it at bomb school, they would have been laughed at. Kim spent a total of 6 months in Afghanistan as part of his tour of duty. During the height of the troubles in Northern Ireland, an elite bomb disposal operator on a similar tour could reasonably expect to have to deal with 6 to 8 complex explosive devices. By the end of his time in Helmand, Kim had defused 119. The following year, March 2010, he received the news that he'd been awarded the George Cross. Like Stuart Archer, Jack Easton, and, posthumously, Wild Jack Howard. The citation noted that dealing with any form of IED is dangerous, but to deal with 7 VOIEDs, victim-operated improvised explosive devices, linked in a single circuit, in a mass casualty scenario using manual neutralization techniques once, never mind 3 times, is the single most outstanding act of explosive ordnance disposal ever recorded in Afghanistan. That he did it without the security of specialist clothing serves even more to demonstrate his outstanding gallantry. Hughes is unequivocally deserving of the highest level of public recognition. "I didn't feel heroic," he says. "I was awarded the George Cross for that day, but I wear it for every one of my team. I would never have done that on my own." Like so many of his forebears, he believes that luck always plays its part. It doesn't matter how good you are. When your time's up, it's up. Kim's experiences offer me an extraordinary insight into the realities of the EOD landscape. I have had the honor of visiting his highly decorated unit when they were good enough to demonstrate their incredible work, detonating an array of explosives for our interest before retiring to the officers' mess for a highly convivial formal dinner. I even got to try on one of the heavy protective suits they lumber around in and make my own, rather safer long walk towards a simulated device in a training scenario. I admire the skill and expertise of this current generation of warriors more than I can say, especially their willingness to lay their lives firmly on the line, many making the ultimate sacrifice. So, what happens when bomb disposal doesn't go to plan? London, Spring 2025. Major Pete Norton is an iconic figure in the international EOD world. Kim remembers meeting him as a young sergeant when Pete was already one of the most senior ammunition technicians in the Army. He was a legendary character back then, Kim says, highly respected for his experience in the field, his knowledge and expertise. I've known Pete for many years, yet, similar to my friendship with Kim, we have never discussed his experiences on the front line, even though the outcome is plain to see. Now, in his early 60s, he projects a powerful sense of thoughtfulness and inner belief. When we discuss his life and career, I'm struck at first by the parallels with Kim's. I ended up leaving school partway through my A-levels because I wasn't enjoying it, he tells me. It wasn't really firing all of my rockets, as it were. In 1982, just before his 20th birthday, he followed his brother into the Army and became an ammunition technician. It was an interesting trade, working with all the ammunition and explosives the armed forces had, as well as learning about bomb disposal and IEDs. Like Kim, Pete's career took him around the world, with tours in Germany, Oman, the US, Kenya, and Northern Ireland. I dealt with many different devices during my time in Northern Ireland and elsewhere, he explains. I never felt fear. You're just very, very focused on what you have to do and how to do it. There's a sense of trepidation on the blue light drive to the job, but when you get out of the vehicle, you're faced with a group of people expecting you to take control. It's your job to make everything right for them. You approach each situation with a plan. You can't turn up and show any uncertainty. Iraq, Summer 2005. 2 years after the US-led invasion, and just 3 months after the birth of his second son, Pete was sent to Iraq as second-in-command of the Combined Explosives Exploitation Cell. Based in the outskirts of Baghdad, we were investigating things like explosions, finds of bomb-making equipment, and the shooting down of helicopters to learn how the enemy was operating and how their weapons worked. His tasking immediately makes me think of Jack Howard, the erstwhile Earl of Suffolk, and his dismantling of live Blitz bombs to learn from his enemy's expertise. According to Pete, it was the best job in the world. There was loads of adrenaline, and I was working with a great group of people. It could be dangerous and very unpleasant, dealing with badly burnt victims, working around shattered body parts, but professionally, it was very satisfying. We were all making a real difference. Late one afternoon in July 2005, a 3-vehicle American convoy was hit by a massive IED explosion in southwest Baghdad, destroying a Humvee and killing 4 soldiers. A team of 5, including Pete and 2 colleagues from the US FBI, Chris Rigopoulos and Nick Boshiers, jumped in their vehicle and sped to the site. A photograph taken before the incident shows Pete with a wide grin, leaning against a sand-colored Humvee in desert fatigues, pistol strapped to his right thigh. Somewhat incongruously, his uniform is topped off with a grey beanie hat. It was early evening when we arrived at the scene, which is never ideal, says Pete. It was quite an open agricultural area with lots of irrigation ditches. There was a huge amount of dust. Vehicles were parked all around with their headlights glaring. The largest part left of the Humvee hit by the blast was the engine block. The remains of its occupants were spread across 50 meters. It was a scene of total devastation. The American unit had already been there for several hours trying to secure the area. They were at serious risk of further attack by mortar fire or suicide bombers. We had to do our job as quickly as possible and get them out of there. Hundreds of red, green, and yellow glow sticks were scattered around the blast area, adding a strangely surreal flavor to the scene. They were everywhere, marking body parts, ammunition, and weapons. The first order of business was to check the area where they'd just parked. First in a 5-meter radius, then out to 25 meters. We had to ask ourselves, is there anything around us we should be suspicious of? Satisfied that their immediate vicinity was safe, Pete quizzed the soldiers involved in the incident for background details, then cast his highly trained eye over the blast site. It was already well trodden, so they had dared to hope there was less risk of a secondary IED. With one of my team acting as a scribe, I decided to gather what we needed, including samples from the explosion. Chemical analysis could tell us what explosive had been used. Despite the carnage, it was crucial to stay calm and focused. You can't let it affect you. Making that walk into the scene is just part of the job. It's vital that you get in, deal with the situation, so that everyone can clear out of the area. However, Pete had an uneasy feeling about this particular incident. It just stank. So I told my guys to sit tight and decided to do a one-man walk around myself to try and minimize the risk. He could see the huge crater in the middle of the road, but that was no longer a threat. The verges down each side of the road were a different matter. Using both standard torchlight and night vision equipment, he began a slow, solitary tour of the area, on the hunt for other devices. He examined the north side of the road first, all clear, then crossed over. I knew as soon as my left boot touched the ground that something was wrong. An instant later, it erupted. Everything just went into slow motion as I was thrown into the air. Pete's voice is a little quieter now. There was a massive rush of hot air gases and immense pressure pushing me upwards. This was accompanied by a huge, instant, deafening noise. I felt myself tumbling through the air, then hitting the deck 25 feet away with a crushing thud. I was conscious throughout, flying through the air, the heat. I remember it all. It's one of those moments you replay in your mind 100 times, remembers Chris Rigopoulos, one of Pete's FBI team that day. Bearded, silver-haired, and with a twinkle in his eye, he's speaking from his office back in America, a stars and stripes and FBI flag prominent behind his desk. Chris and Nick Boshiers were far enough away to avoid injury, but were still knocked off their feet. A besuited Nick, also speaking from the States, remembers Chris calling out, "Hey, Pete, are you good?" But we didn't hear anything, so Chris started forward, and I moved with him. Lying in a heap in the dirt, Pete was trying to make sense of what had happened. I couldn't feel pain, but I knew straight away that I had been hit, and it was bad. First, I had to get my breath back because it had been seriously knocked out of me. Reliving those seconds with a wry grin, he tells me, I may have been influenced by too many American war films, as I started to shout, "Medic!" at the top of my voice, mostly to let everyone know where I was. He managed to roll onto his back. At that moment, I could have relaxed and would probably have just died. Instead, I said to myself, I am not going. I am going to get back and see my kids. I decided to fight death. The darkness hid the full extent of his injuries. I knew it wasn't good, but I still had a job to do. I remember trying to get my morphine out of my pocket, but couldn't seem to open it. What I didn't know was that the lower part of my badly damaged arm was no longer functioning as a hand. It was dark and smoky, Chris says, but I could hear Pete very close by and went straight towards the sound. The friend he found had suffered horrific, traumatic injuries. One leg was gone. His arm was mangled. He was bleeding out but still lucid. Pete had watched Chris and Nick coming to help, but was determined they not suffer the same fate. I really believed there were more IEDs in the area. I wanted to make sure they knew what was around, where I'd been, and where was safe to tread. As Chris tried to keep him conscious, Pete continued to control the situation. I was keen that nobody else move around. I knew where I had been, and they needed to know where I had already checked for IEDs and where I hadn't. When a medic eventually arrived, he couldn't disguise his concern about the extent of Pete's injuries. He went to try and start an IV, intravenous drip, but was visibly shaking, Nick says. It was actually Pete who was telling him, "It's going to be okay, you've got this, mate." Chris was in awe of Pete's composure. He was keeping us tight. We were focusing on him, running around trying to get him squared away, but at the same time we're listening to him. It was harrowing, chaotic, terrifying, but at the same time it was inspiring. In the minutes that followed, Chris, Nick, and the medic were able to save Pete's life, fixing tourniquets around the remains of his limbs to stop him bleeding to death. They also took the time to reassure Pete that not everything had gone, that I still had all my important bits, Pete says with an amused grin. Some people might say, "You guys saved him," says Chris. But no, he saved us. Through his actions, through his leadership, and through his gut feeling. Because what we didn't know, and later found out, was that another IED was buried about 12 feet away. Pete's last memories that night were of being loaded onto the helicopter, looking up and seeing the inside of the cab, and then people leaning over me and working on me. I'm told I was conscious all the way to the hospital, but it's just a blank after that. His injuries were catastrophic. I'd lost my left leg above the knee. My left arm had been severed just below the elbow. I lost 80% of my right buttock, all of my right hamstring, most of my sciatic nerve, and nothing worked below the knee. I had 3 fractured ribs, 3 fractured vertebrae, and collapsed lungs. In Baghdad, he was put in an enforced coma and given 24 hours to either stabilize or die. Flown home for further treatment, he confronted the full extent of his injuries. Clearly, my life had changed forever, but I didn't feel any sense of desperation or sorrow. It was just what it was, and there was nothing I could do about it. I was just going to have to deal with it and make the most of it. Months later, he was told he had been awarded the George Cross. The citation reads, "Despite having sustained grievous injuries, he remained in command and coolly directed the follow-up actions. It is typical of the man that he ignored his injuries and regarded the safety of his men as paramount as they administered life-saving first aid. Norton's prescience and clear orders in the most difficult of circumstances undoubtedly prevented further serious injury or loss of life. He has consistently behaved in an exemplary fashion, and his professionalism has been of the highest order. Norton displayed outstanding bravery at the incident in Al-Baya and throughout his tour." Refusing to let his experiences or his injuries define him, Pete returned to duty, completed a master's degree in explosive ordnance engineering, and began teaching aspiring bomb disposal operators. Physically, of course, the challenges remain. Both of his legs are now amputated above the knee, and he wears a prosthetic extension on his left arm. He still exudes a calm strength, a quality I'm certain was there before he was wounded, but which I suspect has been enhanced by what he's been through. People always ask me if I could go back, would I have done anything different that day, he says. It's not an option, obviously. That's just life, and you can't do anything about it. I'm alive, I have a great wife, lovely children, and that's where I am. If I'd survived that tour, I would have almost certainly ended up going somewhere like Afghanistan, so could easily have been killed elsewhere. I am the person I am today because of what happened to me back then. My exchanges with Pete and Kim have given me much to reflect upon. Through their narratives, the experiences of Stuart Archer's generation of bomb disposal operators echo even more potently down the years. I think of Archer's indescribable bravery and his modest assertion that he was simply there to do a job. And I think of Jack Easton's fatalistic acceptance that when the last mine came, well, it came. Not for the first time, I find myself drawn to a photograph I have seen many times of a gathering of Victoria Cross and George Cross recipients at Buckingham Palace in 2010. 30 men and women, including the then Prince of Wales and Duchess of Cornwall, are surrounded by golden candelabra, lush red silk wall furnishings, and an imposing portrait of a regal figure on horseback. Standing tall in the back row, dress uniform freshly pressed, medals gleaming, is Kim Hughes. Pete Norton, similarly garbed, a long rack of medals lining his left breast, gazes warmly at the camera from his wheelchair, bottom right. To Pete's left, also in a wheelchair, is a figure I hadn't previously noticed, but now can't take my eyes from. Well into his 90s by then, chin raised between hunched shoulders, George Cross gleaming, is Stuart Archer. I contact both Kim and Pete to ask them about the photo. It's no surprise to me to discover that Pete knew Stuart for years. He remembers an officer and a gentleman, with a warm personality and lots of charm, typical of that wartime breed. I could easily imagine him as a dashing young officer in a black and white film, probably played by the likes of Sir John Mills or Trevor Howard, totally charming the ladies. I've always had great admiration for those Second World War bomb disposal teams, be they Royal Navy, Royal Air Force, or the Army's Royal Engineers like Stuart. Often, they had little to no formal experience or training in ammunition or explosives prior to their assignment to bomb disposal units, so had to learn very quickly on the job, and often with improvised tools and methods. They certainly earned their pay. Kim got to know Stuart some time before his death in 2015 at the age of 100. He was a great guy, extremely humble, with more interest in listening to others' stories than telling his own. He was typical of that wartime generation where friendships were forged in hardship and driven by duty. Gritty, resilient, and unflinchingly loyal, he was the product of a world on fire and a mission larger than himself. Saving lives and gaining vital intelligence about enemy capabilities, they demonstrated extraordinary bravery and made profound personal sacrifices. The list of the names of everyone killed in bomb disposal since November 1939 lines a corridor at the EOD Training Centre in Oxfordshire. There are 825 in all, 580 from the Second World War. All too often, that long walk, in both war and peace, becomes a last walk.